I was able to do 7-8 laps without falling off. Once it gets dark, it's nearer 7 or 8 corners, to be honest. Yeah, I just need a bit more vision. So I'm quite impressed, to be honest, by what these boys are doing in the dark. But yeah, so we basically thought we'll just become observers. We'll watch the event rather than just spending the entire time in the pits.
I guess especially at night right here, without the spectators around the track with their campfires, their barbecues, it becomes even more difficult to figure out where you're going.
There is no natural light. It is very, very dark. It's normally in most races you're very upset if someone's hanging on your tail. You feel very hassled by it. But here it's an absolute godsend. Yes, thank you for the extra headlamps. It's fantastic. But yeah, it is tricky to put it mildly. Because obviously one of the things that's very easy to do in the Nordschleife is get lost. You can your concentration wavers remote. You forget where you are, and it's not like the normal circuit. There's 4 or 5 corners that look the same, and of course, in the light, you've then got at least 5 or 6 different references picking up again. In the dark, you tend to have the reference hitting the barrier, going, "Oh, that was the other left, right?"
It's hard for us too. 170 corners, try picking them apart through the dead of night. We're riding on board with the Aston Martin, the Marlow Racing Team car. I mentioned this earlier to Peter Mackay. Niels Koch races an Aston Martin today. We're most used to him seeing in a BMW as part of the BMW BS competition gang, but works for Mercedes. So an interesting dynamic going on then. That Urano BMW that's in front of him had a moment with the R8G Porsche through into the Stefan Bellof S's with about 3 hours of the race done. They've done a great job, lost 15 seconds. Apparently no damage. These two back at it, hammer and tongs. GT3, well, Viras Kawanda have sailed away with the race lead. 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Yes, there are still 13 hours, 57 minutes to go, but at this pace, they're almost on course to put a lap on the entire field.
Yeah, and oddly, of course, they are dominating, but they're the only people towards the top, I think, who've chosen to run with the Porsche, aren't they? It's been, in the rest of the GT3, it's been Mercedes and BMW.
Yes, but that's because the other 2 Porsches that were in the mix both died.
Well, I stand by what I said, because when the race started for me, which was an hour ago, it was the only Porsche in the race.
Yeah, R8G's 88 and the 888, almost in consecutive laps, had issues. They did manage to get it back out onto track, but they were, I think, already compromised. So BMW was coming into this race, this somewhat favored car, had a slight hit in terms of the weight, getting some added ballast, if you will, just wearing the tires. Also got a slight reduction in the fuel capacity. Mercedes, the Williams Mercedes AMG number 2, David Bolska behind the wheel there. At one point they were looking very, very strong, but then Ate Kalpanen had a bit of a moment. I think it was at the top of Hoact and got some front end damage on his car, and now 3 minutes and 50 seconds. The Mercedes don't look too strong. They're basically right around the same bit of track right now. 2.5 seconds separates the 2 of them.
Yeah, I mean, it's always one of the key things you never see about the race is all the practice that goes in beforehand, as the teams will try all the chassis available to them. And obviously it's a much more limited selection here, with iRacing's maximum of 8 different cars spread across 4 different classes. So you aren't trying to choose between, like, for example, you go to a GT3 only, like Spa 24-hour race, and you're choosing between 8 cars for the class you're going for. Here, there's only 3 choices in GT3. 2 in GT4 and 2 in TCR, so it's a bit of a slower process, but still, if you aren't, actually sponsored by a particular or affiliated with a manufacturer, it's still a lot of work done to work out the advantages. And yeah, there is a point, and I think if you look at the even level, and one of the things that we were considering with entries is we weren't necessarily looking for the fastest car, we were looking for the safest car. We were looking for the most forgiving car, the car which would, the last thing you want at the Nurburgring is snap oversteer. If the thing understeers a bit, that's fine, you just go slower, but you don't want the thing to start swapping ends on you with these, when you're effectively running down a narrow ribbon of tarmac between barriers and very little runoff. So, it's a different world in split 7 or 8 than it is in split 1, when you're just effectively hanging on for dear life for probably 20 of the 24 hours.
Yeah, you're looking for a car that's not a murderous pig. I think that's probably the best way to put it. And in that regard, I think the BMW was, maybe the most popular. It'll be interesting now at the dead of night, where track conditions are basically the coolest that they'll get. It's 2:15 here in our virtual Eiffel Mountains, 19 degrees track temperature, down from about 25 when we got the race underway. We're seeing double stints to start this race off. I wonder if we may see triples. Left side of the screen, if you're watching in sound and vision on RaceSpotTV and VCO esports, you can see the drivers. If you're just listening in on RS1, head over to timing 71, where you can follow along with the timing, use the analysis tools to figure out what strategies the drivers are on. Over the top at Flugplatz and Quiddelbacher Hohe on that long run in towards Schwaudenkrautz. BOP is always a contentious topic, and people like to ding at iRacing for maybe not nailing it on the head, but GT4 does look quite good. You've got the BMW leading the way and the Aston not being dropped as of yet.
No, I think there is a situation where you're trying to balance up two cars which perform in very different ways. At least with the Aston and the BMW, you're dealing with front engine rear wheel drive cars. That's the difference obviously with the GT3 car element, where of course you've got two front engine rear wheel drive cars, the BMW and Mercedes, because the rear engine, and therefore theoretically slightly more sketchy for us amateurs, Porsche. So it's and of course the TCRs are all front engine front wheel drive, so the variant isn't as great as it normally is, but I think they've managed to seem to manage to balance it pretty well. But you're not dealing with a massive range. You're not trying to do that thing. You're balancing a different combination of powertrain. The other thing I would say is having, I don't know whether you've done any practice laps around here at all, Arjun, but one other thing I would say is that, is that the recent revision to the GT3s that came out with the most recent update a few weeks ago has made them a lot more forgiving. You can actually slide them a little bit at the rear end without it coming around and biting your hand off. So it is a chance where once it goes, you can save it. You do feel very much with the car. You've got the rear end significantly more in control, not in this particular case for the 707 Cup car, which is considerably into a barrier.
Yeah, that's second in the 992, and I think that's Galgenkopf coming down to the dot. Yep, no, it is coming onto the Dottinger Hohe. It's so easy to get off into the grass, and I wonder if that's what's happened to Matti Siepler, who's on doubles duty, did Porsche Tag Heuer World Championship action, and yep, left side's on the grass, and does a good job to lock it down,
That could actually be, don't let it go too far, that could be an actual zero damage. He got himself onto the grass, but actually just spun round the rear end without, don't think, making any contact with the actual barrier. So, let's call it a great save, but also there's a huge element of luck in that. Once you've stuck the thing on the grass, you are really asking for the gods to have a real old go at you, but that time you got away with it.
We'll get a look from slightly up above. It's working through traffic as well, a TCR. I think that was the Wizards team, number 17, Hyundai Veloster, and then does the three-point turn, trying to get it spun back around. Now that car is straight down into pit lane because they were due for a stop anyway. Class leaders, Red Line Cup also in the 72 car. This new 992 generation Cup car, it's a rocket ship, baby GT3. You're talking about the updates to, the big GT3s. I think that, not an iRacing update, but a real world update. These cars are so much more fun than the old generation, at least when I, like you say, an amateur, try and wheel them around a track.
Yeah, I think I know Peter's a big fan as well. I mean, I don't tend to drive the Porsches particularly myself. I'm a bit of an LMP2 fan, so I've been slumming it in GT3 this week for research purposes. But yeah, I mean, I think it is all about feeling the weight. It is all about it does come down to how forgiving these cars are on as close to the limit as we get them, and also obviously when you start manhandling the subtlety of the input is always there at the level some of us are at. It's having that feedback but not having that snapback really, and that's what you look for. I think on a normal track you're absolutely prepared to drag the things into the edges because you know if it goes slightly wrong, you just get one extra go off the track slightly from who cares. Not so much here. Once you get out the Nordschleife section, it's often it's always frightening and it's often terminal, so you're just trying to stay really within the margins as much as possible.
Whenever I think of these 992 cars, I think back to Sebring last year where they debuted, and there was a shortage of spare parts and a total absence of any spare chassis. So I think all the drivers were warned. You crash, that might be your season, not just your race, your season done. And the fastest pro drivers were still doing lap times that were basically comparable to the gentleman GT3 driver from the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. There's your GT3 leader. I don't think we're going to end up looking or talking much about him because he is so far clear of the rest of the field that Mitchell de Jong might as well now, he's in Germany, so it is a Sunday drive. He might as well be having a Sunday drive as he works through the Stefan Beloff S's. 2 minutes 20 seconds with not even 12 hours of the race done. It's basically been a smooth carpet ride for them. I'm hoping I'm not putting a commentator's curse down on them, but in a race where Coanda have not traditionally shown up, and when they haven't always won the race. The only time they've won was in the 992 class a couple of years ago. The quartet that are behind the wheel here continue to surge away, and just looks very stable. I think that's every time I look at this car, it just looks like it's planted to the ground, and you know they've got it dialed into perfection.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's when you have that level of talent, you have the ability to set the car up as well. And you know, if you look at the qualifying times, you know, they're 8-9 seconds faster than the race time, because it's dark and people wound it back. But that they are actually, despite going ridiculously quickly, still a little bit inside themselves. And it's that ability to get as close to the edge without coming over, you know, in the 24-hour races, which is always what does it. No, yeah, people say it's not a flat-out sprint. You're always just a little bit back off the total edge. Otherwise, of course, qualifying laps will be no faster than race laps. So, you know, that's what they're doing. That's what they're really pushing for. And it's obviously something that, you know, Richard de Jong, one of the best virtual racers in the world, is loving this at the moment. I think actually, I was hearing earlier, I think he's actually this weekend he's based out in California, which means at the moment it's a very comfortable 4 o'clock in the afternoon for him. So, I mean, that's another thing that obviously, you know, if you can get an international team who are on different time zones, then no one has to drive tired. Because I'm now doing this at just coming up to midnight in the UK, and so this still runs from midnight to 4. But I can talk the hind legs off a donkey at any time of the day. I'm not sure I could run a particularly efficient iRacing stint, to be honest. You know, so they've got guys you've got guys in Europe, you've got guys in America. It's great because you can just, no one has to drive at night. You just run the Americans during the dark hours for the Europeans, and vice versa.
Yeah, that's what me and Peter were also discussing earlier, as Alexander Voss takes over in that Mahler Racing Team 91. Urano went around, so they've been able to get an extra lap and had to track the length of the Nordschleife. That's not insignificant when it comes to your final cycle of pit stops. Do note GT4s are the only class of our 4 which do tires and fuel at the same time. Didn't realize that de Jong was in California, so that probably does help. And that probably also explains why he didn't really do much in the early stages. I am in California, so I was up at the crack of dawn to see what was going on. And I did notice that at first was Josh Rogers, and then Mac Backham, and then Tommy Osgaard. So de Jong was the final of the 4 drivers to take over in that car, as Alexander Voss will roll himself back out in 3rd behind the T3 Motorsports by Maniti car, which should be down onto pit lane the next time around if things hold as I would suspect. We'll get a better strategy picture as we work through the next hour or so. Nick, one thing that Peter wanted me to talk to you about was your rather vast experience with road cars and some of the interesting things that you've had the opportunity to drive throughout the years.
Yeah, I mean, well, I've only ever driven one thing here at the Nordschleife, and that was an Audi RS6 a couple of generations ago. We actually went to we were at a race actually at the Nurburgring, the Grand Prix tracker, which was the old LMS, the Le Mans series, before it became, you know, the WEC and the European Le Mans series and everything else. And I think that was 2008 we were there. We had somehow John Hindhoff managed to blag an Audi RS6. So there was himself, John Hindhoff, and Martin Haven doing tourist laps on it. So yeah, I think we had 4 or 5 laps in total between us all. I think I remember most is that we were absolutely going as fast as we could. I didn't know the track at all at that point. I didn't know any virtual racing, and we got overtaken by a very small van. It was being driven by Thomas Enger, the ex sports car star and ex-F1 driver, and the man who would have won the F3000 championship if he hadn't tested positive for marijuana.
Oh wow! That's
a long. I've realised that the great thing is that most of the people who are in the commentary team and also those listening are a lot younger than me. So I've got like 20 years of stories you've never heard.
Never.
So it's great. You know, I mean, the previous guy didn't know where Thruxton was. That was a great start, which is fair enough. But you would have thought that if you watched one year British touring cars, you wouldn't know where Thruxton was. But yeah, I mean, that's one thing I do have. I'm basically very, very old. So yeah, so we ran this car around this RS6, I think 5 or 6 laps, and absolutely paggered the thing. I can say this now. And when we got returned, they wanted to know why the brakes were worn out, which John, beautifully, because he was the person who got the cars, decided to blame on me because I drove it for the last 40 miles from his house to my house to Milton Keynes to drop it off. He said I'd left the handbrake on.
Oh, wow.
I thought, thanks for that. But yes, the reason it was completely paggered is because we'd done 6 laps around the Nürburgring. You know, and it was a big, heavy car. I mean, it's a 2-and-a-bit-ton car, and it was 4 up with adults. And, you know, we weren't exactly driving subtly. There was a lot of kind of guessing where it went and that sort of thing.
I mean, is there any other thing other than not driving aggressively on the Nordschleife anyway, as Williams Esports Mercedes comes down to pit road? I was saying to Peter, there's one thing I want to save my pennies and do, and it's actually not just do a lap around here. I want to do a NLS race at some point as well. Get in. That's
a lot of pennies. That's an awful lot of pennies, and an international race license,
which is more pennies to get that. But I'm a big fan. As I very proudly say every time I do a broadcast here, I have the 2nd fastest race lap in the IndyCar around the Nordschleife. The only man that's faster, Alex Smoliar, who just happens to have done some Formula 3 racing.
Not wishing to rain in your parade, but how much running around the Nordschleife in IndyCars is there?
On the sim, once a year, I've managed to convince them that it's a good idea, which it absolutely is not, but we still do it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I've done the P2 round here, and it's ridiculous. But yeah, I mean, you can see why they don't run F1 here anymore. Oh,
absolutely. But that's the beauty of sim racing. You can throw whatever car you want around the track and experience that. Do want to talk to you about some of the things that VCO is doing as well. Of course, this is the first of our VCO Grand Slam, something I know.
I was surprised about this because 2 weeks ago I was actually in America doing some commentary on a radio control car race, believe it or not, international radio control car racing, and then Sebring was on. And I thought Sebring was the first of VCO Grand Slams, so what do I know?
It was last year, but this year we swapped Sebring for Watkins
I'm always
Glen.
a year behind. Oh, the Watkins Glen 6 hour. Oh, fantastic. Oh, I'm definitely doing that one. My team got involved in, I believe, the biggest ever accident at the Watkins Glen 6 hour, where we have been incredibly sensible, and somebody lost it obviously at the top of the hill. About turn 3, I suppose officially that would be, and the entire field, bar 4 cars, piled into it. And yeah, so there were, I think at one point there were 31 cars in the pit lane because it just turned into a Blues Brothers-esque, hopefully no reference, crash of all the police cars. And it was just, you know, you sat there going, honestly, and the people just, the insanity of people trying to reverse back into the fast lane. So yeah, so it's so we gave up on that one, and we used the advantage that 4 hours later you can start another one, and that one went much better.
It's a short race though. You can get away with it. These 24-hour races, even though you have multiple time slots, it's a bit more difficult to juggle your schedules. But there's physical hardware, something we started in 2020 is these VCO Grand Slams. The thing that I think you'll be more intrigued to learn about is this thing called VCO Infinity, where, you know, endurance racing started more as a test of machine versus the clock. How reliable was your car? Could it even make it?
Absolutely.
Now, I don't want to say they're bulletproof. Look no further than Toyota at Le Mans to see that these cars aren't 100% there. You know, you can guarantee they'll make it to the checkered flag. But in this new era, it is much more of individual sprints within a longer period of time. So VCO's decided, all right, why don't we do 24 individual 45-minute races over a 24-hour block of time?
Oh, blimey, when's that?
May 7th, 8th, off the top of my head.
And is that at 24 different circuits?
Fortunately, just 5 different circuits with 5 different cars.
Well, that's okay. So you're going to have to give me all the details then.
I can't tell you what cars they are just yet. I can't tell you what tracks they are, because the other best thing about it is a fixed setup, and everyone only finds out the tracks the day before the event.
And you have what, sort of 55 invited teams here?
I think there's 40 to make it a little bit easier for commentators to not be doing some extraordinary levels of mental math, but it's looking like a fun, tasty little entry. Good. You've got the red lines, you've got the RAGs, you've got smaller teams as well. Some prize money too. But I like this idea of, you know, turning it on its head and really encouraging the sprint aspect of an endurance race.
Well, yes, I mean, it's 45 minutes is a tricky one. I suppose if it's GT3 cars, they'll be able to do it on the tank for, won't they? We're on the cusp of some of the tank sizes.
Yes.
So perhaps to make it easy, they'll make it more interesting. They'll make sure everyone has to do a pit stop. But so of these 24 races, is one man allowed to do all of them, or one woman allowed to do all of them? Oh, right. So you can
if you're crazy enough.
Well, you know, you get 15 minutes break, it sounds like, every single time. Is it 45-minute race and you start qualifying for the next one immediately after? Oh,
basically, yes. So you're allowed a maximum of 5 drivers, so we'll at least be somewhat nice if you have an international team. Spread it out a little bit more, but if you're a bigger team, as that is the Urano car onto pit lane, as you'd suspect, and a driver change going on. Looks like Konstantin Scharf that started the car off will get back in. But if you're a bigger team and, you know, all your drivers have specialties and you want to get them in, for example, an open wheel car rather than a tin top, you might schedule it a little bit more. Although that's a lot of coordination to just maybe do one race at a time and be swapping in and out like a constant frenzy.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think what you need is kind of if you need a car expert, then you've got 5 cars, and obviously the idea is to tune each person perfectly into the car and just see where the track's like. But so is that all on the iRacing platform? You're going to be even clever and you're not going to cross-platform it as well?
From a organization standpoint, from a everything standpoint, I don't even want to think about how crazy that would be.
Well, I'm adding to it, aren't I?
Well, it's funny you mentioned that. VCO has decided they want to do something like that. That's the Esports Racing League, where they get drivers from across the top echelon of sim racing to join on 3 different platforms and prove who's the best. Somewhat unsurprisingly, Redline have been dominant in that one. Scharf rolls himself out of pit road. Alexander Voss has just come out of Tiergarten back onto the GP part of the track, and the gap's opened up, I tell you. It's about 5 seconds compared to what it was before Alexander Voss dived onto pit lane, and the pit lane time was basically identical. So the overcuts worked nicely for that BMW.
Well, you've got one lap with no fuel against one lap with full tank, so I think a couple of seconds would probably be taken. Yeah, even the guys are driving identity. That is a load of fuel, is it? That's carrying 170 pounds extra of petroleum, which is, of course, the good news about virtual race. You haven't got to pay for it with current prices. So yeah, I mean, it's in fairness, it's not. I don't think this is a track because you're constantly out. Once you get off the Grand Prix track, you're kind of constantly battling the corners more than anything else, so you don't really feel the weight that you do in some of the other cars. You do feel the kind of release towards the last couple of laps. The cars really begin to flow, but this thing is so bothered with where the track's going, what it's doing to you, and how it's bouncing you about, and whether you can just not touch that curb or not. I think you don't really notice the weight, but I'm sure the clock will tell you what's going on.
Yeah, if you have the delta up, for example, I'm pretty sure you'd see the green or the red pretty quickly.
Yeah, but
we'll go back to something that Lewis McLeod said just before him and the RaceSpot guys jumped off air. He's claiming Bathurst is the best track in the world. Nick Damon, what's the best track in the world?
To race what?
Anything.
Oh, well, it's different, isn't it, really? Because the best track in the world for F1 isn't the best track in the world for, a Formula Ford race. A Formula Ford race needs to be in a very tight, small track. You stick a Formula Ford race, I don't know, rather than any sort of F1 approved circuit, and they which has got massive straights, doesn't work. I think I don't know. I have a favourite. I have personal favourite tracks, but they have nothing to do often with the tarmac. It's to do with the events and everything else. I'm a great
environment.
Whenever anyone asks me what's, I've been lucky enough to do a huge number of full-scale international races. I think, as you know, many years ago I worked with F1 for 6-7 years, so I travelled around doing that. The much more limited circuits it was back in the late 90s, early 2000s. And I've done a lot of endurance races, taken a lot of tracks. So my favourite circuit, because my favourite event actually is Road Atlanta and Petit Le Mans. I just really like the event. I think I like working in the American pit lane. I like Atlanta in the early autumn. It's 10 hours or 1,000. It's kind of quite a nice length. So that's which is your favourite track? If you say which is my favourite event, if I was going to pay my own money to go to an event, then the event I would pay my money to go to will take a freebie. would be Monaco. There's nothing like the Monaco Grand Prix. That's nothing to do with the racing, because the racing is terrible. It's all about the atmosphere. It's all about what else is going on. So it's a absolutely fantastic event. It's just being there. The ridiculousness of racing Formula One cars. Even more ridiculous now. They're even bigger. The ridiculousness of racing Formula One cars, around that track is never ceases to be lost on me. This really shouldn't be going on, but it is fantastic, and it's I've had some great memories of the race I did there.
No, that is a good point. Me and Lewis just have this ongoing argument whether the Nordschleife or Bathurst is better. You can clearly tell which way I go.
I think it's an interesting conversation, and for GT3 cars, they're both pretty good, but you wouldn't get any. For no downforce car are they particularly good. You wouldn't run P1s there. You wouldn't run F1 there. That's not to decry either circuit. It's just saying it's that what are they good for? I mean, the event itself, obviously Bathurst 12 hours is a fantastic event, as is the Supercar event, and obviously the real version, this is happening in a couple of weeks' time, is crazy, and the track's it's a fun track to drive, but this whole thing, what's best, what's worse, it's hard to say. It's really, what are you looking to run around there?
I do like that you like Petit Le Mans. It's definitely on my wish list. John Heindorf was not impressed when I told him last year during our iRacing Petit Le Mans, just before we went live, that I lived in Atlanta for 2 years. Both years I was there, I was unable to go to the race, and he's quite right. It's shocking.
Disappointing. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I mean, I think it's but again, I actually do quite like the track. I enjoy the track. Racing on iRacing. We've done Petty a couple of times, and I've always enjoyed it. But it's what circuits is the greatest circuit in the world. Indianapolis for the 500. It's a fantastic event. It's just a square oval. But, in the cold light of day, it's not a very good track, but it's an unbelievable event. And this is the difference, isn't it? This is the delineation you have to make.
You're going to inflame the iRacing IndyCar community, who are going to be calling for your head very, very shortly. But I know what you mean. Maybe if you're just looking at it from a facility point of view, the coolest thing about Indianapolis is that got a golf course inside and down into, I think, the Stefan Beloff S's, a race-leading contending car. Naveed Hussain in the Majors Garage Hyundai TCR has been pushed wide, and from what we're
frightened off the track, yes.
Well, he's got 8 minutes of repairs to go with that as well. You can see on the side, it was the #1 car before it came down to pit lane.
Well, that's very bad luck. I'm sure we'll see that. I'm sure we'll get a replay very quickly on that one. But that was very much a case of being limped off the track due to it seemed to be a rather aggressive overtaking by somebody.
Yeah, I think it was a GT3 as well. Here comes your GT3 leader, Mitchell de Jong, onto pit lane with 30 minutes to go to the top of the hour. They're only doing 7 laps. There's no realistic possibility that they'll stretch it out to 8, and that's why they've been getting closer and closer, or further and further, I guess, depending on how you look at it, from the top of the hour in terms of their pit stops, looking at some splash and goes to finish off the race, as de Jong will sit patiently and double stint on his tires. Stefan Beloff S's are just so high commitment. That's the same place that we saw the Urano car have its issue with the R8G GT3 car at the early stages. Even though you've only got what started with 55, what is now down to 34 cars out there and still running on the track, you got to be patient, especially through the Nordschleife, where so much of the track is single file. You can't force the issue sometimes, even if you might lose a couple of seconds, as it was the defending race winner, Mr. iRacing, Beneke, that caused the issue here.
Yeah, so he's got me inside. Actually, no, he's through there. Actually, he seemed to be through quite clear. Yeah. But I think, he spooked him off the track, though. The actual overtake from the view we just saw looked fine. But I think he slightly spooked him. Possibly he went a little bit tiny bit wider than he meant to be, and then once you drifted, once you get slightly offline here, if you hit a curve, you just get sucked off the track. It's really, really annoying and often very damaging. I think that's what happened. But I don't think you could say that when Beneke did pop by there, it looked like an action opportunity, a genuine opportunity to pass.
I think that looked okay, but you know, first instinct was different than what it seemed like on board with the German. So yeah, I'll say that wasn't so bad. Definitely not as bad as when R8G was basically had a nose alongside when you got to that first curb on the left. Then they touched the curb on the left. Their front tires decided to come up in the air. They lost all contact with the ground, and that's what caused the issue. So a very different sort of a situation. But ultimately, it is pain for the Majors Garage, who both cars have now retired from the race. I'll just let you know what happened. Lap 2 of this race, the car that I think put it on pole position, Nick, the 116 Pure Sims esports machine, was clutching down into turn 1 to save some fuel, forgot that there was downshift protection for a reason, and so when he popped off the clutch, you know, the engine came back into the rev range. He was down a couple of gears, and the engine said no mass and blew up on him.
Jeez. Oh, that is what can only be described as idiotic. I think I understand the every half second counts, but I think it's interesting, and it's if you look at the tactics here, let's compare it to Spa. Spa, it really can play into your hands if you can save enough fuel to save a lap, because it's such a long pit lane in Spa before. You do both halves of pit lane. And we've seen this, I think 2 years ago, we saw, I believe it was Coanda managed to win the race by effectively saving a pit stop. And they actually, 16 hours, they ran an extra lap. And when they had the extra stint, they stopped running the extra lap, went quicker again. But they had to save that minute and a half, and that's what won the race. I think here, and I would also say at Bathurst as well, where you're fighting the circuit as much as you're fighting the cars, there's no point playing silly bees and trying to save fuel. It's certainly not early on. You just want to concentrate on getting into the race. I mean, you're never going to save a lap. Never going to happen. You're never going to manage to do a lap more than somebody else, because none of these, I don't think any of these cars are on the cusp of a lap. That's what, so if you're not going to save a lap, so all you're ever going to do is save a tenth of a litre here or half a litre there. Yeah. And that's what, at your pit stop, it's half a second or a third of a second, which is, let's be honest, around this track, one slightly wide visit to a corner, and that's the same amount of time gone again. So to me, rather than starting to try and be over clever and save fuel where you can't ever save a lap, what you should concentrate on is actually being as quick as possible in those 7 laps you're doing, and taking the penalty perhaps of 2 seconds longer fueling. Because the fact is, when you start to drive in a way where you're trying to save fuel, it changes your mindset, changes the way you're running, and it means you're taking up very important elements of your concentration area, your brain space, which should be concentrated on just funneling down the tunnels effectively, into thinking, now do I lift in coast, do I do this, do I downshift, do I upshift early, rather than driving in that kind of naturalistic way you drive when you're doing like a 40-minute race where you do 5 laps and a fuel stop. It's my opinion.
Well, no, and the other thing is, right, the penalty for missing the number here, if you think you've got enough and you're really on the margin, but you run out of fuel on the Dottinger, is much more significant than it is at Spa, because the length of time it will take you to be returned to pit lane by your virtual tow truck here. So it's also something I think you do need to be thinking about. More pit stops in GT3. Looks like, at least for now, Coanda's a little bit ahead in terms of their pit stop cycle. Maybe it's also just the gap that they've got to the rest of the cars. It can be difficult to tell. Bruno Spengler takes over the Team BMW bank car. Beneke stays behind the wheel of the 71 Red Line entry. Sami Matti Trogan jumps back into the Walkenhorst Williams combination effort. Of course, Sami Matti driving for Walkenhorst in full medal action. Good to see them have a bit of a partnership with Williams here today. And good memories for Mr. Spengler, of course, a BMW driver in the real world, about this track, because I think it was 12 months ago at this very race that his son Liam was born midway during the race. And so the BS competition guys rather nicely asked RaceSpot, and rather politely, because they knew that it's somewhat unwilling to update paints during the race, saying, we got a tribute to Bruno and his new baby boy. Can you throw that on the car? And so, of course, we did.
That's fantastic. Yeah, I mean, Bruno won the 3 or 4 race drivers within all the splits who'll be actually racing at the real event. We've got some from here for the 199 car. That's the Apex Racing Academy machine. That's one of the Porsche 992s. Was in 3rd place. Was facing the wrong way. The question is, did he have an accident, or did he manage to save it before it hit the barriers?
So, it's so
overtaking. It's gone past the TCR, got to the bottom of the hill, and it's all gone horribly wrong, and that's hit the barriers.
It has. It's just for Brunchen, I think. I don't know exactly where. Maybe just.
Yeah, it's in that section, definitely.
Yeah, it's just after Hoax is where it is. You can see just how violently it spins around on him, and he's reared it in. It might not be too bad, the damage. I think you're more concerned, as long as you don't impact the engine in this 992, that you don't want to damage the little bit of front aero configuration that this car has.
Yeah, it's what you don't want to do is trigger a meatball flag where you have to go into the pits and it's an 8-minute fix. These light damage, you can run around, say, do a lap, see what they're costing you. 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 8 seconds. If you're very lucky, nothing whatsoever. And then when you come in the pits, you're given a repair time, and you can assess if that's worth taking or not. So it's I think you probably got away with that most likely. The only problem, of course, is if you do hit the rear of the car, it can mean that it decides to model a distinct lack of rear downforce, which can mean that things become snap oversteer nasty, and then you're suddenly in 3 other barriers before you get anywhere near the pits.
Does help on some of the long straights. The GT3s now, at least from the top teams, from what we hear, it's maximum rake. So low at the front, high in the rear, get the most downforce that you can get. But in some of the other classes, you're balancing how much downforce you want, because there are some long runs. For example, out of the Quiddelbacher Hoa and Flugplatz up to here, Arenberg, the run out of Bergwerk all the way through Bravery before you get up to the carousel, and then of course the Dottinger Hoa itself. So balancing that's important. On board with T3 Motorsport by Maniti, and which car is this? The one that's back in 5th, so it's got Maxime Marriott behind the wheel. That's the 397, the winners last year in this class, who they're hunting down. Team RSO, a team that's more associated, at least at this specific race, with the Mazda MX-5, which it is slightly disappointing that we drop it away to focus on 4 other classes. RSO won 3 in a row. That final race of the MX-5, they were looking for 100%, but it was stolen from them by some good friends of mine.
I'm sure it was wrested away in a very fair way, and it wasn't in any way stolen. Well, certainly at the moment, the T3 machine of 10 is significantly quicker than the 397. But then again, this is a prime example of when it's easier to follow than to leave, because of course, in the 10 car, it's so much more light. Maxime Marlock can see so much more. He's got his headlamps and the headlamp of the 397 and the reference point of the Aston Martin as well. So given the fact they're both of a similar speed naturally, and you see it closes up on the braking, it just enables you to effectively. This is running like this. It's almost like running in the day. It's getting so many more reference points to the side. He's got a very solid reference point in front. He knows where his braking points are because they've been picked up by the Aston. So this is why he's able to go so much quicker and effectively sit behind the Aston. Now, whether he's getting past would be very, very difficult. He might have a chance to draft past down the Dottinger Hoa, but beyond that, you're not going to overtake unless there's a mistake made by the 397.
Maybe here that mistake come. Bergwerk, it's climbing up the hill as patting the curb on the inside, but I don't think it's going to open the door. I'm not sure he wants to go for it. I think the light's a big factor. I think fuel saving might be something as well, but look how he drafts, just closer and closer and closer to that rear bumper as punching a hole in the air as that Aston Martin trying to jink one way and another. I think that BMW might actually want to move here.
Yeah, I think in fairness, it would be a little bit brave, spoken on foolhardy, if he feels that he has the ability to stay this close to the Aston. Of course, the GT4s don't have a huge amount of aero, so you don't have the problem of falling really close you have with a much more aero-related car, which is the aero wash from the car ahead of you. If he thinks he can stay that close through the rest of the lap, he will just draft past completely safely and completely easily at the Dottinger Hoa. It's the thing you mentioned before, it's about having a little bit of patience. It's about realizing that there are several sections of this track that even when you are in a faster class, if you're not being let by or helped by the slower class, it's just going to end in tears. So you just have to wait and lose 3, 4, 5 seconds, which is not the end of the world in a 24-hour race around the Nürburgring.
Don't tell any iRacers that ask you what your racing credentials are. LMP, I saw a comment on a I forget which race it was, might even have been the Sebring 12 Hours a couple of weeks ago here on iRacing. LMP stands for Let Me Pass.
Well, I drive a lot of LMP2 stuff, and I hear all this anti LMP2. Yeah, and I'm not a particularly high iRacing driver, so I'm in lower splits. And I always hear this thing from both the GTE drivers and GT3 drivers. Oh, these LMP2 drivers, they're die-point, they're this, they're the other. Neither did the GT3 or the P2 ever think that they just breathed off the throttle, the LMP2 car would come past, they wouldn't lose much time, they'd lose a tenth of a second or 0.2 of a second. They literally don't. They seem to demand that they are structurally overtaken in a perfect manner. When they're trying to stick on a racing line, often they're not obviously driving perfectly because they're also a limited capability. And I think yes, there are some things that come from too far back, but a lot of it is because people don't know how to be overtaken.
Yeah.
And that's an absolutely key point. If you look at, it's interesting when you look at the multi-class racing we have in the normal tracks here in the top splits, you'll find that the slower cars know how to be overtaken. And that saves them time and is safer and saves the faster cars time as well. And it's absolutely one of the things that doesn't translate well from real life racing to virtual racing, because of the fact is that if you have a crash in virtual racing, the damage is to a mythical point score that doesn't really count, or be it safety rating or an iRacing. Or your pride. If you have a crash in a real car, it might hurt, and B, it will definitely be expensive. So if you look at the way that professional racing drivers, even gentlemen racing drivers, allow themselves to be overtaken, they know when to just breathe off the throttle to let the faster car come through. They're not veering over the track. They're much more aware of where cars are. And I think one of the good examples of that, going back to Petit Le Mans, in a virtual race, you go up. Hopefully, people listening know how Road Atlanta works. Basically, you go around turn one's very fast right hand, and you sweep up and you sweep left, and there's a jink, and then there's a kind of another sweeping left, and you come down the hill to a very heavy left hand turn. So you go left, sweeping right, then the left, and then go back up the hill. Now, the left up the hill is an overtaking place because it's a drive point, and you can get past it. If you try and go past on those corners beforehand in a low split race, it is a recipe for disaster and a recipe for accident, because the slower cars just sit in the middle of the track and don't think where the faster car is. If you look at the actual IMSA races at Road Atlanta, the faster cars can nearly always overtake on the inside of that section between the top of the hill and the opposite and the next straight between turns 2 and turns 5. Because the people being overtaken know where to be on the track. They don't lose much time. They just go a little bit tighter. And the faster cars go around the outside, and everyone's the winner. But that won't happen. That doesn't happen in virtual racing because people don't have that same spatial awareness. And some of that lack of spatial awareness is down to the fact that most people are on a single screen and haven't got 3 screens. They can't necessarily see everything around them. And obviously, also, they're rarely in the same level of control as a professional racing driver on a closed course, actually racing. But it is the biggest difference, I think, between virtual racing. Even once you get past the chuggers and the smashers, is actually the ability of people to be overtaken rather than overtake.
It's a give and take, isn't traffic is meant to be a give and take. As by the way, TCR leaders have come in and been full serviced. New drivers, Tim DeFries takes over the Impulse 233. Team Hoisingfeld 16 sees Tom Valentini behind the wheel there. Remember, the 185 Majors garage car no longer really in contention after almost 9-minute trip down pit lane to get some significant repairs. So it's just these two with a 2-minute buffer back to the Wizards number 17, who are spinning some magic, I tell you, after starting down just on the edges of the top 10. Survived a couple of close moments, especially Galgenkopf, when I forget which of the 992s spun around. They poked themselves to the outsides and just about squeezed through there. TCR still pretty close. Closing up, or had closed up, I should say, in GT4. Alexander Voss had got the gap down to Urano's 190 to about 2.3, but it's opened back up again to 5.5. Last time around, 1.3 slower was the Aston Martin. And meanwhile, we saw Matti Sieppela have his moment on the grass at Galgenkopf. That gap had opened up to about a minute and 5 seconds. He's brought it down to 53.5. If he keeps chipping away like this, maybe by the end of the race he'll be in touching distance of Team Redline.
Yeah, so the third place man in TCR has nipped into the pits. That's Anton Vetroduev, from the Wizards. You talk about the Wizards team, they're now in the pits. And yes, this is the battle on the track. We've got first and second just half a second apart. And I'm sure the guy in second's enjoying very much the extra light he's getting to see where he's going around. What's the third car in that train now, Gino? Do you know?
GT3 of some kind, I think, maybe?
I think it's,
no, it's a lap
4.
TCR.
Is it a lap? Oh, right. So it's a lap TCR. It's an Audi, is it?
No, I think it's. I mean, there's only
It's a Honda, yeah.
Yeah, there's only one Audi still running. 6 new cars since the 2021 edition of this race. One in every single class. Porsche 911 GT3R in the GT3 class, of course. New generation Cup machinery for that second fastest of the classes in the race. Aston Martin joining the ranks of the GT4, replacing the Porsche 718 Cayman, and what used to be a single car affair in TCR has now got some company, although the way the balance of performance shaken out, it's still a one car affair.
Because they had quite a lot of choice, of course, because the TCR class has expanded rapidly, hasn't it? We've got a Honda as well in there.
And another Hyundai. You've got 2 of them now.
Yeah, so but they just obviously it must have tossed up a coin. I mean, I think it's on the whole the decisions they've made on the cars have tended to be, let's have the German cars. The only German car they've not chosen, of course, which they could have done, would have been to have the Porsche Cayman in GT4s. Perhaps they'll be Porsche overkill having them in 3 classes. So I think again they wanted to try. I think it's much easier to balance, as I said earlier, the front engine rear wheel drive cars. So it makes them, and of course they are, the Aston Martin is brand new, so it's always good to have a rolling advert and encourage people to invest their $11 in a new car.
Same with the Veloster. Although, I mean, the Veloster, it's only quote-unquote old because it got BOP'd so hard that Hyundai decided, you know what, we're going to develop an entire new platform, so they'll have to reset balance of performance on us. Turns out that didn't work out as they expected.
Yeah, I mean, there's the TCR world in full scale. I mean, obviously it's in the full metal is incredibly popular, and there's rumours of Fiat and a couple of other manufacturers joining. But the VAG group have managed through their 3 brands, of course. Volkswagen, I think it's now pulled back out again. It was Volkswagen, Cupra, and Audi. They managed to dominate, certainly in Europe. It's a little bit more varied in the Michelin Pilot Cup in the States. But even so, you kind of think there are the cars which in the real world have been the most successful.
Yeah, in fact, there's another Hyundai. It's the i30N that's also got a TCR variant. They basically can throw anyone that they want at the wall and something will stick. Of course, IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge, you've got the Alfa Romeo that's been doing quite well. As you mentioned, the Honda as well, that's been doing some good pace-wise, but not always getting the results that it deserves. We got one of those scanned. A lot of these TCRs coming, of course, with the partnership with IMSA. As there comes the Kova 992 charging up the hill, making it look nice and easy as they work themselves into Mutkurva or Bravery, which in these TCRs, I think you really are on the edge of grip. That's pretty brave.
Well, I think Tom Valentini was having a little bit of a think about going past De Vries there, but I think the overtaking 992 made his mind up for him, I think. They come into the heavy braking prior to going through the carousel. Personally, I can't stand the carousel is the most irritating part of the track. It's so annoying. Yeah, it's so annoying just trying to keep the car down in the hole. Braking, trying to keep it wants to burst out the whole time. Certainly the GT3's doing, and it really feels in the way out. I know it's classic and everything else, and everyone it's fantastic. I'm not a great believer just because things are old, they're good.
I will agree
apart from me, obviously.
You are timeless, but I think the trick with the carousel is you get 2 wheels below the bank surface, and then you just get on the throttle nice and early to rotate the car. Because when I used to struggle with that corner, what I realized is I was just being way too patient on the throttle, and so you don't use the, especially in a GT3 car, for example, you don't use the diff to get that car turned around. I will agree, though, and me and Peter were talking earlier about the 919 Evo lap that Timo Bernhard did there. He couldn't even go through the carousel because he would have wrecked the underside of that car. Yeah,
I think the same with Nick Heidfeld's famous BMW Sauber lap about 2006, 2007, which was the last time an F1 car ran in anger around the track. That jacked up as well. I mean, obviously it's a good landmark. And one of the good things when you learn the track, it's kind of a place you kind of end up. I don't know, but yeah, it takes a long time to learn the Nürburgring, and I think that's kind of. I know it all the way to the carousel. Now I remember the rest of it, which is quite a lot. But yeah,
it's quite where it gets fun.
I know. The interesting thing is, it is a real challenge to learn the track. Then suddenly I don't know what happens. Suddenly you realise you know it. And it's like a major achievement in your life. I actually know my way around the Nürburgring. I actually managed to bore some colleagues of mine. I actually talked them around the entire circuit. We were doing an exhibition. A trade exhibition. And I said, look, I have no idea how it came up. I ended up literally talking around the entire track. I think that probably solved their insomnia issues.
Just go back to that memory whenever they're struggling.
But I was sitting there, and they were obviously glazing over. But I was chuffed to bits because I was doing really well, and I actually knew my way around. You know, it's not in the dark because I haven't got any reference points, but I'm confident now in the light that I can go around relatively slowly in anything.
Right, you know. And that's the crucial thing. Once you can do it in one car, you can do it in basically any car as well. You just got to figure out the difference in reference zones. Here comes the tow down the Dottinger 4-team hoisting belt as they pop themselves out. That's going to be nice and easily done. See if they fight into Tiergarten now.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's easily done, but if they're running at similar speed, it probably the reverse may well happen the next lap.
Not the worst thing.
May now sit there and just slingshot it off at each other. I don't think he obviously was going to fight that one because it was obviously only going one way. He's saying, "My gosh, I can see now." But you want to stay onto the tail of the car ahead because otherwise, he's going to lose the extra bit of light. Obviously, you can get on the Grand Prix circuit, which is relatively well lit anyway. Actually, in fairness, Valentini is pulling away.
Yeah, he got a good run. We were talking earlier about, international lineups. This car, Valentini, the only driver, that wasn't on the social media post. So I can guess where he's from, but I'm not going to. The other drivers that we've seen: Chris Shorter, South African; Nathan Ames from Great Britain. They've got a Dutch driver, a German driver listed. There's some international spread, but they're all basically in the same time zone. That is suboptimal.
Yeah, you've got to. Given the fact that the races are all being hosted on US servers, having a couple of Americans, they reduce the ping, but it also means they can do it when they're awake. So yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, it's interesting. I'm not sure how many international teams are cross-continent, aren't they? A lot of them are very much based in Europe, and there are some Far East teams and Australian teams, but they're probably in different time splits. So it does tend to be a European battle, just because that's where the people who are going to enter the Premier 1 o'clock split are. But yeah, it would absolutely advantage entirely. You could find people who are all like 4 hours adrift of each other in the time. Everyone would be doing it when they were feeling fantastic.
The reason we're on US servers, if you're listening in and wondering, if you're new to iRacing, is it's not ideal for Europeans, of course, but it's much better for Australians. The connection for them from Australia to Europe tends to cause absolute chaos. So this is a middle ground. It's not perfect, but it's still miraculous that we're in 2022 and we can now. I think I saw 1,000 teams plus signed up for this time slot. From around the world, able to run their own version of the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. The only thing that iRacing's really missing is maybe a couple more car options, so you could have your Opel Mantas, for example, in their own one-off class, but also the ability to have 180 odd cars around the track.
Yeah, I think both those are little server crashers. Yeah, I mean, I think the car limit, both the chassis variant and the cars now. Of course, one thing we are all being promised for the very near future on iRacing is weather. So if you can only imagine what it's going to be like if it starts raining around this track, we probably have no finishers.
Yeah, I don't want to. There's that clip of when that section around, I think it was YouTube corner Brunchen, it went from being nice and bright to raining to hail to snow and then back and forth, all in the span of just 15 minutes. I don't want to think about how iRacers would deal with that.
Yeah, I know exactly how they deal with it. They deal with it lots of toes. It'll be I think obviously weather is coming. I think the only problem is, and I've seen this I've done a few races on ACC, which I think is another very fine platform, by the way. But once you have weather, they tend to overuse it.
Right.
So if you think about the European summer, actually, virtually all the races are dry. But
Yes.
that's not. But once you have weather, it's not what happens. Because they want, if you get any sort of long distance race, they want to go through it. Look, we're going through our weather cycle. Yes, you're starting in sun, but you're coming in an hour. It's going to rain, and then it'll be sunny at the end. I'm thinking, okay, I'm very impressed graphically.
Right.
It looks fantastic, but it's not really more than you showing off.
Well, I think that's when you need some sort of like satellite weather data that plays a part in it. But you say, I mean, technically it's not the summer just yet. There was meant to be a Nürburgring Landstrack Series race this weekend. Snowed out.
Yes, that is. This is April. And
Technically not summer, yes.
Nothing near summer. Also, it's the Nordschleife, which doesn't officially have a summer, I don't believe.
True.
It just has a slightly warmer period. Actually, I have been there. It's been lovely.
So what you're saying, though, is it's okay for the Nordschleife to have weather year-round. We're okay with this one track.
Yeah, this could have weather. I would actually. And the other thing, of course, is if you're going to model it, you need to model it accurately, which means that a third of the track's wet, the other 2/3 are dry, because that's what happens. Because it's all very localized showers, and that will catch everybody out. Because they will think, I'm not changing tyres, they'll think, and that'll be it.
Yeah,
absolutely gone.
Well, you were talking earlier about how traffic sometimes needs to be a bit more patient and let the slower cars should help facilitate the pass for the faster cars. They're going to have to get that through their heads as well. I have no doubt about that. The funny thing about the race that was meant to be yesterday, I guess, that got rescheduled, they've picked a date in November, which I'm sure is going to be equally fair to them with the weather.
Yeah, it's right. We cancelled the race in April, so to make sure we get good weather, we made it November the 5th.
It's very logical.
That's going to work. I mean, it is obviously, one of the plus points, of course, we are returning to normal in Europe, normal races and crowds and everything else. So there are only so many free weekends now for the teams who want to take part in the NLS. We're obviously doing other things, be it support races, be it DTM sports, be it working with SRO. So you can't just choose a week. They can't just do it next weekend because there's something else big somewhere else.
Yeah.
And they have to get, of course, they have to get official Nürburgring qualifying races in.
Yes.
Prior to the event itself. It was the 3rd week of May, or is it the 4th week of May?
It's the same weekend as the Indianapolis 500.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yes.
I should be going.
Nice.
So with the RSL team. So I've not been there. I've never done the Nürburgring before. I've done lots of other events. So my first chance to get abducted by hairy Germans in the forest, which is worst thing to happen to see because there's beer involved.
Yes. Lots of beer.
But yeah, so I'm looking forward to that. But yeah, it should be an interesting event. But hopefully we'll get these weather. Yeah, they have the qualifying race, of course, first. Of course, you can't just turn up here.
2 weeks
no matter
before,
how famous you are. No matter how famous you are, you can't say hello. I want to race. No, you've got to do the qualifying race first. So they will be qualified to drive quickly around this very tortuous circuit.
Yeah, I think it's 2 weeks before. I'm blanking right now. Although I'll go in and do a Google. I'll figure it out.
We can always just say it's 2 weeks before and just wait for someone to contradict us. It's probably the easiest way of doing it.
That will happen. That will happen for sure.
Yeah.
If you're watching again on VCO Twitch and you haven't already typed in hashtag VCO Grand Slam to be entered to win 50 iRacing credits, make sure you do that. If you're listening in on RS1 or you're watching on RaceSpotTV on YouTube, do make sure you get your hand thrown in the ring as well. A big thank you to iRacing for helping to put that together. Just looking 6th to 8th of May, so it's 3 weeks before?
Yeah.
Something like that. I never trust the commentators' math. Here comes Team RSO, by the way. That T3 Maniti BMW has gotten past, and now it's swapped around. The fuel saving may be being done by the 397. Not really closing too much either as they get up towards Tiergarten.
No, if I was choosing whether to be the number 10 or number 397, I'd be number 397 every single day of the week. Way easier to follow, and we're not even halfway yet. So just relax. You can see what you're doing. It makes it a lot easier to drive at night when you see what you're doing. So I would absolutely be where he is. I mean, it doesn't look like he's losing too much time. He lost a little bit through that final section before we enter the Grand Prix. I see why now, because they're letting through the Porsche.
I think he's saving some fuel as well.
Yeah, that particular zebra colour Porsche has been a star about 3 overtakes, hasn't it, recently? Every time we change cars, it comes past that car.
Seen a lot of him. That's of course the one that isn't around. It's the Kova 707. You say it's I know what you mean when you call it the zebra, but whenever I watch a sim race, there's only one zebra, and it's the BS competition cars that have the literal zebra on the side. Their first entry there, the blue BS competition 89 car, that crashed at the end of lap 1 coming into Tiergarten. Big old incident for Rainer Talvar, I think it was, behind the wheel. Leaves only the team BMW bank car as their entries for today's race. We did say, of course, Bruno Spengler behind the wheel. That gap between Coanda and the rest of the field is now up at about 3.5 minutes. I'm still somewhat lost for that. RSO makes a mistake down the bottom at the Dunlop hairpin and gets off into the kitty litter, but manages to roll the momentum through. Nicely saved.
Well, Bruno Spengler lost 8 seconds in the last lap. So Misha de Jong did a 7:59. Bruno did an 8, actually 9 seconds. It was just shy of an 8:09. So he obviously had a minor error somewhere in that lap.
What,
something went
8
wrong.
seconds? I think he's got damage now. I don't know how.
Yeah, he lost 3/10 in the last. I can't see it particularly on the sectors. Trying to work out where he may have lost the time. I haven't got enough all them up. It seems that sector 5 he lost a big chunk. Not that I know where sector 5 is.
There are 14 sectors, so it's very easy.
I think sector 5, given the fact there's like 4 of them, I think sector 5 is the first sector actually on the Nordschleife. So it's the run after the Sabine-Schmidt curve and down through Kutzenbach and I apologise for my pronunciation to all Germans listening. But yeah, so I think he had a moment through there. But yes, he lost quite a bit of time. Max Beneke did effectively an 8:01, so he also lost 2 seconds to Mitchell de Jong. So Mitchell's just going really, really quickly. So he is pulling out, if he's pulling out 2 laps off, 2 seconds of everybody, and then occasionally 8 seconds. He's just on a 7:58.9, so he's getting quicker and quicker and quicker. He's 7:59.0, I think, last time. So he is absolutely in the zone, and that combination of the Porsche and Mitchell at the moment is way, way quicker. But of course, he is a lot less than one mistake away from being, not in the lead anymore. If these things come to the pits with a serious bit of damage, which can happen from a misunderstanding with the TCR, which happened last year, or can happen with just forgetting where you are and making a mistake. There's a kind of an 8-9 minute sort of mandatory fix time, and suddenly you're no longer in the lead.
It's a busy weekend for motorsports. Of course, we've got our virtual motorsport fix right now. You've got V8 supercars, which I've been loving being able to watch. The West Coast of the US, it turns out, is a good time zone to at least watch that. You've got IndyCar, you've got MotoGP. Take a look at, maybe we'll get a hint of what happened to Bruno Spengler here. So this is after Brunschen. You see the 992 car trying to go around the outside of a TCR, and is he going to get ping-ponged into? It's okay for now as they run in towards Flansgaard, and that's the 20-something, so it was a 20 Pro Drive entry. Just because of lots of traffic. May lost the time in traffic, there's no major accident. You missed that World Superbikes and Formula E. Yeah, exactly. There's just so much that I can't even fill it in. You've got NASCAR and their smorgasbords of things going on as well. I've been struggling to pick out what to watch. At least I did manage to watch most of the IMSA race just before we came on.
I didn't see a minute of that because I was watching. I was watching MotoGP practice. I was watching Formula E. God knows why. I don't know why I keep watching Formula E. I keep expecting it to be better than it is.
You're giving it a chance. 7 seasons in or whatever.
6 in, yeah. I have seen just about every single event, and every single event I've been bored during the race, despite them telling me how good it is. So, and I don't know why I keep watching it. I think I'm feeling if I stop watching, it's one of those things. You ever
it will get good.
Yeah. It's like I can't stop doing those particular lottery numbers because they'll come up this week. Exactly that concept.
IMSA was not bad. The good thing is, I guess for you, you've woken up nice and early to join us for this middle portion.
I haven't got to bed yet.
You haven't got. Are you going to go to bed before Formula One?
No, I'm going to have to tell you right now that you're not allowed to mention anything about Formula One in our second stint, because I'm going to sleep through Formula One, do our second stint, and then watch it.
You're going to have to tell Peter that, because fortunately I will be fast asleep during that.
Oh right, I shall make Peter know because Peter obviously has picked the I can go to bed stint.
Right.
But it's fine. I don't mind. He owes me now. So yeah, I will make that very clear that I don't want to discuss it from one side of things. I just need to make my fix.
Yeah. No.
As live.
It sounds like you've already watched enough motorsports for one day, and you're already on day 2 of the week. It is possible. I have many monitors in front of me. I filled them out before and realized I can't watch all of these without my brain getting overloaded.
This is a really good point you see, Adrian. You see what this is? I've seen these setups before where someone's got, race A on that screen, race B on that screen, race C on that screen, perhaps this on screen D. You've just got. I'm afraid I know that parallel concept is fine. You've got to watch them in series, one at a time. Bang, 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 bang.
Oh, agreed.
Mostly off tape though. Watch them off. Obviously, I say off tape because I'm very old. Digital, because then you can fast forward safety cars and things like that.
You sound like my uncle who does this. It's very different in the US versus England. I know this having grown up there. Ads in the US are just such a scourge. So if you watch sport in the US, you have to do it on tape delay so you can just cycle through all the boring ads.
That's it. That's the only way. The only problem with that is because I also, for maximum enjoyment, I like to watch it with a live timing screen as well. You can't do that.
Need timing 71.
Well, timing 71 doesn't do F1. Well, not officially anyway.
Well, now unfortunately, fortunately, depending on how you look at it, they've got the extension which does let you go and plug into other sources so they don't get in trouble. It's a good thing and a bad thing.
That sounds complicated.
I work in tech and I haven't been able to get it working properly on some races, so we'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I mean it's there is a lot. I don't quite know why we have feast or famine, but certainly it's a feast week at the moment, and there's just everything starting. Most of it's quite. If you want to watch it live, most of it's quite well staggered actually. It's in all various parts of the world. I think on Sunday, for example, you start the day with the Grand Prix. Then you go on to World Superbikes, then you go on to Formula E, then you go on to then you go on to MotoGP, and then you go on to IndyCar. Because they're all different time zones.
Yes, no, that's good. The only disappointing thing from this weekend has been the fact that for supercars, the only way that if you're outside of Australia you would able to watch it is if you were actually subscribed to Superview on their website. If you were like me and subscribed on YouTube, where for some $6 a month you could watch all but one round of the championship live. Because of the FOM, they weren't allowed to do that, so I had to pony up $50 just so I could enjoy the action. Shane van Gisbergen, someone that we see plenty on iRacing, he's just not human.
You paid $50 rather than finding a hooky stream?
Yes, because I see, when I was younger, I would surf, the high seas. I would go and find all those sketchy links. But now that I actually have a job and I can afford somewhat to be loose and fast with my money, supercars, to be honest as well, in terms of overall broadcast production and the package, second best. MotoGP being the best. No, okay. I will take your words for it. I don't watch supercars. I haven't watched supercars. I have to kind of draw a line at some point, because obviously it's just too much that you're watching.
I have family and children and other events to go to, and I'm also kind of covering the other things I cover professionally, which is radio control car racing and karting. So we're doing that as well. So I kind of can't watch everything. So I've kind of eliminated a few things from the mix. And I just try and kind of vaguely. It's Shane van Gisbergen. Shane van Gisbergen is a remarkable race driver. Interestingly, he's also an RC racer. He does RC stuff. Is
he?
Yeah.
Wow.
I think probably when he can't race a car, he's racing cars. When he can't race a car, he's racing an RC. If he can't race an RC, he's racing virtually. When he can't race virtually, probably to sleep.
I don't even know if he does sleep. He does, of course, the V8 supercar stuff. I'm just thinking about now his cars before he even goes karting. GT3, we've seen him win Bathurst before. Done some of the international GT3 competitions. Done Daytona, Spa, Sebring, all those major things. He's doing a bit of rallying this year as well, from what I understand. Yeah, and in the virtual world, he was very, very good in the IMSA Pro Series, which won a couple of series. Showed up for a couple of runs through lockdown, ran both in 2020 and 2021, and he did very, very well there, because he was battling, as we said previously, against massive pings, because he was down in New Zealand and he was running on pings of like 280 to 300 in very competitive races. So how the hell he was working that out to avoid
effectively netcoding himself off the track the whole time. I have no idea. But he was very, very good. He was very, very good at keeping his tyres together. He used to come very, very strong in the second half of the race.
Interesting. He's more VCO stuff going on here. Shane van Gisbergen and Nick Foster put on an Australian sim racing series, Apex Hunters United, which you can catch here exclusively on VCO esports. So make sure you follow that. Just looking at Shane's record, second at a Daytona 24-hour race, 2/3 and a first at the Bathurst 12. Hasn't had the best of lucks at Spa or Sebring the times that he's gone and raced there, but it doesn't get much more well-rounded, and that's something that sim racing I think now encourages to some degree. I think in real-world motorsports you see a lot more specialization, right? Open-wheel drivers, for the most part, through the course of a year, will do open-wheel racing. The closest you get to someone jumping across disciplines, maybe Shane, but maybe some of the NASCAR drivers who go and do some dirt, racing as well, in the local regional scenes. You don't really see someone doing really wild challenges. No one's going for the Triple Crown in one calendar year, for example.
Well, no, I think it's because of effectively there's a core period of people's careers, and that core period they will tend to be in a particular discipline, be it single seaters, be it sports cars, be it supercars, be it NASCAR, and then at the peripheries, at either edge, when they're on the way up, and when they've established themselves and they're sort of like retiring or doing things for fun, you'll see them branching out. So, for example, Jimmy Johnson doing IndyCar, and you look at people like Austin Cindric, who won Daytona. Of course, he did a lot of all sorts of stuff in it. But, I know he's not old now; he's about 21 now. When he was 17 and 18, he was doing instant stuff. He was doing feeder series for IndyCar, and he had that kind of much broader base. But we're never going to get back to the Jim Clarks and Graham Hill. It's not going to happen. Jim Clark would do F1 on one weekend, he'd do F2 the next weekend, he'd do a British touring car race the following weekend, he'd do an endurance race coming after that, because basically they were racing for the start money. And that doesn't happen. So the only person who currently has the Triple Crown is Graham Hill. The chances of that going anywhere else are very, very slim. We had a couple who got close. You got Villeneuve. Sorry, I'm just watching Mitchell Jeong, and he's made a little bit of a mistake just a very minor mistake he made actually. Through the Adenauer Forest, actually, that area. He just got off the line. He got a 1x for that, but he held it all together. But that sort of multidiscipline racing is just, the F1 guys who would do Indy the same year, the F1 guys who would do Le Mans the same year, doesn't happen. When Fernando wanted to do Le Mans, he couldn't do the F1. He wanted to do Indy. He couldn't do the F1 race the same weekend. So it's just too difficult. The commitment is too great to the individual discipline. Do you think about it? If you're an F1 driver, you've got 23 races now. I think when Jim Clark and Graham Hill was doing it, was like 8 to 12, depending on the season. And then you had 40 weekends free to go and do everything else, and and the ability to jump from one to the other because the cars weren't so incredibly specialized. Let's whoever you think is the best driver in F1, so if you think it's Lewis or Max, if you put them into a world touring car race, they wouldn't win. No. Because I'm not saying that the guys in world touring car are better drivers than Lewis or Max. It's just there is a conversion period for those cars. Right. Jim Clark driving F1 one week, became British touring car champion the next, because it was a different world. You weren't dealing with air, you weren't dealing with ridiculous sophistication. You were very much dealing with 3 pedals and a gearbox, and then cars that handled in a different way. It was all about balancing the grip. And maybe listen to what Jackie Stewart said about driving, how to drive a car. It applied to every single car. That isn't the case now. It's a completely different driving style. It's as simple as 2 pedals or 3 pedals. Even that's right. More and more now. It's 60 pedals. So as technology has gone, it's made people become more specialist.
You do have some of the IndyCar drivers, I've just remembered, that go off and do the IMSA. Even Scott Dixon was doing World Endurance Championship races with Ford in the GTE program, I guess it was. So
I think that's the best example actually of any sort of real obvious cross-functional racing. But it's interesting because what effectively it's doing is guys racing for American teams who then go and drive for that American team's other effort.
Yes.
And also they are also driving. Interesting, the difference between an IndyCar and a P2, so or a
probably a bit smaller.
It's not that great. They're both medium level downforce cars. If you can do a road course in IndyCar, you can do a road course in a DPI. I'm not belittling the differences, but it's not the hugest change.
Yes.
You know, if you put a great IndyCar driver into an F1 car, a modern F1 car, they would struggle just with learning how to drive the technology.
Yeah,
and
even the tires as well are so different across the series now.
You know, if you look at a lot of the F2 drivers who've recently gone over to IndyCar, they've kind of gone across quite well actually, because there's a lot of synergy between F2 and IndyCar. IndyCar is a medium to high downforce environment, but very, very manual still. You know,
no power steering. You know,
you aren't dealing with hybrid deployment. You aren't dealing with 77 different changes on the steering. It is sophisticated. I'm not in any way belittling IndyCar, which is a fantastic series and encourages great racing, but it is more simplistic. So when you look at it's much more similar to F2 than F1, and therefore that jump becomes much easier for the 3 or 4 guys to do it. You know, obviously, and Roman went from F1 across there, but. You know, that's the point. It's really about how specialised cars become and how much time you need, even as a great racing driver, to actually have how much track time you need to have in those cars to make that transference. They can all do it. I mean, Kevin Magnussen obviously went and did sports cars, and it's interesting when he came back to F1 after only a year off. You know, he had his own fitness problems with his neck and everything else. You know, in Saudi, so. Yeah, there are hidden differences as well, and I'm not here saying that F1's a pinnacle of anything, or IndyCar's better or NASCAR's better. They're all very different, and they all require different skill sets. And I think it's if you look at the way that one of the greatest NASCAR drivers of all time, Jimmy Johnson, is struggling with a single-seater road car because he's 40-something and has never driven them, and people kind of almost go, oh, that means he's not any good. That doesn't mean he's not any good. It means he's trying to learn from scratch something that everybody else has been doing since they were 17. And he's, but I'll tell you right now, if you stuck any of that IndyCar field, any of them in the IndyCar into a top-level NASCAR driver, they'd struggle as well.
Oh,
look how Dario struggled. Look how Montoya struggled. Look how Villeneuve struggled. These guys all came across with fantastic reputations and couldn't crack it, because it's not because they're not great. It's incredibly difficult. It's incredibly different. Everything about a NASCAR, certainly when they've got a little bit more similar, but they're incredibly analog back 7-8 years ago. It's completely different from a top-line single-seater. And it's a completely different methodology. It doesn't mean anyone's better or worse. And I have a huge amount of respect for Jimmy Johnson, effectively enjoying his semi-retirement by learning completely new discipline.
We'll talk more about Jimmy in a sec. Just wanted to note, with 12 hours, 40-something minutes to go, there's a race, but it's very much slowed down. Pit stops have just gotten underway for GT4s and the 992s. We saw Jeff Giassi in the Team Redline Cup car box there. Tumis Tatler in the 707, so a couple of driver changes. The Mahler Racing team has come in for a full service too, again ahead of schedule of the Urano 190 in that Aston versus BMW battle, which has seen the BMW pull away bit by bit. Gap was almost up to 11 seconds before the cycle. Jimmy Johnson racing with a broken hand now, because one of the big changes, of course, that he's having to deal with is no power steering. Crashed yesterday in practice for the Grand Prix of Long Beach, broke the hand, and then crashed again today. From what I heard, apparently he managed to get the hand in a bit better of a shape than it was after the first crash last night.
He's broken it back into shape again. That's excellent, that is. Yeah. I mean, it's it is a vicious circuit, and of course there's a lot of people who snag the wall, and the first thing you need to do is let go of the steering wheel, otherwise it's going to rip your hand or break your wrist by just taking it out. In fact, in fairness, that's something that a really strong direct drive wheel can do. Sometimes you have to let go of those even in the virtual world, because they can do some real damage on your hands or your wrists if they take off on their own. But there's no bigger difference than Long Beach in an IndyCar and the Talladega Super Speedway in a NASCAR.
Don't know what you're talking about. They're basically the same. Although I guess
it's all motor racing.
It's all turning left and right, even though sometimes you're just turning left. But exactly. Jimmy did great at Texas, right? I mean, in that IndyCar race there. So it was good to see that, you know, even though sometimes people do like to harp on his struggles with the road courses, you put him in his element. I think he'll run pretty well in the 500 this year. I think as long as he gets up to speed, he's got a good team around him. He's going to have, hopefully, Tony Kanaan giving him plenty of wisdom. I think Jimmy will run pretty well this year.
I mean, he needs someone to talk him through the nuances of the idiosyncrasies of the race. But obviously, he understands how oval races work, and he understands how oval restarts work and everything else. So he's a little bit ahead of some of the other rookies who will be there on that understanding. And yeah, he knows. In fact, obviously, he's driven the Indy Oval on many occasions. In the 400, isn't he? So he knows the track like the back of his hand as well. But obviously, not in a car that's got any level of downforce. They can trim it out, of course, for the Indy cars. But you know, so you would expect him to put in a very, very good performance.
I think it will be eye-opening to some degree for him. The first time that you take that downforce off, because Texas is high speed, but you're very, very different to Indianapolis. In fact, this year they added some aero, some downforce to try and get them to follow a little bit closer this year, and it did produce a pretty fun race, including that run to the finish, which unfortunately saw Scott McLaughlin get absolutely pickpocketed by Joseph Newgarden, but at least it was dramatic. I think that first experience of qualifying and a qualifying run is like the scariest. And you talked about F2 drivers, you know, transitioning over. We have Christian Lundgaard, we have Callum Ilott, who, as far as I know, are both going to be doing the ovals and the Indianapolis 500. So it'll be interesting how they compare. Callum Ilott, from what I've heard, because I have a teammate who's actually the Ilmore person that works on the Juncos entry. Callum Ilott is a super nice guy. Did you see the video, though, of what happened to him in Texas?
I did not, no.
So Jack Harvey, this was in practice, I think it was on Saturday morning, had a huge crash. So big that it's threw bodywork and suspension parts all around the track off of turn 2, one of which hit the aero screen, then completely wrecks the roll cage, roll hoop, I should say, at the top of the car, and whacked the air hose off the top of Ilott's helmet. If not for that aero screen, that bit of suspension, whatever it was, arm, bodywork, straight into Callum Ilott's head.
Oh yeah, I think the aero. I'm not sure if the aero screen is the most elegant of solutions. It's obviously effective.
I think it looks better than the Halo.
Oh no.
Yes. The Halo just looks incomplete.
The aero screen is literally 25 pence worth of perspex away from being a closed top. If you want to go closed cockpit, go closed cockpit. It's fine, but don't effectively do everything but just put a tiny little hat on it. At least the Halo's trying to stay open. You know, it's a difficult thing. As you know, most purists will say, we don't really want it, but you know, we've reached an era where risk is and potential injury and death on primetime TV is pretty unacceptable. So they need to minimise it as much as possible. And you know, there's arguments there that Halo saved or not saved a number of people already. Well, you know, good. That's all I can say. You get used to it after a while. You moan about it for a bit, but you get used to it after a while.
Urano in pit lane in the GT4 class. Looks like Scharf will stay behind the wheel. I think the aero screen looks a bit like a jet fighter. At certain angles, I think there are other angles which it does look pretty awful. I'll just be completely honest there. The material, you're right that it's basically just, you know, 25 pence worth of plastic wrapped around. They tried to use jet fighter material until they found that it was unsuitable. I'm not sure exactly what they ended up landing on. It was designed, of course, by the Red Bull Advanced Technologies engineering arm of Red Bull.
Yeah, they had some problems. They had some problems there that originally there was in putting the screen on. It was effectively forming a sort of a lens.
Yes.
So it was actually magnifying stuff and making the drivers feel sick. So they had to kind of work out a way of taking that out of it. I think, as a engineering solution and you know, helping people not hurt themselves, I think it's great. aesthetically not so much. But that's a decision the world has made as a team, that we're prepared to accept things not looking as good as they should, to potentially stop having any more instances like Justin Wilson had. So can't really argue with it, can you?
No, for sure. And ultimately, it's at least whether you like the aero screen, whether you like the halo, at least there's some sort of solution at most major, even regional levels. Lewis McLeod, who was talking a bit earlier, is commentating on GB3 and GB4 in the UK. Even the GB4 cars have the halo on the car now, from what I understand. Yeah, it's kind of pretty much a standard fit. They've kind of worked out. Obviously, it's a much more elegant into F1, but they've kind of worked out. You get a good mounting point in the front of the crash structure, and two at the sides of the roll hoop. You've got a quite easy to build halo in some form of titanium or carbon fiber. Our leaders in the pits. Young, yeah. Now driver change should be forthcoming. I think the missing car is because Tommy Osgaard has taken over. There you can see your timing tower if you're watching on RaceSpotTV or VCO esports updates. Front left splitter not looking too good, I tell you. Heck, I mentioned earlier these cars want to run at max rake with that update that we had, which incorporated some real-world aero data from the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. But because you're running so low, I think it's 50 millimeters at the front end for the minimum requirement in iRacing. In the real world, the requirement from any race here at the Nürburgring and the Nordschleife is 70 millimeters. That's not inconsiderable. No, and I think, as you say, these are just curb strikes. This isn't the fact he hasn't got in the back of a TCR to get that damage. He's just ridden the curb and got a bend up. I'd be interested to know, given his lap time, doesn't make an awful lot of difference, but there are elements within the modelling of the cars which they just the models a bit of the image models a bit of damage. It doesn't really affect anything physically in the performance of the machine, but it's the only thing he's done to it. So he's just in a bit of, and it's not necessarily him agreeing with his teammates. He just run over a few curbs and pushing out. So Tommy Osgaard takes over. He's got a bit of big shoes to fill, to be honest, because Mitchell was pretty impressive during those, certainly during the last few laps. So I think Tommy's on the European pace now. If he was based in Finland. I think he's actually at the Coanda house. You see, Finland would be a better bet, because Finland are 2 hours ahead of us, you see, so he'd be a bit further on. That'd be 2:32. Coanda house is 1:32 in the morning. 1:32 the time. So he's got the night shift. Yeah, this is where social media comes in handy. I'm just going to have a quick scroll through Coanda's Twitter feed. Yeah, no, he's at the house. Or I guess they're not at the house anymore. They've got a facility. They've got a whole hub big enough to wheel in a 911 RSR decked out in the livery that they were running for the virtual Le Mans. So Tommy's on hand. I guess Matt would be on hand as well. So the only driver that's being able to maybe help power and guide them through the night is Mitchell de Jong, but not the worst thing in the world. I gotta say, I'm very jealous of any facility which is big enough to actually hold a 911 RSR in its midst and still have plenty of room for 4 simulator rigs, engineer stations, and camera operators. It was huge. They're just showing off. They clearly are. The VRS guys have too much money. Well, yeah. Well, then again, that's not a surprise. In fairness, they get €9 from me every month. So. What do you drive on a regular basis here, Nick? There's so many things you could drive. I'm just P2. I drive P2 the whole time. Are you doing that fixed series, or you do no, the fixed stuff? No, it's too understeery. The fixed is horrible. The car's really understeery. I can't stand understeer. No, I just do. I do the IMSA and the hour-long European series. Yeah, but I don't. But basically, I don't do all of them because I don't like some of the tracks. So I personally have a personal hatred for one of the most popular tracks on iRacing. Which I can't stand Laguna Seca. Hate it. And I don't see any point in running at Long Beach because it's just a chance to get 10 million instant points. I'm not going to disagree with you on that one. As Bruno, I actually quite like. I like driving round it, but racing is a different thing. Yes, no. Bruno Spengler. Max Benecke down onto pit lane. I'm surprised that you don't like Laguna, though, because that is very much a traditional IMSA track. No, it's horrible. Everything about it. Never got on with it. I've driven all sorts of cars there, because it's one of the tracks you use when you're learning and going through stuff. I've driven all sorts of things. I never liked any of them. Look at that new logo. Don't
Don't like the corkscrew. Don't like turn 5.
Oh, sacrilege to not like the corkscrew. But we'll get back into that in a sec. Look at the side of that red line car. You got a Red Bull livery. There's a slight tinge of blue that's hard to pick up.
Verstappen.com.
Yeah. No, I got a message very frantically early in the morning saying we forgot to submit this new logo. Can we get it updated? Are we looking at the next step for Redline here? Verstappen taking an even bigger hand in their operations.
Well, it's managed to get, obviously, the key point is put Red Bull on the side. Does that mean they've got some cash? Or is it just the fact they've got the drinks to keep themselves awake during the Urbo 24? You know, it could be. Here's 12 drinks, sticker on the side of the car. I mean, I don't know. It's, you know, I assume that if Max wants to get more involved, that's great. I mean, I think it's a bit much. He hasn't bothered racing this race just because he's doing a Grand Prix in Australia.
Right.
You know, where's the commitment? Between
Jeddah and what was before Bahrain, I heard from some of the Redline folks that Max was actually on a controller jumping in and doing some MX-5 racing, and the scary thing is he's pretty blooming fast on a controller, even when he's, you know, halfway around the world from home.
I don't think anyone's surprised by that, to be honest. You know, I think it's there's certain levels of talent.
Have you tried driving with a controller though? Because it's awful.
I've only tried driving the controller when I used to drive games on the PS4. So you know, when I converted to PC racing, it was literally I actually first turned on a sim racing 4 days before the first lockdown. Friday before we got locked down. The Monday.
Oh wow!
Because it was obviously coming, and a friend of mine said you ought to try it, and yeah, so I basically, one of the things I do is we do a lot of live streaming. So we live stream racing events all around the world. You know, say RC or karting or full size. We even do a funny little live stream from the Le Mans studio and that sort of stuff. But the live streaming is obviously just a PC, so I just repurposed that. They're going to Simracing. Bought myself a set of G27 or G20, not really, I think G27s off eBay, and I became a sim racer.
That's all you need. PC,
that's all I needed. And the weird thing, well, yeah, the thing is, what happened then was suddenly I started getting you know, sim racing commentary gigs, so that was all right. and you know, speaking quietly, the really good thing is anything I buy for the sim rig, I can offset against tax because it's actually something I can prove I need to work with. Because right now I've got the rig fired up, and I'm actually watching. I'm not only watching the feed, but I'm also watching the live feed, so I can hop about other cars and see what they're doing. So yeah, so you know, so whenever I ever upgrade anything, get the VAT back, knock it off against tax. It's great.
Her Majesty's tax service helping to fund Nick Damon's.
Touch it. It's all totally fair.
I wish that I had started commentating after I had spent however much money I did on iRacing.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the IRS do about backdating stuff.
Yeah, probably not good.
Probably not quite as generous, but no, I mean it's just quite fun. But yeah, yeah. I mean, I you know, I think as we've already established, I'm never going to be a 5,000 iRacing driver, you know, under great demand. But yeah, I have a bit of fun. I have all of those. I have good racing and bad racing. More bad racing than good.
Couple of TCRs have had issues. Sim3D Sport Ghostbusters, great team name in that 21. Last of the running cars in their Hyundai Veloster. They've had an issue. The Wizard 17 also had an issue and spent some time trying to get it pointed back around, but 55 has become 36 and has held fairly steady, at least for a while. I think
one thing when I was just getting up to speed before we came onto air, I was surprised by the amount of retirements. I think there's two reasons. That one, because it's the Nurburgring. I think second, as you said, there was a bit of argy-bargy in the early areas. And I think these top teams are far more inclined to retire than. Oh my lord, that's gone badly wrong for the number 921 Ghostbusters car. I think these top teams are far more likely to retire than four mates who are just ran the race around. You're just doing it for a bit of a nuisance. What happened here first?
So where even was that? That was a huge crash. Maybe on Now Forest? I'm not 100% sure, to be completely honest. That was a big old smack into the wall. I mean, I think the early stages and the attrition that we saw, a lot of it was self-inflicted, to be honest. I think we saw about 5 different cars in the first 3 hours have an issue at the top of Hoa Act where they just got, you know, a wheel or two off into the grass and it spun around on them. That's how the Team 75 Bernard by Simracing car retired. We saw a bunch of cars doing that, so I think there's been enough traffic games and things that have mixed it up. But I think there's also just been some self-inflicted mistakes. Front of the GT3s, the gaps come down to just 3 minutes because Bruno Spengler is on a double stint on his tires. Tommy Osgaard has jumped into that car and taken a full service, so about 30-odd seconds longer in the pit lane. Luke Bennett has done the same, so he's dropped back from Bruno Spengler. Oof. Oh, that is definitely Adnan Forrest. And who is that Porsche that gets away with that?
I don't know. That is, that's a big accident. That's going to take a significant amount of repairs.
That's Manuel Torres who survived, or was it someone else? Oh, that's not what you want to see, that's for sure. And so I think that is 2 cars that are. I'm surprised TCR is having issue at Adnan Forrest. It is one of the fastest places on the track. And have a look from on board here.
No, just put a wheel outside.
Trying to
yeah, I mean,
you committed.
Yeah, if you drift out too wide, you're carrying a huge amount of speed. And sometimes it's that situation where you go and load it up as you turn to the left, and it's saying, well, I'd love to give you a rear grip, but this tyre apparently isn't actually on anything resembling tarmac. So I'm going to spin you around, and it just goes, and you know, you just can't get it back. That was nasty, and that's going to be a long repair. But yeah, going back to my point about the fact we're down to 36 runners, I think it is a case where the pro teams are, faced with a problem early on, are more likely to retire than people who are just 4 guys or four guys and girls having a bit of a laugh somewhere and working together as a team, because they'll take 20 minutes of repairs because they know that the rest of the people they're split are also going to have a crash at some point as well. So it's kind of like that. I mean, I think this it's like Bathurst. Bathurst, it's just like hanging on and surviving. We did Bathurst and doing all right for a bit, and then absolutely haggard the car. We still went on to the end, but the team that won our split, none of their drivers were as quick as any of our drivers, and their best times were all quite slow.
They just survived.
They're in. Didn't make a single mistake. Didn't have a single crash, and they won by 6 laps. Just because they never had to visit the pits. Lap times don't matter.
I think to some degree the endurance spirit doesn't exist as much here in iRacing, and I'm not trying to say it's a bad thing from the team's perspective, because I understand you don't really, for no reward, these special events now with the Grand Slams, these VCO Grand Slams, there's at least a trophy to play for, but everyone else walks away with their egos either untouched, boosted, or completely just diminished after one of these races. You don't want to subject yourself to 12 hours running with a heavily damaged car. So I do get that, but I think there is something to be said about, in those lower splits, for example, where it's just people having a good giggle, actually surviving to the end of the race, because that's what endurance racing is about. It's not always about the result, it's about the journey to get there.
Yeah, it's also about the hope. You've always got this hope. And basically the hope is that cars in front of you will make the mistake in the final part of the race you made at the start of the race. So you think, well, I'm running 18th, I can get in the top 50. I'm running 12th, I can get in the top 10. I'm running 6th, I can get in the top 5. All I need is for the Miggins Motorsport team to make the same absolute hash that we made at hour 3. And obviously, in split 1, that's a lot less likely than it is in split 12, or split 15, or split 25.
Looking at Walkenhorst Williams and Mercedes AMG Team Urano battling for 4th with 12 hours and 20 minutes to go. It's Mercedes versus the BMW, which sees Sami Matti-Trogan and Sam Coitert battling. Coitert had a bit of a tough day in the other race that he's taking part in, the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. Very similar, a 992 Cup car and the old Mercedes. A fun fact for you, Nick, Mercedes, of course, the GT3 car has had at least one Evo kit since its initial homologation. The version that we have in iRacing is actually pre the initial homologation. It was a version that was tested at a VLN race, as it was called back then, in the SPX category. Now, it is basically identical to the final homologation version, but there are small things that would have been different, and it's crazy that we're talking, what, almost 6 years on, that car still the venerable old campaigner in this GT3 class.
Yeah, I mean, it's yeah, and it has a lot of success in certain classes. For example, it's been very successful in the Preventic series in the full-scale world. Yeah, they had the Evo kit out, I think, at the beginning of 19. Obviously, with the 2 years of pandemic, all these last 3 years kind of condensed together. But yeah, because we're I think Audi are on their second Evo kit for the LMS. The BMW, of course, was M4, which is released here. Racing here was, of course, released as a prototype on iRacing before the car existed, and has been updated to keep pace with the real car. And that, of course, had its first major victory last week, 2 weekends ago, at Mugello in the event of 12 hours. That was the first big major win for the GT3 M4, which has been a little bit unreliable in its first few weeks out in the wild, but they won with Samtown Racing. So that's now a top GT3 racing. Obviously, of course, there is more GT3 racing going on around the world than I would say just about, well, I'm pretty sure any other class.
Anything.
There's probably more than even Formula Fords or Formula Vs now.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. I think it was slow at Daytona with the BMW. It's fair to say. Got a lot better at Sebring, where Turner Motorsports should have won in the GTD if they hadn't completely monumentally messed up their drive time calculations. It had to in the last, I think it was 90 minutes, do a very, very unplanned driver change. It's definitely coming on song. The thing that always intrigues me the second most, after the fact that iRacing got it first, and you know, there was that hand-in-hand coordination to get it to its now homologated state here on iRacing, is the fact that its steering wheel is something that the average Joe can, yes, it's not a cheap amount of money, but spend $1,500 on, and then plug it into their Fanatic wheelbase at home. And if they ever get the chance to drive a BMW M4, they could bring that very same steering wheel and it will work.
You know, that's obviously going to happen a great number of times, because I'm often thinking, now, shall I go and race in my GT3 BMW, or shall I just drive to work? It's not normal. Think about it. Which steering wheel should I have? Should the one that's stuck on my car, or just stuck there? No, I think it's a lovely idea, and I think it obviously does add even more kind of real-world crossover. And I think it just goes to show how close the sim racing world and the real racing world are getting. And obviously it was given a massive bump with the 2 years of pandemic, but it seems to be growing even so. I think, even so, people are trying to work out ways of engaging the fans in the sim racing community. And it's it does seem that I think if you take a straw poll of what is the most popular racing car, it's a GT3 car. And what is the most popular racing car on sim racing platforms? It appears to be GT3s as well. And I think we can all work out why that is. Because they are both good and forgiving. They're pretty much the fastest thing you can get on a sim with ABS and traction control, which is instantly going to stop you being spat off the track as much as you would be in any other way. And there's a vast number of chassis and manufacturers you can get cars for, which all look like road cars. So it's got that road relevance as well. So no surprise why it's so popular in sims either.
My favorite part of that Fanatic steering wheel is a special note that it says on the product page where you can order it. In order to operate this product, a compatible Fanatic wheelbase not included, or 2022 BMW M4 GT3 also not included, is mandatory.
I'm not getting a free GT3 car.
I know, right? That's why else am I going to spend that much on a steering wheel? Tyler Maxson, who is part of our team at RaceSpot here, but obviously races in the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge, got to drive the BMW at the 24 Hours of Dubai, which was its official first homologated race.
I was there.
you were there. But
Yeah.
the thing that he said to me was he doesn't actually like the design of the steering wheel very much, at least in Creventic, because the thing that you need to be able to have easy access to in Creventic is the full course yellow button, and he had to take his hands off the wheel to be able to reach it. Now that just might be because he's 17 years old. I'm not 100% sure.
Exactly. It's obviously it's the code. It's the purple flag. So we're going purple, which is obviously called for Creventic. Yeah. No, I remember they had quite a few problems in Dubai. The weird thing is that these 24-hour these races and both real and virtual races are incredibly intense. But genuinely, by the time you've done the next one, you've forgotten the previous one virtually entirely. Like, I've done 17 Le Mans, I think. And
wow.
Realistically, no, I think I've over-egged that. It's not 17, it's 16.
Oh, sorry, that was the Impulse TCR that was having a bit of a tank slapper coming down into Flansgaard, and not sure what happened there. The gap between Hoisingveld and Impulse has really grown. It's up to 28. That's not healthy. That car is definitely not healthy right now. Through the Stefan Beloff S's, it is sliding all over the shop.
Yeah, that's had an unpleasant situation. See what happened to it.
Oh, it's a GT3. It's a GT3. This is just...
Oh my lord!
Car,
he's done a 360.
he's done more than a 360.
I just heard he's got a 6.2 from the German judge. That is absolute. I'm surprised that's even moving. That is going to be in the pits for most of the next 6 weeks.
That is Mootkurve, I think, as well. It was Bravery where that happened. Just the commitment from the GT3 car. And it goes back to what you were saying earlier. Maybe the TCR should have just backed out there, because the difference in speed is not insignificant.
Yeah, and the thing is that the GT3 car would have got a 4X and nothing, because all that damage was done with the hitting of the barriers and then the other hitting of the barriers and the spinning. So it's one of those accidents which has been so severe. The TCR car scored second at the moment, so that won't last for long. But the GT3 car just shrugged it off, going, "Oh, something happened."
It's still limping its way back.
I am impressed by this, because it's obviously not even. In no way is it tracking straight. But he's decided he's not going to take the toe. That'll take a little bit longer.
He's managed to. I tell you what, after being at least a 720 flip around, and it wasn't just in one direction. He was tumbling at sometimes as well. He's managed to nurse that back. But I think now TCR is basically hoisting belts to lose. Here's a look on board. So yes, confirm it was Mootkurve.
Oof.
He does try and give space, but I think just turns in a bit too early. And from driver's eye, if you're in VR, you are sick. You are definitely reaching for the sick bag.
So I don't know what that car will be. Visually, it doesn't look that badly damaged, doesn't it? Look at it; it's all pointing in the right direction. The wing's not too droopy or anything, but that must be ruined.
So do remember that TCR is built with the new damage model here on iRacing. However, because we're in a race where there are cars which are on the older damage model, it reverts back to the old damage model.
Ah, right.
Where TCRs do tend to be somewhat of a tank, but I still think he's looking at minimum 5, maybe even 8, closer to 8 minutes like we saw from the Majors Garage Full Send Racing car. At the very least, he's already been in pit lane for 60 seconds and counting. Here is, I would guess, Josh Rogers, because he's got the number plate in the top left of his car's windshield, which only happens in the GT3s. And he's trying to build that gap up as Tommy Osgaard back to Bruno Spengler. Yeah, there he is. Working himself up towards the carousel.
Yeah, it was about 3 seconds quicker than Bruno in the last lap. So he was not as fast as Mitch Young, but he was 3 seconds faster. A little bit stuck behind.
That's compromise.
20 cars. Whereas the 20 car just moved very nicely out to the outside there and let him come underneath the carousel.
Simona Medica behind the wheel of that ProDrive car. Nice and courteous to your GT3 race leader. That ProDrive car is 4th in class, on for a decent day. Might actually even inherit a podium position if that car is the Impulse car that we did see. Has lengthier repairs than expected, and to update you on that, being now 120 seconds in pit lane and still counting there. Tim de Vries, I think, will be pretty frustrated was that this is the race. Almost at the halfway marker, have we just lost another car? I think at the very least we might have lost RSR by Butt Kicker and T3 Motorsport by Maniti, one in the 992, one in your GT4 class, because I don't see them rolling at this point.
No, they're both labelled in the pits, as is, of course, the Wizards team, Igor Shirkov. So he's got some problems. SimSport 3D Ghostbusters have just rejoined the race from last of the runners, but I think we may have potentially, and we are down to 36 runners, I think 3 of those could be very doubtful whether they're going to meaningfully continue in this race.
I think 4 maybe. I think that Wizards team car might be done. A 10-minute repair for Sim3D Sport gives you an indication of the fact that you can get back out there. It's just going to take you some time, and Impulse will be hoping it's not that bad. RSR by Butt Kicker already down a couple of laps and actually are rolling now, so they're still going. Good for them. True endurance spirit. I am very happy to be seeing that. Hopefully the second of the T3 Motorsports by Maniti car. In fact, that's the one that was running up in 3rd position, if I'm getting myself not confused. Tristan Iglesias. I'll have to try and figure out what happened there. As the Marla Racing, that's the GT4 second place car that your GT3 leader is working in past now. When we jumped on, it was neck and neck between that Aston Martin and BMW. The gap's now 24 seconds. Incredible.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is, unless you look the whole way around, has that been gained, you know, a couple of seconds that, a couple of seconds that, or has it been the result of a couple of moments? Because obviously people go off, they kind of, and I think probably if you lose the toe, and I don't mean the aerodynamic toe, I actually mean the visual light toe. Once you lose that ability to use the lights of the car ahead, then you are almost certainly going to get slower. So if you're just hanging on, you lose that light toe, and you're going to just drop right off relatively quickly.
Yeah, it's not just the visual help that I think you've been talking about a lot, which I do agree with. I think it's also just that mental psychology of knowing what the car in front of you is doing, where you can push it. Yes, they're 2 different manufacturers, but at the end of the day, they're somewhat in the same class.
The braking points are going to be basically the same. You can hang on the brake lights. It was 2.5 seconds last lap, so that was the difference. The advantage that Konstantin Schaff had to go over Alexander Voss. So that was nothing massive, but it'd be interesting what it is this time around.
Seeing some questions here in the RaceSpotTV YouTube chat. What is NDM? New damage model. Looks spectacular, especially on the open wheel cars when you have it enabled. Body parts go flying. The tires really do rip off the suspension in a much more reasonable way. And for cars that do have tethers, they are somewhat good at staying attached to the car bodywork as well. So there's sometimes some physics peculiarities that go on, but it's that next level evolution. iRacing originally launched back in 2008. Obviously, its roots and seeds go much further past that.
NASCAR 2003, wasn't it? NASCAR 2002 was the start.
Something like that. The iRacing domain apparently was registered in 2006, so it took them 2 years to spin up this project and get it out there to the public. But well, what, 22 odd years later, I significantly doubt that if you would ask Mr. John Hendry, Mr. Dave Kamer, and the rest of the iRacing big ones, you know, 2 decades ago, you would have ever foreseen what's happened over the last 2 years. We talked about the exponential growth, but iRacing on national TV here in the US, where of course when things ground to a halt, NBC as well as Fox did some iRacing events with the real world drivers. The Mobile One Super Cup did some stuff with RaceSpotTV, which was on Eurosport, I think it was in Europe. But it's taken on a life of its own. 7 years ago, when I started doing this more regularly, you'd be lucky if you had 5,000 maximum users a day, active users at the same point in the day. Now it looks like no matter when you're on the service, even if it's at a time which is not peak in terms of traffic, you're still looking at 8,000. Very normal to see more than 10,000 people racing at any one point in time now.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big push obviously came from lockdown, and people, but obviously it needs to be there. It needs to be in a position where people could actually use it and enjoy it, and the quality was there. And obviously, the as the years go by, the graphics improve, the ability of the computers improve, the ability of the monitors improve, the abilities of the processors and the cards to run the frame rate, so the things look pretty. So the more realistic it looks, that's the first thing. And then obviously the more realistic it handles, based on the fact obviously you have a much reduced number of inputs into your brain from a virtual car rather than a real car. And that's, then you get the real racing experience, which I actually think is the tagline from Gran Turismo, isn't it? But realistically, I think that's what it is. And it needs to capture people. I think that's what it's done. People were locked in. What else are they going to do? And and there was a massive number of people who came to the most obviously accessible games. So be it iRacing, be it ACC, be it whatever, and then they either stuck with it or moved across. And I think there's the interesting thing about iRacing. You can argue graphics, you can argue sound, and you can even argue, whoa, the leaders had a massive off going down the hill into
Nordschleife and out of miss. That's a pretty treacherous place to have a mistake, but he's gathered it up, and I don't think he ran into the wall there, Nick.
He did. He definitely hit the barrier, because I'm on board with it at the moment. He hit the barrier. I don't know if he's done any permanent damage, but he's definitely doing paperwork.
We were talking as well earlier, one mistake could, really bring down that gap. I think he's gotten away with it.
Yeah, I'm interested to see it again, but but to my mind, he does seem to have got away with it. He did scrape down the wall, so he would have got a little bit of a, he'd have got a 1x, which isn't much of an issue, really. It's like off track. Yeah, I think the exponential growth of there we go.
So hits the first apex. Oh, he gets loose.
Massive tanky, wow.
It's the left rear that I think hits the wall first, so that will be the point of contention rather than
wonder why
maybe
that
the
happened.
steering.
I wonder why, because that was obviously an oversteer moment, and that car's gone down that part of the track 86 times now. It was more than that.
87 times.
That was the 87th time. It didn't look like he was too far to the right, so he put his wheel onto the curb, which you can do. You can bounce off the curb, and the suspension hasn't settled down enough in time to give the grip you need to sweep around that very fast right-hander. But that's the tank slapper, yeah.
Here's the contact. It is left rear first.
I think he's got quite a light contact. I think he's probably got away with that as far as he'll be sitting in that car now, and it probably actually will feel fine. It may be a couple of seconds a lap slower, but they'll be interested in what happens when they get in the pits, because they'll be presented with their optional repair time. And it's whether they take it or not. Whether they feel that the loss is worth taking it. The other problem is the next time you have it, if you don't take the optional repair, if you have another one of those, it might become mandatory. It might become mandatory, and there are 11 minutes. There's a huge amount of traffic now. It's like right behind that Porsche, which just wants to be on the telly the whole time. The 707 car of the Cova, the number 77. So he's trying to get up the inside of the Porsche itself is trying to get up the inside of one of the Hyundai cars. And it's like a rolling roadblock. It really is.
Yeah, this is where time is being lost. The gap's come down about 5 seconds since that incident, but there's not much you can do if you're Tommy Oscar. That Cova car is going to work its way past the T3 Motorsport by Maniti Hyundai Veloster, and now the pain continues because you can't really make the pass into the Steven Beloff S's, and the 992 class is so fast in a straight line that it might actually hold off Tommy Oscar, down the Doshinger Hoa. It's going to take a good run out of Galgenkopf for that number 80 to really try get by in towards Tiergarten.
My guess is he will, if he doesn't get past beforehand, the sensible thing for the Porsche to do would actually do a very light breath and let him through down the Doshinger Hoa, because otherwise you're going to be holding him up and he's going to be bouncing all around you around the very tricky sections. Either as he might try and dive into turn one of the Grand Prix stretch, but it's all a little bit overly complex when you can just let him go and not lose any time as he's about to do now. So just let him go on the lane straight.
I don't think that
real loss.
Yeah, I don't think Cova got a good run out of Galgenkopf as well. Such a tricky corner. We saw, of course, Matti Siepola in that 707 make a mistake.
And a brilliant example here of how the GT3 has absolutely no straight line speed advantage whatsoever over the Porsche. Now, you would assume that the Porsche was sensible. with just sitting behind as he's doing now, just breathe off the throttle a little bit. Doesn't need to get past him. Just get a bit of a free toe for the second half of the massively long straight, and heavy braking now before they make the left-hand turn, which takes them back onto the Grand Prix striker. So yeah, he got past the end, but that was a difficult lap for Tommy. Not only off the track, but then getting stuck by a rolling roadblock. Well, I can absolutely guarantee, if he's human, his confidence will be dented by that surprise tank slapper, because that's the issue. It's if you know you've done something wrong, that looked to me like he just did it, and I think he'll be wondering what happened, why that happened. He didn't seem to have made a mistake. He didn't seem to be over on the side of the grass. He didn't seem to have hit curb. He just seemed to go now, which may just be agricultural throttle application, which is unlikely, but that could be it.
Well, it did look as though he entered the corner maybe quite hard. He didn't touch the curb, which can upset the balance. I don't think it was any of that, but at the end of the day, the gap's at least still fairly large. It's ducked under 3 minutes more by virtue of the lap traffic, but with half the race done, VRS Coanda have a dominant lead in GT3. Team Redline are being reeled in by Kova in your cup class. Urano and Mala separated by 27 seconds, and Team Hoisingveld clear at the front of your field. Second half of the race starts now, and we're still in the nighttime hours where mistakes can happen thick and fast, and Tommy Oscar got lucky with that one. It didn't end his race.
No, he lost about 7 seconds. He was 6 or 7 seconds. He's doing 8:02, 8:03. That was a high 8:08. So even with that scrape down the side and the rolling roadblock, he only lost 5 or 6 seconds. So structurally, he hasn't done anything to the car. He will be presented with a repair. So he got away with it, really. Because normally when he starts flying off the track at whatever angle, there are normally quite serious repercussions here at the moment.
Now, my question for you is... I've already forgotten the question, so I'm going to go to something totally... It was clearly not a good question. I'll go to something...
I think it's the best question you've asked me.
Go to something completely different, something we were talking about before. The corkscrew. Is it not sacrilege to not like that?
Am I now in trouble, am I?
Not with me. I'm questioning. Is it not sacrilege to not like that corner?
I think it's awful.
It's great. I love the roller coaster. No, and Roman Grosjean showed last year in IndyCar that you can pass there.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's no bigger fan of Alex Nardi going down the corkscrew, or Valentino Rossi or whatever. But personally, when driving a computer simulated racing car, I just don't like it. I just don't like the layout of the track. It's
quite tight.
Yeah, and the preceding corners are a pain in the backside as well.
That is actually the trickiest corner on the track.
Yes, and then you got it, and it's I just what can I say? It's just not for me.
So I'm guessing that you're not part of the crew that will join RSL hopefully at Laguna in a couple of weeks' time, because the last couple of years that race has been at the end of the IMSA season. It's back to its April.
Oh, I don't dislike the full size version. It's just the sim version I don't like.
Ah, I see. Okay, fair enough.
No, I don't take my own inability to handle a sim racing version of the track as any indication that the actual real track is good or bad. For example, I've been lucky enough to drive laps at the circuit in America. It's not in a race car, but kind of taxi track, and I've also driven it virtually. And virtually, I just don't like it.
With a single screen, it's very painful.
But in reality, it's fabulous. It's a lovely track. It's really interesting. It's great fun. It's
very underrated track, in my opinion.
I went to Sebring in November to do the Coventic race, and I was lucky enough because of a weird situation where they had freight delays. They had huge amounts of track time when there was nothing happening. So they just let us all out in our hire cars. And the most amazing thing about it, I did so many laps around there, and the modelling is fantastic because it doesn't change very much. When you actually get to ride go around the track in the model version, it's so accurate. The only difference was that in the hairpin in front of the hotel, there was a whole big yellow sausage curb in reality, which wasn't there virtually. But yeah, about the bumps and everything else, it's a really, really interesting experience to go around these tracks in reality, which you've travelled at different speeds virtually. And the modelling is absolutely excellent. I mean, obviously we've all done. I'd say we've all done, but obviously I've just realised you live in California. We've all done Silverstone, obviously.
I wish.
But it's interesting. It is interesting actually on the real track. I went around Barcelona as well. That's also the modelling is very accurate. One of the things I did find was interesting is that because you've now, I've done 16 Le Mans, but because of the fact that it's a combination of open roads and closed roads, I'd never actually done a lap of Le Mans until I did it virtually 2 years ago.
Right, because that's not somewhere where they're going to have track time for you.
I've done down bits of it. I've gone down the main bits and I kind of worked out. And it just makes it much easier to work out. It makes your commentary much better because you understand the track so much better, how it works, what the challenges are. But also it means you have instant recognition of where cars are from onboards, because you just you don't necessarily get the chance to stare at screens for 3 hours to build up your knowledge. Of what everything is, but you obviously once you've done a few laps around the track in virtual reality, you go or in sim reality, sorry. It makes it much easier. It makes you a much better commentator, I think, because you just understand the way the track works. Most of the time I'm banished to the pits. It doesn't really matter how the track works. All I have to go is what happened, and when bits are falling off the car. But when they actually let me do commentary, it does help to know the nuances of the circuit and the bits which are difficult. And that is pretty much the same. I think the challenges of any particular track are the same, whether it's whether you're doing it for real or whether it's modelled. The physical challenge is different,
yes.
The mental challenge is different.
Agreed.
The actual car challenge, the actual what bits of the circuit are difficult to string together or what bits flow, that's the same whether it be full size or on a computer.
So I'll ask you this, with your vast experience, if there was one track that you'd like to drive virtually that you haven't been able to do in the real world, what would it be? What can iRacing do to please Nick Damon?
Well, that's a really good question. I think I'd like to see a few more of the Grade 1 tracks on there. So Dubai, Abu Dhabi. I think there's and I understand why they're not there. It's expensive and there's copyright issues and everything else. But a lot of the very, very good tracks, like Albert Park, a lot of the very good tracks aren't there because, scanning them and is expensive, and often, let's say, they're an F1 track, it's a little bit difficult because it gets all, I was quite surprised that the agreement was done with Mercedes. It enabled them. I thought that's what it was all nailed down, which enabled us to get a proper Formula 1 car. I'm going to be really interested when they release the W13 in December. I'm going to be interested how they're going to simulate us banging our heads against the head of the top of a helmet as we're porpoising along the whole way. Hopefully, hopefully Mercedes will fix it at some point this season, so we can just drive normally. But otherwise, it's going to be an impressive piece of modelling they'll be doing, because they have to complete aero modelling as well. And work out where it connects and disconnects and everything else. But yeah, I think there's a few circuits which would be good to see modeled. There's a dearth. Mainland Europe isn't particularly well served. The UK is, but you've only got we've only got Le Mans in France, haven't you?
Well, you
haven't got Ricard, and you haven't got Manicourt, which is Manicourt is a terrible place, but it's a brilliant track.
It's funny that you mentioned that, because I've heard rumblings that apparently it was silently kind of slipped under the radar, but when they announced the Hungaroring coming to iRacing, Magny-Cours was apparently mentioned as well.
Well, Magny-Cours, I did a number of GPs at Grand Prix at Magny-Cours, and it is in the middle of nowhere. It was only built there because it was kind of a vanity project for whoever the French president was at the time. It was built where he used to live. But it's a great track. It's a good, fun track, and always produce good racing. If you had Paul Ricard, that'd be fantastic, because that would absolutely confuse everybody, because there'd be like 97 different variations you could choose from, none of which you can work out where they're going, because it's all just painted lines.
Yes.
But yeah, there's a lot of very good tracks that haven't been modelled. It's always surprised me they've chosen to do Zolder out of a vast range of European tracks they could do. You haven't got Mugello, you haven't got a number of the Italian tracks. Obviously, you've got Imola and Monza, the two Grade 1s, but there's a whole raft of Italian tracks. And you don't have things like Monza, you don't have some of the specialists like Po. I know the street tracks are a lot more to build, but they're all classics. It's very likely that the best track is one we don't even know. It's one that's a small track somewhere in, I don't know, say Germany, or outwith of Czech Republic or even somewhere in the middle of America, which actually is a brilliant track. We've never seen it, never heard of it.
Well, and to your point earlier, different race cars are better around different tracks at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But the best track is also such a subjective thing, right? Different people want different things from their tracks, and that's why me and Lewis have this fun little argument, even though we know we're both right. Whatever we like better is the best track in the world for us. We saw the T3 Motorsport climber Niti, number 19, on pit road. They had a technical issue. Their driver disconnected, so they're trying to get back up and going. Bad luck in a race like this, but those things happen. We talk about the analog of the brake failures in the real world. It can be something like that, or as Max Verstappen found out, it can be a brake failure, just your sim pedals deciding that they wanted to go boom.
Yeah, I mean, that's the... It is the, I think it's interesting, isn't it? There are random mechanical failures in racing cars, and there are random mechanical failures in virtual racing cars, but it's caused by technical issues with PC or internet connection or actual controls. It's quite funny. For a lot of time, I was sitting there commentating on these races and thinking, how on earth are these top pro drivers having issues with their equipment? I've never had an issue with my equipment. I think then for the next 3 races I had an issue with my equipment, so I thought that I've actually cursed the commentator myself there. I had weird things failing on me, but and then of course in good old PC way, just do a quick reset and everything's fine again, and you've no idea why it happened, and you've no idea if it'll happen again.
The iRacing gods decided to smite you down for your confidence in
I
your
just sat there
equipment.
going, I can't believe that even with my little shittle rig, I never have a problem. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's gone wrong there.
It happened even today, for example, in the Porsche Esport Supercut, where Alejandro Sanchez was coming out of, I guess it's turn 5 at the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve, when you're coming onto the back straight out of the right-hand chicane before the next chicane that leads you into the hairpin, and his wheel just started pulling to the left. It was a hardware failure, and so he went off into the grass, then went into the wall, and because he lost control of the wheel, he lost control of the pedals, rejoined the track very unsafely and took out a couple of cars with him. But there's only so much you can do. You'll hope and hope and hope that you don't have to deal with that, but unfortunately sometimes it happens. TCR now, because of course we saw the Impulse racing car have its issue. I think they've called it quits, by the way. I think that 233 is done. Team Hoisingveld is about, what, 6 seconds clear of the Marshmallow team behind them. And let's give a shout out to the 405. They were one of 2 Audi RS3s in the field here today. They're sitting in second right now. Maybe somewhat fortunate, but you survive and you get your just desserts.
I think they're 6 minutes ahead.
My feed is a little bit squirrely, so it is hard to see.
I mean, don't quote me. I think they're 6 minutes and 13 seconds ahead, first and second. Valentini from Bachmeier is what I'm reading. It's not the easiest to say. Sometimes it's that's why I think it is.
I think you're right. 6 minutes.
That's 2/3 of a lap, basically.
Yeah, because lap time in the TCR is about 9 minutes. And I think if you told Team Hoisingveld this at the start of the race when they were qualified down in, what was it, like 5th, they went backwards. They were part of the lead group that was drafting their way forward. But defending race winners, I'm knocking on wood because I don't want to be the one putting a commentator's curse down here on them. Looking pretty good. Looking pretty comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, it's they're halfway there, aren't they? So with half of the race to go on, it's all gone marvellously. There's another half the race to go, and it's the difficult bit is still to come. You've got I mean, where are we now in race time? We're at 4:24, so we've only got what two more hours or 2.5 hours more of darkness. So that's going to make things a bit easier. Once it gets light, it does get a lot easier to eliminate some of the more obvious mistakes. But even so, the things you saw happen to Tommy Oscar there with just a tank snap, whatever it may be, that can still happen. And you do have, if you've got a small team or they're just working out of their comfort zone as far as time zones are concerned, there is that concentration, tiredness, you say fatigue will creep in, and those mistakes can happen. And oddly, the thing is that the thing that does help you concentrate in a long distance endurance race is other cars around you. And we're now down to 36 cars, or actually 35 cars.
34, I think.
Over, what is it, 16 kilometers version of the circuit is. Very, very low car density. So you may end up in a situation where you are completely on your own for 10 minutes. You know, if you're one of the middle pace, if you're one of the sort of the middle pace, like a GT4, the middle speed class, you could find yourself on your own for a very long time. And that's when concentration gets harder, because you've got nothing to focus on. You've got no desire, I'll try and overtake this car. You just end up kind of just, what can I do? And you just can easily lose yourself. Just notice the leader of the race, Tommy Ostergaard, is overtaking the 72, the Team Redline Porsche, along the dotting line. He's trying it again. They're now no, the Porsche's slightly quicker. So yeah, it's the lead of the race continues. Ostergaard continues to. I think this is the most recent lap. That's still the one we were talking about a while ago. No, he did an 8:01, so he actually gained the rest of the field. Yeah, so that car's not damaged. So despite scraping it down the side there, that car is not damaged in any way that affects lap performance.
At least
lucky.
Majorly. I think it's hard to get the exact read because he has had to deal with some traffic. He was doing sub 8 minutes a couple of times before the incident, and might get back to that.
No, he hasn't. He hasn't gone sub 8 minutes on June. He's not gone. He's done 8:1. He hasn't gone.
I was looking at Mitchell de Jong's lap time.
Mitchell's done sub 8 minutes. Yes. Yeah. But so he's just gone past in 8:21 with an overtake. His previous one was an 8:18. So it's I mean, the worst case scenario is that accident's costing him a second a lap.
I mean, still the fastest car on track in the GT3.
And my guess it's not. But there is the fact that there will be a penalty, inverted commas, of having to take some sort of mending. Actually, Hugo just pointed out the sun's raising, and I've realised, of course, that this race is taking place on the 29th of May in sim racing time, not the middle of April. So it has only 3 weeks off the longest day. So yes, it will be getting light within the next. In fact, I can see that if you look out to some of the long shots, there is actually the first glimmer of light. This track will be light again in 45 minutes or an hour.
Getting towards happy hour.
They are actually getting through the difficult bit for the concentration. So so the light is coming way earlier, A, because we're slightly ahead of real time, and secondly, because we're slightly ahead of real time in date. So ahead of real time in time and ahead of real time in date. That answers my question about when the race is this year. It's the last week of May, not the third week of May, because I'm sure it's modelled on the correct day.
Yes, it is.
I mean, that was one of the things about Bathurst. Bathurst got the date, because Bathurst got
moved to May.
Kept getting moved due to the tail end of the pandemic. They actually ended up moving the virtual date of Bathurst as well. Of course, by moving it towards May, of course, with Australia, so it was making it darker. So there's a lot more darkness at that race. Normally, you have about 20 minutes darkness at the start, and that's it. We have way more darkness this year because it was moved forward. I think it's 10 virtual weeks, which is quite a lot of time, even though it's a little bit nearer the equator than the forest around Nürburgring.
Again, it does correspond with the real-world date change as we jump on board with Maxime Marriott, who's clambering over the curbs a little bit more than you maybe want to as he hunts down Team RSO. The pit window is open in GT4, where the Mahler Racing team sees Alexander Voss come in. Would not be shocked if they do a bit of a full-service driver change potentially as well. But of course, the Bathurst 12 hours is now, it's middle of May, 13th to 15th or something?
It's the 14th and 15th, an incredibly busy weekend when, again, everything else is racing. So I think they're going to find it. They have already changed their regulations to get a bigger entry. They've taken out the pure pro element because the pros just can't get across in the middle of the UK, the European summer. So it's become a kind of a pro-am championship, and they've expanded it a little bit. So it's going to run a bit strangely this year, and I'm sure we're back in its early February position, and will attract the massive attendances and entries it has done in the previous 4 or 5 years prior to pandemic.
Of course, they'll still be, I'm sure the fans will still show up. They'll be digging holes with their alcohol to be there for when they arrive.
That's a good point. You're only allowed to pause it 24 cans you're allowed to bring in. So
per day or something. It's ridiculous.
They were going the week before and burying them. I think that's brilliant. I just love the idea of just burying. What's going to happen is, obviously, like squirrels, they're going to forget something, aren't they? So there's going to be a situation where, in 600 years' time, when we've all gone and are excavating the site, they're going to wonder what the strange religious ceremony was that required the burying of various tins. As they excavate thousands of these buried tins, a very somber occasion where they were burying their drink. And we think it may have been an offering to the great barley gods. We're not sure.
It'll be nicely aged, that's for sure. Well, maybe not so nicely, depending on what it is. Probably the cheaper stuff, given the volume that is being consumed.
Yes, it's well, I mean, the other thing you may find is the other thing is if you actually went there and you hadn't buried it, you want to get a bit earlier with a metal detector and find someone else, just dig it all up.
Here comes the move from the BMW, maybe though, into turn 1, covered off and backed out is T3 Motorsport
again,
car.
this is very much a case where I don't think he wants to overtake him.
These guys have been switching around plenty though. You check back in them.
You're right, but I think that he could have had a go. There was a car when the I think GT3 car went past him. There was a chance of a double toe, and he didn't take that either. So I think there's a lot to be said for just pacing yourself at this point, and pacing yourself against something making it easier for you is not a bad idea.
And if we stick with this camera angle, you can see some sky lighting appearing to come, but I think once you come up into the chicane at the end of the GP loop, that's when it becomes just even more obvious. These two cars are on lap 7 of their stint. You'd expect them down this time around. RSO makes a small mistake down at the bottom of the Dunlop hairpin, which again, you could have a lunge, but I think I agree with you. Be sensible, be wise, just bide your time. These guys are fighting for a podium position. Of course, there's the pink, there's the orange that you can see just at the bottom of the sky.
Yeah, I mean, he's had 4 chances to lob it out the inside, which he's not done, Maxine, which is, absolutely fine because, he can see what's going on. I think he's getting quite thinking about it now through into the hairpin. Is it? Nope, backed off the side, not to do it there as well. So it's 5 chances now, any one of which I'm pretty sure the 397 car would have let him do. So that's something. Oh, they're finally trying to prove me a liar. No.
That's not really a passing spot, is the Sabine Schmidt curve.
The one he finally went for was like the worst opportunity so far. But I mean, that might just be the thing we're trying to unsettle the 397 and Neil's car system. But
that's what the headlights are for. Every sim racer knows that you just flash the lights until that driver in front of you gets so irritated they move out of your way very kindly.
Yeah, because that works really well.
It does.
It's like when you again we talk about overtaking. When you're in an LMP2, that's as close as you can get without coming together. I think he's realised he's got more pace now. So I think he will take the chance to get past after foot flats through the run up to Arenberg. Will probably be the pace I would go for. He has now got more ground speed than the 397 car. I know he's been aided by the aerodynamic toe. Is the purple light rises on the right-hand side of the screen.
Now, getting indications, Alexander Voss has gone off the track very briefly. He stayed in that mile and 91. I wonder if fatigue starting to rear its head as Marriott again just having to back out for the time being.
He's not interested. He's not interested in doing anything other. I mean, this is, by the way, I'm entirely with him here. He's not interested in doing anything that's not 100% certain.
Yeah, no, and again, they're due in for a pit stop this lap, so they just survived, 16 kilometers or something from here until you back to the GP loop as they up the hill through the compression into Arnaf Forest. A bit of grass being kicked up as well. These are some of the curbs that you can use. We mentioned it before. You can beat yourselves if you have an incident and you end up mounted on the curb, but you will see, especially in this GT4 car with its relatively minimal downforce, that they are a bit more aggressive. GT3 leader has come in as well. VRS Coanda, 11 hours and 36 minutes to go. Tommy Osgaard comes to box. Now we'll get that indication if they do spend any additional time getting those optional repairs that you mentioned, Nick.
Yeah. Just look at the car though. Look, it looks that's the side that went into the wall. It looks fine. Is that? No, I think even the wings, that little bend in the wing is designed. They appear to have got. See, not only it doesn't help me. It's great to be good, but it's even better to be lucky, isn't it?
Yes. Oh yes.
They've made a minor error for some reason. They appear to have completely got away with it.
What's the Jack Nicklaus quote? Or there's a golfer quote about luck, which is I don't get lucky.
It's Gary Player. The more I practice, the more I practice, the luckier I get.
That's the one.
And it's attributed to many other people, but it was Gary Player first.
Right. Yeah. No. And I think in sim racing that quote is often very, very true. Because interesting, only a 40-second stop, which is right on the money for fuel only, no repairs taken. So you're lucky. You're right. He's more lucky than good, and I think that very much has played out perfectly for Coanda.
Yeah. The other one that gets misquoted is perhaps one of the famous motor racing ones, which is to finish first you have to finish.
Is it not Murray?
No, and it gets attributed to Ron Dennis, but certainly Mario Andretti said it before Ron Dennis, but I don't know if Mario Andretti said it first.
Right.
But it's he said it probably in the late 60s, early 70s. Ron said it in the 80s, so probably it was first said by Ben Hur in a chariot race, and it's been translated ever since then. But yeah, that one, and there were various little versions of it. Yeah. First you must finish. It is finish first you must finish.
I thought it was a Murrayism, to be honest.
No, not at all. No, it's way back before that.
Shows my age as 992 pit stops.
It's actually written down as a quote on some hoardings at Zandvoort, but not really. Not now. This is before Zandvoort was redesigned. They had they had kind of a display. You know how you had panels against fences to make fences look more attractive, and they had various drivers' pictures and quotes, and that was down with Mario, and they had obviously a Mario line-like quote, so it's the Netherlands. But yeah, that was where that was written down. But yeah, I'll be interested to know if that was the originator of the quote. It's certainly older than some of the other people who contributed to having to say it.
Maybe someone who's watching can let us know about that one.
I'm pretty sure Murray is the originator of catching as one thing, passing as another.
Right.
That is his, I believe.
Okay. That I thought was his. But I will go into the history books after this race when I'm up late watching Formula One. Who's this? BMW Bank, Bruno Spengler onto pit road in that number 7. He didn't take tires last time around, so you would expect this to be a full service and Bruno to jump out.
Yeah, there'll be double him, I think. So he's coming 3 minutes off the lead.
Here comes Phil. Phil Denez takes over in that car.
So basically, I think when Tommy Ostergaard, who's obviously done his single stint, there's not been a big gain or loss. That's, I think, Coanda now with 3 minutes lead. They had about 250 something when Mitch de Jong stopped, but they obviously somebody have a couple of less than brilliant laps. Still very good, obviously, but not quite the ones where he's pulling away, but he's still just eking out slightly anyway. So the Coanda Simsport team still dominating this, and there's no real sign of concerted effort.
Wow. Sorry, that's a fuel-only stop for Phil Denez. He hasn't taken tires to get back out onto track. So that's now the third stint on. Yeah, it's a 40-second stop. It's identical to what Tommy Ostergaard did. He didn't go up on the jacks. Now Phil has experience of this. We saw it in the BMW Sim GT Cup about a week, 2 weeks ago, where it's a 2-hour sprint. It was much hotter temperatures at Sebring. Drivers were concerned that a no tire strategy when they did the driver change, because you had to use 2 drivers, was going to leave them vulnerable at the end. Phil decided to take 2 tires to try and slightly cover that off. He had to hunt down Patrick Holtzman in the Team Redline car, and it happened on the very last lap with contact through the hairpin. He does know what it's like to nurse the tires. I think that's the indication that he's now going to do it. A single stint on the worn rubber from here, and then do a double as the temperature starts to rise, as the sun begins to bake the track. At least that's total speculation.
No, and that's what I love. That's great. There's nothing wrong with speculation. I would have thought that you'd be... Well, obviously they would have had an indication of the tyre wear after that run by Bruno, and if Bruno's been particularly light-footed, then that might make sense to try and run those out again. It's possible. Surely Bruno's already put a double on them. This would be the third stint, wouldn't it?
It was a double. Yeah, no, it was. Bruno got in lap 78 and it's lap 91 now for them. As Apex Racing Academy car is stationary out on track getting word. Ben Fuller's had a moment. Ben Fuller, not an Apex Academy driver per se. He is part of the full-blown Apex Racing team, but with their attention split, someone who we're more used to seeing in an open wheel car at the World Championship fold has decided to come and run with the young guns. It's our version of the junior programs that Formula One has.
Yeah. Do you know why he stopped?
No, we'll get a replay, I think, in hopefully a couple of moments' time. I think it came just after he... Oh, here we go. Oh, it's on pit exit. Cold tires. Ah, poor Ben. Yep, there we go. Hits the curb. Car starts pogoing. Tries to use a bit of power to maybe get out of it, but not much you can do then.
That's not too bad. Let's see, 4 or 5 seconds, that's fine. But I must admit, I do find that the second corner is just ridiculous on this track. This version of the, it skips the arena layout, doesn't it, and then cuts that off, and it's just so tight.
It's tight.
Funneling the cars in through that for the first part of the chicane, effectively, because if it stops being a hairpin turn one, you only come back and it comes from a glorified super snake chicane. You're trying to funnel the cars through in the first lap. I think, honestly, this is not a great idea. Just go around the arena once.
That is an option, although I am not. The more laps I've done at the VLN layout, which of course uses the arena but then shortcuts the longer loop on the GP to use the sprint Strecker shortcut, I do not like the arena. I am not a fan of it. No,
the arena's a tricky little monkey as well, isn't it, really? You seem to be permanently balancing between understeer and oversteer and never just have steer. It's really annoying. I think, Arjuna, we can totally agree on that one. In fairness, basically, the Nürburgring basically is quite irritating. So I think whichever of those short loops you use, there's always something wrong with them. But the rest of the track's quite good. I like the rest of the track. I'm not quite sure why they have 2 options on the chicane, I must admit, which is part we're going through here. Now,
the slower one, I think, is meant to encourage overtaking. It doesn't work out that way.
No. What tends to happen, though, is when you turn up there, you've never actually read which version it is. So you just get confused the first couple of laps when you're supposed to turn left. Not reading instructions is a strong point of most of us, I think.
I mean, that sounds like something across of all motorsports, not just virtual. With the battle between the Maniti T3 BMW now back in front of RSO. Like we said, they've just been switching back and forth. It's not happening on track. I think it's more happening down in the pit lane. Of the GT4s, just 8 are still out on track of the 15 that took to the green. We started with 55. I think we are now officially down to just 33. Maybe actually might even just be 32, because I think the Sim 3D car might have called it quits as well. So you talked about how small, in fact, no, it might not have called it quits. I think maybe it was stopped because it's picking up speed again. But we talk about how the traffic has really splintered itself up across the track. It's just getting more and more severe in how long you'll go without that brief intervention of someone else bringing you back to full attention.
Yes, it's quite nice, really, isn't it? The 397 and the 10 are such good friends, T3 Motorsport and Team RSO have been running together for the last hour and a half, so yeah, they've kept themselves together. At this point, as you can see now that the track is getting lit by natural daylight. The distance ahead, you can see, even that slight amount of light that's coming from the clouds as they clear and raid is really making the track easy to navigate. So at this point, you're getting quite close to the point where the headlights aren't bothering you one way or the other. You've still got those reference points far enough ahead. So the dark is 10 minutes from being not an issue. Yeah,
probably around there, and we're touching almost 5 AM here in sim time. Let's have a look at what happened to Stefan Warkup in that 21. So it's again into bravery, and this time I think it's the Urano GT4 car that's on the curb on the inside that pushes out wide, and yeah, that's another hard hit for the 21.
That car's had 2 big accidents within the last hour and a half. It's still officially running, though. It does appear, as you quite rightly said, Arjuna, that we've lost the T3 Motorsport by Manthey GT4 and the Impulse Racing 230 and the Wizards Racing TCR car. So 3 of them are gone. So I think we're down to 33 runners, and my guess is that maybe the last we see of the Sim 3D Sport Ghostbusters team as well, because they were already 5 laps off the entirety of the field, and they just had another massive hit.
Yeah, and I think that was more just the Urano car pushing up wide rather than the previous one, which was Impulse, I think, at that very same corner with a GT3 car where it turned in a bit early and didn't really have much ground to give back up. As we once more are looking at this Aston Martin battle. It's really the only battle on track that's even close enough to be talking about right now. Everything else is 5+ seconds at the very best. We're looking at minutes gaps throughout a lot of the field, at least at this point in time. Jeff Giassi leads the 992 Cup class. Nicholas Laubisch has taken over in that 190 from Konstantin Scharf Urano GT4. Schella in the Hoisingfeld 16, and again, Tommy Oscar still behind the wheel of the number 80. Jeff Giassi, another one of these drivers, seems to be a lot of them doing this crossover from virtual to reality. Porsche Carrera Cup Brazil, we've seen him do a couple of races there, all because of his success here on the sim. Got a test session with some worn rubber, went well, so they decided to give him a drive in an endurance round with the series. In his first practice session, didn't understand what real tires, full sticker tires felt like, so was not on pace at all. But as soon as they went racing, I figured it out in pretty quick order.
No, I mean, here's the thing, isn't it? It's just, everyone who's listening to understand it. It's hard to explain that this is the one simulator sport which has so much transference to real sport. If you're good at FIFA, you don't become good at football. That's not what happens. If people are good at sim racing, obviously if they have a basic level of fitness and are the correct size, it does seem very transferable into the real world. Because the skills the same, you actually end up with more inputs into your brain when you have a real car than you do with a virtual car. So actually, in many ways, you're driving these virtual cars with one arm, well, actually your backside tied behind your back, because you don't have the internal gyroscope you get with a real car. So it's unsurprising that there is such a good transference, but I don't see someone who's very good at FIFA suddenly starting for Man United.
If that's the case, then maybe Max Verstappen will start for United in the next phase of his career, because he enjoys a good FIFA, I've been told, and keeps quite busy with that. Through the jump at Flanscar, then I get the impression
about Max, he doesn't go out much. He's kind of, he's kind of like, he's happily ensconced with Nelson Piquet's daughter.
Yes.
And Danny Kvyat's child, but let's not go into that now. But then he just does sim stuff. So it's not as bad. My favourite story, and this is true, but may get us taken off the air. My favourite story about racing drivers and simulators goes back a long time. Do you know who Danny Minogue is?
Yes.
The Kylie Minogue's sister, very attractive. Danny Minogue used to go out with Jacques Villeneuve. And
oh, really?
When they stopped going out, the reason she gave for the fact that they were no longer together was because Jacques would prefer to play the PlayStation than go to bed with her. But it was PlayStation racing, like early racing PlayStation games.
Right.
And my feeling is, I don't know who that says more about, one way or the other. But my guess is she was trying to make a point.
Yes.
She was but anyway, that was what she said about him at the time. And of course, Jacques was at the forefront of early virtual racing. Early virtual racing team and still does some racing now. But apparently at that point he was still at the game. What can you say?
Yeah, maybe Danny would in today's world where it's very, very different. It's part of my job, baby. I got no choice.
All I'm thinking of, it being Kylie, it'd been a different story. But that's, what can you do?
Looks like indeed for the 21 they may be done. They're down on pit lane, by the way, as they snake their way through the somewhat hairpin chicane at turn number 1. Still close between the RSO Aston Martin, getting lighter and lighter by the minute. Still the headlights pave the way, but probably just a lap away. I think it's taking a bit longer for that sun to come up than we were expecting, but they're really not far from being able to benefit from that.
I'm because I've got the race up. I'm actually on board with a couple of the cars that haven't got any other cars around them, and the amount of light you're getting from that is enough now to give you all the visual cues you need, which you don't get in pitch black. You can see far enough ahead, you can work out where all the braking points are without. I mean, these obviously guys know it anyway because they're brilliant. But I'm talking about people like me. I could now drive at the same speed, slow speed, as I would do in the light. It's
so iRacing's missing the ambient, fire, the campfires and barbecues.
Campfires, the smell of beer, the smell of BO obviously as well, because it's it's a lot of very, very enthusiastic German fans who've had a very enthusiastic time, but haven't necessarily visited the showers.
I mean, we can call them what they are. They're very, very drunk German fans.
Yeah, some of them are. They're not tar the entire. Yeah,
true. Yes, I will.
They are. Yeah.
It's not Australia. We can paint them with the same brush there.
They're fine. This is a civilized country. You've got to bury your pig. Just take it with you. It's fine.
The first time I heard that story was on Top Gear. I didn't believe it was real.
It's true. It's absolutely true.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then I found out it was real. And yeah, Bathurst are not going to just host the 12 hours this year. They've got a couple more race dates that have been brought up. Got a 6-hour Aussie GT and support series races that will go there as well. Of course, the 1000, which is a great race. A friend of mine has a plan for this year, since Australia has opened up their borders to let people in again, to go and do not just the 1000, but the week, I think it's either before or after MotoGPs at Phillip Island. That sounds like a really fun trip.
It's a great trip, because Bathurst limited, of course, the number of events it's allowed to run, because it is made up of a number of public roads. So I think they've got 5 dates a year or 6 dates a year, and that's it.
I think it's 6 now, yeah.
Yeah, so they sit around. And obviously, the supercars is the big one. Yeah, I mean, it's a great circuit. It's in some people's favourite, not everybody's.
Definitely Lewis McLeod's favourite. There are some, I know some people as well who have never gone to Le Mans who want to go next year for.
Go this year. It's open up. Well, of course, it's a big one.
Anniversary.
It's 100th.
And the new cars.
And the new cars, if they turn up. Yep.
If they turn, that's a big if. That Porsche looks quite interesting.
Le Mans great. It's great. I recommend that as a trip every time. There's a lot going on. You need to embrace the whole thing. Including all the Friday shenanigans. Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting. I think there's certain places you want to go and you want to visit, and I think I think everyone should go to Le Mans. You should always visit Le Mans. It's an amazing event. I think you should always go to the Nurburgring. If you get a chance to go to Monaco, it's a different experience. It's an expensive experience, but it really
I was going to say. Bank account.
I've been to Indy, but I've only been to Indy for the Grand Prix, so I've not been to the 500. I'd like to go to the 500. I've been to Daytona for the 24-hour, but I've not been to Daytona for the 500, so I'd quite like to go and see those ones as well. I've been very, very lucky to go to virtually all the major tracks now. I managed to add Sebring to this in November, so I think I've come.
Had you never gone to Sebring before the Creventic race?
No, I've always not been able to do the 3 or 4 times I've been asked to do either the IMSA race or the WEC or the combination, and it always falls very badly for my other commitments. So I haven't been able to do it. So I was pleased to get there for that one. Yeah, I mean it's a few places in the States I'd like to go, because it's obviously I'm sure you've been to most of America, well, a lot of American tracks. It's much more difficult. It's a big country. I think I've been to every UK circuit apart from Pembrey.
Wow.
Which doesn't really run anything anymore.
Right.
I haven't been to Pembrey. Yeah, I've been to Castle Coombe and Binden Hill, the big ones.
I think I've been to 3 tracks in total around the world.
Really?
I'm not great with this. Singapore, I grew up in Singapore, so I went there. We never went to the
That's a great track. No, in fairness, that's a fantastic circuit, so I'll give you 10 circuit points for that.
No, because I was sitting on the back straight that used to be, well, it's still before what used to be the Singapore Sling. So all I saw was cars flying past me. It was a very surreal experience, to be honest. First time seeing a Formula 1 car in the flesh at full racing chat. I've been to the Carolina Motorsports Park, which I don't blame you if you've never heard, because it's not maintained the best. South or North Carolina, I forget which one.
I was in South Carolina last week.
I did a 24-hour of Lemons race there, which was so fun. It was fun until my front left tire, or front left wheel I should say to be more accurate, decided it no longer wanted to be on the car, and I experienced what it was like to three-wheel a Honda Civic.
So it's never a good idea to reduce the number of wheels below 4.
No. And then we had to go find it in the woods because it had flown off, because I was doing like 60 when it fell off, so we had to go find it so we could get back out onto track. That was an experience. And then I've been to Laguna. I've gone for an SCCA weekend and never gone for a big one. Most of my stuff has been virtual. I mean, I started with, serious racing back in like 2016, being a fan of F1 for much longer. Like, we're talking 2 decades of that. But yeah, I do need to travel a little bit more. The problem is I've got a 14-year-old dog that...
Oh, sorry. So this is where things go a bit wrong. I went to my first race meeting in 1971 when I was I was tiny, and that was at Brands Hatch. Went to my first Grand Prix at 76 at Brands Hatch.
Nice.
And then went to every sort of Grand Prix beat, still Brands Hatch, but I think all by about 4 over the next 20 years. And then accidentally found myself working in F1, and it just exploded. I went everywhere.
Accidentally?
Oh no, it was. It's too much. It's a complete accident. Genuinely, I started at the top of my life and slow decline ever since. So I've been very, very lucky. But there are a lot of places, and I think you get the appreciation of the things that people because they watch. I always recommend the races that are events, and that is Le Mans. That is.
Right.
I mean, the Daytona 24, the sports car race, is a real event as well. It's weird because you watch it on TV, it looks like there's nobody there. It looks like it's just a race. But the infield is absolutely packed. It's 50,000 people. There's 1 inch of space on the infield. It's all RVs and it's all manufactured displays and everything else. It's just you don't see it. That no one's in the grandstand.
Were you part of the RSL team that went back to Daytona this year?
Not this year. I did with them 3 or 4 years ago.
Okay, because I know this year is the first year in a while that RSL. I mean, you went to Dubai, right?
I did Dubai, yeah.
Yeah, at least they've been able to get back to the tracks a little bit more, which must change the experience much more than commentating on stuff remotely.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird. It's weird. The switch to remote was relatively seamless. It kind of, as everything else, it coincided with this massive improvement in technology. So we're able to find ways of bringing the pictures to us. It's not the same, but it was the way of bridging the gap whilst there was no other option. Now, interestingly, obviously, what's been discovered by television companies and production companies is having us do it remotely is a lot cheaper. So, there are series and production teams who are choosing now to keep their commentary teams remote because they can for financial reasons. I think that's fine. But obviously going back to tracks it's great. I think we've all enjoyed that. I mean, it's for me, I've done a couple. I've got the 2 or 3 big ones still to come. So we're going to Nürburgring, going to Le Mans. And obviously the RSL, for example, aren't fully back doing IMSA from the track. So they did Sebring and they did. They're not. It's no secret. They're not at Long Beach this week. And I think they are going to. They'll do about three of the 10 events or 3 of the 12 events they're not actually going to.
Right.
Just a couple of reasons. Also, the Long Beach ones are doing that. At the end of the day, it's a really short race for IMSA. It's
100 minutes, yeah.
100 minutes. It was always a long way to go for 100 minutes. Now it's even longer when people see what else can be done from remote. I think also one of the races, I think it VIR is only a couple of the classes. Yeah, so I think that that's the sort of thing where they won't send the team there. It's a combination of workload and also obviously as with everything, budget and financial decisions from the series. But absolutely, we're going to an awful lot more events. I'm going to Spa in a couple of weeks for an event to event. So it's great. It's nice to get out and about again, and it does. You appreciate it more. I do. Yeah, we do live a very privileged life, but you can get very blasé about it. Oh, look, I'm at another track. Oh, look, another classic world. Oh, yeah, I'm back at another classic track in lovely weather. It's marvellous. What a bastard life I have. I can't believe it, But no, it's...
to quote Lewis Hamilton, it's #blessed. Here comes, by the way, Williams
absolutely.
Williams on Mercedes on Mercedes as Williams tries to get back past Urano, only fighting GT3, and through bravery, you're now flat, which is very, very bizarre to me, but that Urano car lifting out to make sure that swap around for 5th position happens nicely. Sotomuto behind the wheel of the Williams car, Dylan Becky Shrivens behind the Urano car. Look at the damage to that rear wing of that Mercedes as well. That's definitely not as the factory sent it out.
Well, absolutely. If you look through the bonnet of the Urano car, that's all crumpled as well. But that's a little bit because that's the way it's always been modelled. And the weird thing is, even a lot of the modelling is very, very accurate. What's not very accurate has never been the bonnet modelling of the AMG, because basically if you did that, they just put a new bonnet on it. It's fine because it's only a kind of a carbon fibre lift off. But and of course the other thing about it is carbon fibre doesn't crumple like that. Metal crumples, carbon fibre doesn't. But I'll let the iRacing modelers off on that one. But there's a couple of little things that you kind of think that's not quite how it should be. But yes, it's a venerable Mercedes in 5th and 6th.
Now, is there a new Mercedes Evo coming? Because surely, usually the life cycle is 2 to 3 years, and the previous Evo, like you said, was what, 2019? So
19, yeah. I was thinking there's going to be. There hasn't been a new car, has there? It's still the same model as far as Mercedes are concerned. They've not brought out a new machine, so I would think there'll be another revision at the end of this year. Yeah, you're allowed to make a revision.
I think Lamborghini's due for one next year. We talked about Audi already. We're right on the horizon of launching theirs. So yeah.
I mean, the revision of GT3 are interesting because, of course, they are instantly bopped back to where they were before. So it seems like this is a good point because you pop it back. But obviously, what happens is that the concentration of those Evo revisions are never about outright speed. They're about widening the comfortable setup window. Yeah. They're about making the car easier on the tyres. They're about making it more serviceable, which will make it faster over a 24-hour or 12-hour race, but won't actually make it faster over a lap, if it makes sense.
It's about the life cycle of the car overall as well.
Yeah, it's the peripheral issues. Your pole lap, your qualifying lap's still the same, but suddenly, because we've improved the tyre life, your lap 27 is 3/4 second faster than it was, and because we've widened the setup window, your gentleman driver is significantly closer to your pro driver in speed, and that's what all the people are looking at now. All the companies are looking at is looking at getting these cars which can be driven really, really effectively by 55-year-old wealthy software engineers, and that's what it's not about being driven brilliantly by your Laurent Van Tour or Sean Bleekemolen. It's about what the guy who's paying for it can do. Because it's never. Sorry, because no GT3 race. There's been one really, not long distance one, by a fantastic performance by a pro driver. A lot of races have been won by fantastic performances by someone world class as an amateur.
And let's not discount the fact that it's also, a revenue stream for the manufacturer. I think I forget which one off the top of my head, but they actually would not allow you to not buy the Evo upgrade to the car because they didn't want the old ones out there and campaigned, that year. So it's a minor revenue uptick compared to, the initial cost of, talking 500,000 plus for a car and spare parts at the lower end. It goes up from there. I've heard some pretty ridiculous numbers from some of the other manufacturers, but it's a good way for them to keep the money rolling in to help again, push it further, get those next, life cycle improvements going as well.
Yeah, the reason GT3 is so popular is because the manufacturers actually make money out of it if they do it properly. They make money out of the cars. Obviously, they make money out of the service and support, and they make money out of the spares. I don't think there's many people who think I'm thinking of buying a high-performance sports car. I will wait and see who does well in this week's SRO event before I decide. I don't believe the win on Sunday, sell on Monday has any effect based on GT3. However, I do believe that not in road cars. Obviously, there is an element of that in GT3 cars, but they are profit centres. Porsche obviously do a brilliant job if they build the cars in the line. The others actually have to take them off building specially. But even so, they will make money out. And that's how it should be. If everyone's happy, the gentleman drivers are getting a great product. The manufacturers are making money. The organisers can fill their grids. It's a total win-win for everybody.
And that's kind of why you see the manufacturers, focus their efforts on the regions where their cars are selling well, in terms of the race cars, not the road cars. And that's why Audi has scaled back their GT3 program and support in the US.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the Audi, the R8 LMS has been popular in Germany, unsurprisingly, and it's
popular with professionals. It's not the most amateur-friendly car.
No, I think it's not. That's actually certainly models on iRacing, isn't it? Audi's lift-off oversteer is legendary, which is the last thing you want, to be honest. Certainly around here. But yeah, I mean, it's why I think that it's interesting that the cars that are the quickest in the hands of pros are not necessarily the best cars. You're quite right, Arjuna, for the gentleman drivers, and this is why. If you think about it, you think of it yourself. I don't know what your I rating is. Particularly high. What's your I rating?
As of 2 years ago, it was some 4,500. I was not too slow.
Very good. Oh, sorry, that's very good. No, you're completely different. I'm not talking to you. If you're around 2,000, you are effectively a gentleman driver. Within that. So and what do we gravitate towards given the choice? We gravitate towards the front engine rear-wheel drive cars because they're the most stable. They're the easiest to control, and the ones that get out of shape that give you a chance to get them back. And that's what it is. What do you not gravitate towards? The Porsches, because they're most likely to kill you. So, that's the same thing. And then I'm sure as levels of skill improve, you start looking for different things. But that decision making oddly is very similar to what is made by rich software engineers, or it used to be oligarchs. They aren't allowed to drive anymore. So and I think it's virtual does absolutely imitate the professional.
I will say there's a reason why I don't drive anymore, and that's because I realized I was never going to be quick enough to match Josh Rogers. Could I match commentators? That was the path I traveled down instead. Weibel goes deep into the hairpin, but you can V that back up as we come to the conclusion almost of another hour. In about 63 minutes, we'll hand back over to the folks at RaceSpotTV for a 6-hour stretch before Peter Mackay will rejoin Nick Damon to walk you through to the checkered flag. And look at the sun. It's not above the horizon, but we're definitely at that point.
Light.
It is light right now.
This is the point where, of course, they'd be smelling the campfires and the sausages as they were wafting across from a number of, if not drunk, still drunk, at least hungover Germans.
Yeah, no, I think now as well is the point where if you're RSO, maybe you push a little bit more. We've been seeing them hang back. How far away? They're on, lap number 4. So still 3 or so laps to go before they come down pit lane. At this point, if you think you have the pace advantage, you go for it. I'll go to the GT3 class, though, very quickly. Phil Denez in that BMW bank car confirmed that he did not take tires in that stop. He's only been about a second and a half, maybe slower than Tommy Osgaard, who is also, again, of note, on a double stint. But I'll give full kudos to Phil. Jumping onto the rubber that someone else has used is not the easiest situation.
No, it's not popular ever, because you don't. Obviously, you do get a indicative wear rate given to you as soon as you stop the pit, so you have to make a decision there to make sure the previous user hasn't, particularly abused one of your 4 tyres. But you'd be looking at what they've got, and you're absolutely right. You've got to ride it out for a little bit. but it is cool, so that limits the tyre wear. And if it was a plan, they might do it. Then I'm sure they've been driving to that concept. But I still think Phil will be chuffed a bit if he gets to the pits and gets some nice new rubber on at the end of this stint.
I think he'll stay in the car then for another double. They've at least equalized themselves on strategy with Coanda and with Redline. The gap between Dinez and Redline is not too far either. Luke Bennett trying to hunt him down in your defending race winning machine. 3 minutes 13 seconds splits first from second, and then about a minute separates second through sixth. So there's still plenty to play for. 9 GT3 cars are still running out of the 14 that took the green about, what, 13 hours ago. And as we come to the end of another hour, let's give you a quick update of what we've seen happen in the last 60 odd minutes. A couple of incidents, most recently for the Apex Racing Academy, where Ben Fuller lit up the rear end of his Porsche after a pit stop cycle. Cold tires catching him out, but he's still running nicely in third position. Not too much damage. We've seen a number of TCRs retire. The Impulse Racing 233, the most significant of them, it was a 6.3 according to our German judges on the landing there after some pirouettes and acrobatics, but through bravery, contact there was always going to end in tears. And from fighting for the win, it's gifted Team Hoisingfeld a almost 6-minute advantage at the front of the field. Also retiring Wizards team, the number 17 TCR. We thought maybe Sim3D Sport Ghostbusters would retire in their 21 after 2 incidents with some faster traffic, caught them out, but they're back on track. A true endurance spirit, 6 laps down from the rest of their class. And the T3 Motorsports by Maniti, Tristan Iglesias, we can confirm they got a meatball flag. That's why they have parked the car. So 55 has now become 34 out there and running. Close battles in some of our classes include Team RSO as well as the T3 Motorsports group. Still some action going on, and the pit window for the GT cars is opening now as Daniel Lafuente brings in the Walker Norse Williams eSports car. The light is rising though. It's only going to get more tense from here, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is now where people can start making their moves. It's one of those, there are always key points within an endurance race, points you want to get to where you've made your strategy to. And obviously one of those key ones is when you get to dawn and when it gets lighter, got through the night. The next section really is when you get to the last couple of hours, and you can really decide you're going to push and go for. But now it's light, effectively. There's no advantage in being close to somebody else beyond a little bit of a toe down the straight, so you can get past them and pull away, because you're gaining nothing from them being around and using the air near you. So effectively now that you should be off the leash, you should be getting back up to full speed. This should be the golden hour if you've got a reasonable set of boots on, because of course it's now fully light, you can see where you're going, and the track's still very cool and it's rubbered in.
It's a good time to get a new driver in as well. They can just get straight up to speed and push a little bit harder. GT3 is about 3 laps away from pit stop. Same for your 992 Cup class in the GT4s. Maybe only 2 laps for them, but they're doing 8-minute 40s as a ballpark sort of lap time. TCRs, similar sort of range. They're the ones that go the longest, almost 90 full minutes in our slowest but often most aggressive class. Here's your leader. Josh Rogers took the car to pole position and started. Tommy Oscard recovered nicely after that incident. It's so easy to let it creep into your mind and let you be drugged down. But I wonder as well, maybe knowing that you're in the same building as your peers, it can be helpful, it can be intimidating, but they seem to have a good environment at that Coanda Esports facility.
Yeah, I mean, he got lucky. He may have considered it unlucky to have this happen in the first place. He got lucky on that downhill section, and they've made the most of it.
The Kova Esports guys are sending me a message. They had 2 minutes of optionals at one point in this race. Still only, 44 seconds back from your leader. There you see the front right of the splitter is completely busted in, but still putting in some good lap times. Last time around, it was a 10th, basically, between them and Redline. Still pushing the pace, still pushing the tempo. I don't think you can count these guys out, even though Redline, so dominant in one form or another in this race. The first Nürburgring 24 on iRacing ran back in 2016. Since then, the Pure Racing team or Team Redline have won in 6 different occasions.
Yeah, I mean, well, Team Redline went everywhere, don't they, really, let's be honest about this. You know, in Coanda, VRS Coanda kind of pick up the pieces. I'd be interested to know what percentage of races are won by those two teams. It's pretty high.
In this race in particular?
No, and in all the multidiscipline races. I mean, there's obviously a lot of teams out there now, but they do dominate. Even though obviously no one's perfect, they make mistakes and things go wrong, but they're always there or thereabouts at the start anyway, and often on pole.
Yeah, so Pure Racing team 4 out of 6 victories in GT3, 2 out of 6 in the Porsche Cup class, and then a victory in the Kia as well, back when we used to run that horrendous, awful Kia Optima as our touring car variant. It's much nicer that we have actual touring cars now. Also getting word from Kova, they lost about 15 seconds in this last pit stop cycle because they didn't have fueling enabled, and we'll talk more about that in a sec. I'm also seeing the Walker North Williams car has lost more time after coming off of pit road. I think he might have done the same thing that we saw with Ben Fuller in the Apex Racing Academy car, because the length of messages between him leaving pit lane and him having his issue was so small, it could only be cold tires catching him out.
Yeah, I mean, it's a, you know, when you put the tyres on, they're running probably 25 degrees below what they want, but more than that, probably about centigrade actually, it's probably 25 degrees below what they need to be really effective, and you've got a big sharp right and a big sharp left very quickly. And therefore you just give it a little bit too much throttle, and you'll find suddenly your rear of your car is overtaking the front. But luckily, it normally is just a bit embarrassing in some time, because you know with all these things, you can in a 24-hour race around the Nürburgring, you can put up with a couple of problems. Not the end of the world. What is the end of the world is when you clatter a barrier particularly hard. We've seen a couple of teams do that in the last hour or so.
Yep. 10 hours, 54 minutes to go. It's a long race, this one. I think of all the 24-hour races, this is the toughest. Le Mans is, I don't want to say easy, but I think out of Daytona, Le Mans, and the Nürburgring, I think Le Mans might be the easiest on the sim to survive. Daytona, just at least on iRacing, just tends to be so crazy that survival there is more about the traffic management than anything else. And then here at the Nürburgring, you're just fighting the track to try and stay alive. Not sure what you think about that, Nick.
No, you're right. I think you know, the density of traffic obviously is greater at Daytona, but you still get a nice rest. You know, on 2 occasions going around the flat out bits of the track, say the second part. So it's now called the Le Mans chicane, isn't it? After Le Mans chicane, it's quite simple. You're not having to do a lot of work. Again, also at Le Mans, you've got a number of points where you're just going flat out and it's fine. You keep that braking point several seconds ahead. Whereas obviously here, you don't get, apart from the dotting a hole, you don't get a rest at all. And that dotting a hole, yes, it's quite long, but it comes around, you know, every one fourth of so you do 4 laps of Daytona, you do 2.5 laps of Le Mans for every lap you do here. So, you know, you have a lot that you are active so much more of the time. And you're quite right, actually. You're fighting the track most of the time, fighting people. I think Daytona, it's an interesting one. I think it's traffic management. I think you're just trying to avoid the idiots mainly. It appears that everyone forgets how to drive for the first race. Yeah, perhaps sometimes you're the idiot. I think Le Mans, I mean, obviously there hasn't been a 24-hour Le Mans for a couple of years. Irritation with motorsport games and their ridiculous copyright situations, which doesn't do them any good. Makes, you know, it's a weird situation where if you're looking to try and convince the sim racing community to embrace you and your new products, it doesn't seem that, you know, annoyingly most popular PC-based sim racing community there is. By numbers, I'm not saying anything like that. Really annoying them seems like a great way of doing it, and for nothing. There's no competitiveness between the special event Le Mans that they run with the full TV package and, you know, and using the same guys they use for, I reckon, many real life races as possible on R-Factor 2. There hasn't anything to compare with a special event on iRacing designed for everyone, Joe Soap and everyone else, not a single split situation. So they've really shot themselves in the foot with that one. And it's interesting that there's very little goodwill towards motorsport games. I've noticed quite a lot of grumbling about them, and some in the forums and on some videos even the last week or so.
Well, I think I'm going to sound fair here because I don't want to harm any opportunity to try and get some more commentary gigs. But the goal for motorsports games and even the ACO is something slightly different. And to tie this back into something VCO related, they wanted their virtual Le Mans to be something different. They didn't want it to be accessible. They wanted it to be about bringing 2 FIA licensed drivers with 2 sim drivers to try and create the most stacked grid that could be, a virtual equivalent of Le Mans in terms of prestige, in terms of TV viewing, and et cetera, et cetera. Now, I agree with you. I think that the beauty of sim racing is its accessibility, right? You, a couple of days before the pandemic, got a wheel, got some pedals, and were able to start doing iRacing. You could never go and race Le Mans unless you were doing it in a sim. And what better way than having these big special events? 16,000 people did their iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona. They got to experience what's that like. We want more of that. We want people to fall in love with endurance racing, because I love endurance racing, but I can also understand why someone maybe thinks this is as boring as a 5-day test match, even though test matches are great.
Yeah, my issue is that I don't understand why the concept of the 2 items in iRacing general 30 split event is the same. Why
they're not mutually exclusive.
They're one split TV special. I don't see how one. In fact, I can't see how actually having one doesn't actually complement the other. But there's some unfortunately you get people marketing who don't quite understand as much as they think they will. I'm prepared to say, because I will be getting no commentary gigs in motorsport games. I think they've made a massive misstep. Oddly, I know for a fact that people who I work with have had conversations with people who are very hype in motorsport games saying exactly the same thing. It's a mistake. And
that's why
it strikes everyone as being a petty mistake. Now, what then happens is when motorsport games make mistakes, as they have with the NASCAR release they had, and they have with some of the issues they're having with other cars, they've got no goodwill to build on. Everyone's waiting for them to fail because they've annoyed everybody.
Exactly.
And that's it. It doesn't. It's nothing to do with the people who work there. It's nothing to do with anything at all. It's just about really bad PR.
Yeah, and it's why I think a lot of people are glad that the IndyCar license that they've secured is not an exclusive license like it was with the ACO. So we will still get your 13th running of the iRacing Indianapolis 500. The other licenses that Motorsports Games has secured do include the likes of the BTCC, which is now a TBD. It was initially provisioned to be out in 2022.
Yeah, there's a rumor that's in trouble, isn't there?
Yeah,
only a rumor.
Let's steer away. Let's do a quick right turn here.
We're doing a volt fast, so we're away from that comment. Okay.
So let's. Ooh, that's why Daniel Lafuentes had a crash.
Oh,
that's not Forest, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a big punt into the wall. That
BMW wasn't looking great anyway. It had clearly already been through the wars. It's just adding another
layer of experience. Yes. But yeah, that's as it came heavily into the barrier. In fact, you'd be lucky he's not steering out of London, but he's definitely. I would expect him to have done enough damage to give himself some aero restrictions at least, so he will be losing speed on the straight.
Well, he's back on pit lane, and he's been there for about 3 odd minutes, has the Walkenhorst Williams Esports
He didn't tow, I take it?
No, he wheeled it all the way back to pit lane.
Okay. So he's been there 3 minutes, he's taking a...
significant, yeah.
He probably got meatballed and he's just come in. So the meatball, for those who don't know, it's the you must come back to the pits. You get a black flag with an orange circle on it, hence the reason the meatball.
Doesn't look like
your
it,
car is damaged beyond repair, and you have to bring it in.
iRacing now does tell you when someone has the meatball flag. I don't see it on his car. Maybe it's already been cleared because he's back behind the wheel and I think ready to roll. I see a question, when is the GT3 pit window? Probably next lap around. We're looking at basically a guaranteed 7-lap stint from everybody in the field. Tommy Osgaard is on lap number 6, so he should be in for a full service in about 8 and a bit minutes time. In fact, maybe a little bit longer because he's starting lap 6 right now, so he's still got to go all the way around as he rounds himself onto the Nordschleife.
Yeah, 2 laps here is a reasonable amount of time, isn't it? Even for the fastest guys, it's 16 minutes. This will be the end of his 3rd stint. It's the 2nd stint.
2nd stint, I believe.
2nd stint. So and you expect to get out at this point?
I think so. I think Coanda's been consistently doing the doubles, keeping their drivers rotated, keeping them fresh. You can do 4 hours of VLN NLS racing here solo, just as you can in the real world, but it does take a toll on you. You want to spread your load out a little bit more over 24 hours.
Yes, there's no tactical advantage in running a triple, then absolutely. There's no real point stressing your drivers beyond like an hour and 45. It's a good concentration period. And as you say, you've got 4 guys in, rotating in the 3 means you've got plenty of rest in between as well. So, yeah, that would make a lot of sense. I think you have that. You just don't want to go beyond doubles. It's all very well pretending to be an Iron Man or whatever it is. It doesn't do any good if you're in a wall.
So now people have done 24 hours of Daytona solo. It's been something that for years has been a thing where people challenge themselves.
And then you get disqualified at the end.
Right, no, and that's the best part. You do all of that, you survive, if you survive, and then the sim says, no, thank you very much. You're going to end up losing all of the potential I-rating, safety rating game that you get. But they sometimes do it for a good cause. A lot of them do it for charity. It started with... what was his name? Oh, now I'm searching in the history books. Will Vincent would probably know this a lot better. Ian Plash, I think, might have been the first. But Keenan Kusin, Mr. Aero on Mr. Aero HD on Twitch, did it and broke the lap record this year at Daytona. 867 laps by himself.
That is a tremendous commitment, and I hope he raises a shed load of cash because he would still be disqualified at the end. But yeah, I mean, it's not in a VCO event, but the. I was very early on when I was doing sim racing, but the team took me on, and we did a 12-hour. Actually, it was a 12-hour charity, single split 12-hour charity race at Silverstone.
Oh, I know which one you're talking about.
And there was a guy there who decided the whole thing solo. And after 11 hours and 45 minutes, he was comfortably leading. And he had his internet turned off. His internet failed locally, and he came back. He got back in time for the end, about 5 or 6 minutes to go, and he was still like within a lap, and it failed again.
Oh,
so basically, he did 11 hours 45 minutes. The whole thing. Adult nappy, the whole lot.
Really? That's
I may have slightly exaggerated that one, but and then just got nothing for it. I don't think because he just had a disconnect. He was just doing brilliantly, and it's like, oh dear.
That's a shame. I did talk a bit more about the virtual Le Mans, Daytona, and even iRacing's Indy 500 as part of VCO's new print magazine for a digital motorsport. Send It, which is delightfully named. The first edition will be out.
Please don't. Can we change the title to Overtake Responsibly?
No, Send It. You got to send it. Full send, especially in IndyCar qualifying.
Okay, so you can then change to Send It, also known as 4X.
I like that. You know what? That is a very good title. But I got to see some previews of the magazine a couple of days ago. It's looking good. You got a feature article on Jimmy Broadbent and his journey to where he is now.
International stardom.
Right. No, basically.
Multi-millionaire status.
Yeah, I hope so, given the amount of effort he puts into some of the stuff.
No, anybody... it's interesting, actually, because I'm taking you off sort of... But anybody who's got a successful YouTube channel has got one because they work really hard. People think it's It's so hard. I've got a YouTube channel which we just link our live stuff to, and that's hard enough. There's months we don't do anything for it.
Yeah, no, and he seems like such a nice guy as well, from what I've heard. But so a story on Jimmy, you got a story on Roman Grosjean and his endeavors in esports, of course, founder, owner, whatever you want to call it, with the RAG guys. A story on the Apex Racing team, who have got their own facility, which is on the up and up right now as well. They've got the basic infrastructure in place, and they're getting it more fancy and more up to their ideas as they go through the build process. Couple of features about different platforms, story from yours truly about what is the biggest sim race, which doesn't end with a satisfying conclusion for anyone, which is going to be great to get some of the comments about that. But my favorite thing that I got to do for that was basically they sat down, myself and Lewis McLeod, and they said, argue about who is the best sim racing team for 10 minutes. And in argue, we did. Didn't come to a conclusion either in that one. And that's going to be hopefully a reoccurring segment where we basically just get to shout at each other for 10 minutes. So
you're not going to argue who's the best sim racing commentator, because it's 1 all at the moment, isn't it? So is it winner takes all in the next vote, is it?
Yes. That is what we're going to have to do. Although, can you imagine if someone else comes and wins, then it's a 3-way tie.
But you don't want that to get involved because it gets complicated. So you're arguing about who is the best team?
Yes, sim racing.
Is that just like the overall team, like a Redline or Can, or a best? Are you putting together a dream team of members?
Oh, that is a great concept for something else I should do in the future. But we were just arguing Redline versus Coanda.
But it's Redline.
But why is it? See, I think there are arguments to both sides of it. Redline.
This is just an iRacing thing, okay? So this is not.
Right.
iRacing have got in Redline. iRacing have got the 2 biggest stars in iRacing. But Max Verstappen and Max Benecco.
See, I'd argue it would be Max Verstappen and Josh Rogers personally, because I think Josh is by far the most talented sim racer.
Got an 11,000 rating.
But he's never won a world championship. Josh has 2 of them.
Yeah, but the world championships is only running Porsches, and if you're not very interested in Porsches, and I have to hold my head up here, I don't really care. It's a half-hour sprint race. You see, it's interesting, isn't it? Because it's basically and I'm call it the world champions fantastically, but aren't they supposed to be running a proper world champion this year with the Mercedes?
I don't believe so. I don't.
Because I mean, obviously this has got Porsche backing, it's got tag backing, it's got cash, which makes it very lovely. But it's a single make championship. It's a format that's half an hour. If I was going to look at you look at people who perform in the team sports, really, to me. So
let me go back then to just Josh versus Max for a sec, because I think this is one that maybe Lewis and I have to talk about as well. You want the multi-class? Well, Josh Rogers won when they had a multi-car. It wasn't multi-class, it was multi-car world championship. So and they swept the season, if I remember correctly. They won every single race that they entered, which is pretty mind-blowing. But if you look at iRacing as a whole, I think the argument for Redline is much more convincing when you look outside of just iRacing, where they have drivers that compete across the platforms. Their performance in the VCO Esports Racing League, where you're allowed 5 drivers, but with 3 different platforms, you have to decide how you ration out those 5 drivers. Redline have visited the final in a very confusing format that I'm not going to dive into today in each of the sims on all but 1 occasion, and they've won all but 2 of the rounds that we've had so far. But I think on iRacing, you look, when Coanda does a special event, they're always at the front. They're not as regularly in the special events as Redline, which is a tick for Redline, winning the likes of Watkins Glen in all 3 of the classes last year. But you also look outside of just road racing, you look at Rallycross, where Mitchell de Jong has won the inaugural iRacing Rallycross World Championship. You look at eNASCAR, where Keegan Leahy came close a couple of years ago and finally won the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series last year. I think just iRacing, I would say Coanda is the biggest.
I see, Dave. You've leapt into disciplines I don't follow. So
right, exactly.
So there we are. You see, so I can have no argument. I can truck no argument with you on this one. I think it's arguable, but I think you realistically look at where the names are.
Yes.
And I'm not belittling the skills of anybody who's not those names, but that's where it is, really. You know.
Now, to go back to the cars, we should see these two onto pit lane this time around. Phil Denez has been reeled on in by Luke Bennett. I think last we talked about the gap, it was about 5-6 seconds. Good job from Bennett to reel in that car. Now, Tommy Osgaard, I do believe, has gone to a triple stint on the tires. He got into that car on, what was it, lap 85 or something like that? Yeah, 85, and it's what, lap 99 now?
98, I've got, am I wrong?
No, yeah, you're right, 98. So I think he stayed in that car and has done another fuel-only stop. I think they're triple stinting these tires.
Yeah, just a quick one. Daniel Lafuente, who was in the Rockenhurst Williams eSports, we saw had that accident into the barrier. That was a 6-minute stop they had.
And he's back onto pit lane now, I believe.
So that repair, yes, he's come back again. So I assume he would have, unless they made a mistake, he would have fueled it up. So perhaps they took some of the optionals, not all of them, and it isn't working. Yeah,
or maybe that car was just damaged beyond repair, potentially. It's not as much of a tank as the
split times aren't saying that. Split times are fine.
Okay, Enzo Benito takes over in that BMW Team Redline car. Of course, Phil Denez will stay behind the wheel and should roll with just fuel in that car. I would suspect maybe he'd take tires. He hasn't gone up on the jacks yet, though, you know, and he's been parked for 60. He's been in pit lane, I should say, for 60. There we go. He is up on the jacks. He is going to take some tires. That's a beaten up BMW behind him, though.
Yeah, I think they've all got bits scruffed, haven't they, at this point? A few bits of damage knocking about on all of them.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, look at that. The BS competition one, it's harder to see with the splitter, but the right front's pretty crumpled. The left's not factory fresh either. Rear wing's looking good compared to the rest, so that's at least something. And now that it's getting lighter, and as Phil Denez drops and rolls with Benito not far behind him, you can also see that blue tinge on the Redline car a little bit better with those Red Bull colors rather than just the black and red that we've for so long associated with this Team Redline car. I'm curious. I tried to sneak some more information from them, but they said I had to wait and see. So hopefully we get an announcement soon as to what the plans are for these guys.
My guess is it's going to involve energy drinks and Max Verstappen, but you never can tell.
But the reason I bring it up is if they rename the team again. So Team Redline, of course, historic force. They've been around for eons, but a 2019, 2018, somewhere around there, when Pure Racing Team kind of saw an exodus of their drivers all coming to Team Redline. That was a start of a new beginning. It might be a start of a second new beginning for Redline now. And it's great. It's great. I mean, you talk about Max being, you know, one of the faces. You are 100% right, without a shadow of a doubt. The fact that when Max Verstappen comes in races, infinitely more viewers come and join us to see what he's doing. And he's just so quick. He's got so much raw talent that he very much, if he had the availability and the time to do a full World Championship season here on iRacing, would likely be up in the mix for the title. He's tried it once and then realized that, wait, I've got to go racing again in 2020. Yeah,
so how disappointing you have to do it for real. Yeah, I mean, what I also quite like about Max is he virtually raced the way he actually races. He was completely his teammate off the track at that first, and then denied it. Did you see that clip from Bathurst?
Yes, I have.
Oh, I think it was netcode. I don't think it was. I think you hit him. Oh, definitely no, it wasn't netcode, Max. It was you taking him off the track.
71 overshot its pit box, by the way, about 3 seconds lost to that BMW bank car.
That's so annoying. So annoying when you do that.
You slide in, you're just trying to make sure you gain as much time in pit lane as you can, but it's never that simple. It's a lot easier than at Indianapolis, for example. The bane of my existence is an Indy car with minimal downforce, because you get on the brakes and you're like, okay, I'm going to slow down. No, you're not. You're going straight.
Yeah, it's the whole pit process is just a constant chance or source of irritation. The speeding in the pit lane, which is normally when you just got your braking slightly wrong, and then the worst bit of all is when you just release the limiter like half a foot too early and get a speeding on the exit.
There's the GT4 leader up on the jacks, Nicholas Laubish, because you can do fuel and tires in this GT4 car. It's basically just single stinting every single time. That's a tire bill that I'm glad that we don't have to pay off, that's for sure. Not cheap as a set of tires.
well, not these days. Obviously, these ones are absolutely completely free. So I didn't realize the GT4s were doing that. So they have an automatic fuel and tire at the same time, do they?
Yeah, same in TCR apparently. I thought it wasn't, but it is. I guess this matches more closely with IMSA, right? Where I think in the Michelin Pilot Challenge, both do get to do tires and fuel on the hot pit at the same time.
Well, it's interesting because obviously when you drive a P2, the P2s in both IMSA and in the European Endurance Series do it in series. They do fuel and then tires. Well, in IMSA they do both at the same time, and in ELMS and Le Mans they do them separately. So it's just there are different rules in the two series, but it's the same on both.
Yeah, I think it just simplifies it, right? Can you imagine the strife setting up a session and for a private league, and someone complains, "Oh, you forgot! I planned my strategy out with one of the options, and you picked the other." Yeah,
and it's always your fault. Yep,
it's always It's never.
I can't believe you've done that to me. It's deliberate. I'm going to cry. I mean, you have to choose one or the other. I must admit, in the real world, when Le Mans introduced a couple of years ago, 3 years ago, they decided to go. Historically, they'd always been doing things in series. So you did the fuel, and all you could do was clean the screen, get the driver out, and then you did the tyres or any other repairs you wanted to do. They then changed that for a couple of years to the IMSA thing, where you could do everything at the same time. And it basically just meant that what happened was the top team, certainly Toyota, would do aero changes during that time, because they would take off the whole rear deck and the whole of the front deck. We would have subtle different aero. It's a big bit of carbon fibre, only like 4 actual fastenings, and they could do that during the time it took to do the fuel, because they obviously don't change tyres that often. They change tyres every 4 or 5 stints at the moment. And they were doing these little aero tweaks. So as the temperature changed, they put a different front end or a different rear end on. It's only got a small amount of aero difference because they could, and it just added the cost and the complexity, and just added to the advantage big teams had. Yeah. So it was never a great idea. And so now they've gone back to the previous version where the fuel, you can't touch the car, and it means that people have to be a bit more strategic and a bit more intelligent, and if you make a mistake, you have some damage, it'll cost you time. That's what it should do.
Correct me if I'm wrong as well. It's IMSA that has the rule where you're not allowed to spin the tires while you're still up on the jack.
Well, there's a reason for that, is because IMSA's, the engine is still on.
Right.
But for Le Mans, you have to turn the engine off.
Whereas here in iRacing, you'll see cars already trying to spin the tires as soon as they realize they're about to drop.
Exactly.
IMSA would not be thrilled with that one.
So IMSA, the engine still runs during pit stops, and Le Mans it doesn't. And they have to start under their own power on the apron. So if you can't restart the car, then you have to go and start it in the garage, then work out what the problem is, and then restart it again. So it has to be able to start under its own oomph.
The RSO and Maniti cars onto pit lane in GT4. Wasn't that what was it? It didn't happen to Toyota, surely. It was someone else that I'm thinking of, where they couldn't.
No, it happens all the time. Cars can't start on the pit lane.
I'm trying to remember which race. Yeah, I'm trying to remember which one it was at Le Mans. It might have actually been an LMP2 car, if I'm remembering correctly. As that's Ronnie Nunez who will roll, as Jeff Giassi brings the 992 race leader into pit lane, the Red Line Cup machine. There was a great story as well about the Toyota, I guess it was Le Mans last year, where they were having to do all sorts of fuel pump games, and the drivers were basically playing Connect 4 on their steering wheels every single lap. Yeah,
they had a fuel pickup problem basically, and they were just trying to work their way around it. It was a pity that, due to the difference in investment and the fact that balanced performance was applied during the season is not applied at Le Mans, they had too much advantage if they had to catch them out. But they were very clever in the way they sorted it. Effectively, they were manually stopping and restarting the pumps into corners. It sounded like, just to keep the car going. You just couldn't get the fuel out of the tank. So they had I think it was the bladder had a problem. The bladder was giving off. I can't remember whether the bladder was collapsed, whether the bladder was giving off particles which were getting into the pumps. But the fix would have taken them too long, so they worked their way around it. So it's very it's another advantage of a very professional, very large team.
Valtteri Alander jumps back into that Cova 707. He'll be chasing down Gianni Vecchio, who takes over from Jeff Giassi in the 72. Now, Valtteri Alander was the flying Finn in stint number 1 of this race. The top 3, including Altus, in the first 2 or 3 hours were basically split by nothing. And then once the first driver change happened, then we saw the relative pace differences in the drivers. And from then, every one of those 3 cars has had some sort of contact with the wall. Altus has since retired, but it's left these 2 to scrap it out. And in fact, is Valtteri Alander going to emerge in front of Gianni Vecchio? What has happened to Vecchio? Because he came in much earlier than Kova.
It's funny, it's still sitting there.
They have a meatball.
Ah.
So where did this happen? I can confirm they do have a meatball flag. The damage is finally repaired. Now they'll roll. But the race lead has been gifted to the Finns in that 707 car. Big drama. The track again taking a bite out of one of your race leaders.
I think we've got another retirement as well, I'm afraid. I think the Volkenhorst Williams esports car, that BMW has retired. It did have a big accident we saw, did a 6-minute stop, did a lap, it's not fixed, he's been sitting around for a few minutes, and now he's gone again. So that's very bad luck for that BMW, but we lose another of the GT3s, and we're down to 7, I think, who are actually running on pace. There are 8 in total, but the number 9 car, the Valkyrie competition car, is a little bit out of order with a couple of the Porsche 992 cars in between. But yep, another retirement. So that's going to run us down to effectively how many cars
32
running now? 32. Yeah, so it's getting very light out there. It's like one car every half a kilometre almost.
Yeah, no, it is spread out, that is for sure. And in terms of battles, even the RSO Maniti GT4 fight that we've been riding on board with for a lot of the time that Nick Damon and myself have been here, that's up to about 5 seconds now. It is not close between anyone at this point. Our producer Hugo Luis is frantically scrubbing through the replay to try and figure out. You can see the left rear, there is a lot of paint missing there. I would suspect that's where the meatball came from.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, normally the meatballs are being caused by a big frontal hump, a big frontal collision, which is putting the wheels effectively out of alignment.
Here we go. So it's attrition.
Right. I'm saying front, you're saying rear, are you? So you're saying left-hand side, weren't you?
Whoa!
Front. There you go. That's the meatball. That's the meatball for the front.
That
front
seems
left.
rather soft for me to be bringing
Bad
out
luck.
the meatball. Yeah, that's just bad luck. You hit it at the wrong angle.
Yeah, it happens unfortunately sometimes.
You can see how much. Look at the right side versus the left side of the car. He hit the front first. He definitely hit the rear as well. But the paint has definitely been stripped away on the rear.
Yeah, I think he'll be sitting going, that was a little bit over the top for a meatball, but there we go.
I wonder if that was an accumulation of damage as well. Now, they did have a run into the wall earlier, so maybe that just exacerbated it. And the question will be how close to the original state of the car have they managed to get back to. Quick update on GT4 gap, because that was, bumper to bumper a couple of hours ago, 3 hours ago. Urano now a full 60 seconds clear of the Mahler Racing Team Aston. So that BMW has really put on a charge and still basically equal in terms of strategy. So it's not like either one has had a massive advantage. We thought the BOP was looking good. It was definitely looking good. These guys have found an extra gear.
Yeah, I mean, as you rotate through the drivers and you rotate through the tyre strategy, sometimes people just find that little extra stuff, they just find that little extra couple of seconds, and it's a confidence thing. It may be just that the cars likes it as the temperature picks up and their particular setup is working well. It's most likely just be a driver change. It's just a slightly different attitude or of one or the other, which takes from being a pair of cars who were instantaneously nailed together to suddenly being a stretching gap.
So of the 32, yeah, it is 32 indeed, that are still out there. Closest battle is between Phil Denez in the Team BMW Bank car and Enzo Benito in that BMW Team Redline car. Enzo Burrito, as Matthew Sadakis Trivet likes to call him. Enzo's got a bit of a fan club. Sadakis loves a bit of Enzo. Luke Crane calls Enzo Benito the most handsome sim racer he's ever met.
I've never met him. Is he handsome?
Yeah, I guess so. Now, is he worth the fawning? That's the question. But he's a lovely chap. I mentioned that VCO Esports Racing League. I won't talk about the format. I'll just say I like the fact that it requires you to be quick across 3 different sims, 3 different platforms, and 3 very different cars as well. Enzo Benito in the Spring Cup, which is just completed this past Wednesday, the only driver to have gotten podiums and wins in every single one of the platforms. That's a pretty impressive task. Absolutely.
They have subtle differences, which means it's hard to be an expert in all of them.
And it shows as well, fast is fast. If you know how to go fast on one, you'll figure out how to go fast on the other, given enough time.
So do you cheat on iRacing then? Or do you know you're off gallivanting with other sims?
I wish. I don't even have enough time to race on iRacing anymore. It's as simple as that. I've done 70-something broadcasts just this year so far.
Blimey.
Yeah, I didn't realize that until I was looking at my sheet.
I thought I was doing all right. I'm slacking.
It's okay. I'm doing all the sim stuff. You get to go do the fun stuff for the most part.
I get to be in planes and airports.
Exactly.
Yeah, great fun.
Glamorous.
Great fun. Oh, the glamorous world of international travel these days. Absolutely. It's fine when I'm not moaning. It's very nice when you're there. It's just getting there can be a bit painful.
And I guess now the planes are getting a bit more full as things open up as well. I went
out to Charlotte and it was rammed. You know, you're sitting there in a plane, you're in cattle class, rammed, you're wearing a mask. It's all a bit unpleasant. Good thing is, as soon as you get off the plane, you can take the mask off because that makes total sense.
Yeah.
But,
well,
you know, let's not get into that. But,
no, we won't.
But yeah, you sit there, okay, that's fine now. Obviously, I'll be absolutely safe now. It's been at least with the testing reduced. That's okay. Because it was always very nerve-wracking when you had to test to get home.
Right.
Because testing to go was
positive,
fine. Because you failed the test to go, you didn't go. So you went, I've not gone to the event. Oh, never mind. But if you couldn't get home again, and you were stuck somewhere for a fortnight whilst you officially got betted, I go, what am I going to do? But luckily I got back twice, 3 times.
So getting word from Redline, sorry, with that 992 car, the steering is still bent, and I think they have more optionals than what they've taken. I would not be shocked if they retire that car.
Which one's this one? Car number
72, the one that we just saw have its
leading.
Yeah, no, second now because Kova's taking the lead.
Oh right, sorry, yes, last lap, sorry.
No, don't worry. I thought the same for a sec as well. But you can see the steering's maybe a bit left hand down. It's got some wiggle and play in that. You're always going to be wheeling one of these cars and really pawing at the wheel, but that's a bit more than I think Gianni Vecchio wants to be dealing with.
Yeah, I think possibly they've got more optionals. Take the optionals.
10 minutes of optionals, though, basically drops them. That's the funny thing. 10 minutes of optionals might only still drop them down to like 5th position. It could be worse.
Yeah, I mean, I think realistically, it's the thing is that they'll know whether it's just inconvenient now having it at an angle, or it's really costing them some time, lap time wise.
We'll see this time. It's very subtly left-hand down, and there's just that movement in the wheel, which is unsettling and unnerving at some of the higher speed, high commitment corners, especially through the Nordschleife. Down into Tiergarten he'll run. Great cockpit eye. Driver's eye view, not as maybe visceral as that new Formula One helmet cam that they've got, which I do like. I'm not a fan of the way some of the glare comes.
It's all like, it just seems like a kind of a streak of red, a streak of orange, and you know, I think it's I can understand what they're trying to achieve, and I think it's a good idea in what they are trying to achieve. I think it's currently not particularly well executed.
I haven't seen any of the footage at Melbourne with the helmet cam, but
it's the same, all red.
Oh, is it? Oh.
Yeah.
I was going to say that maybe the saving grace of the 2 races that we've had so far were both night races, and maybe it would be better in the daylight, but apparently not.
No, I mean, it's making a point, but I think they just need to work on it a bit more. It's a lens issue, really. It's not
Right,
the broadcast issue, which you think was a difficult thing, that's not the problem.
The transmission in Formula One is easy. They've got the infrastructure figured out, but I guess you've got to fit what's maybe half a centimeter radius lens into a helmet. It's not going to be ideal, and as of right now, I think it's Bell helmets that support the inbuilt camera. So maybe the camera technology gets better as well as they continue to
not wishing to hand around, but the actual ones, the Formula E ones, seem much clearer. So
well, maybe I wonder what the difference is. Maybe it's just the fact that they're going slower works a bit better. I don't know.
That's a very good point. I think obviously Formula One will do it. FFOM will do it themselves. They love to develop stuff themselves. I thought the test versions last year worked better than the sort of permanent versions this year. But
I agree. And you look back to, who was it, like Paul di Resta or whatever, back in his Force India days, would wear one, and you'd see snippets of it. You'd never see long durations of it. The quality wasn't great. It wasn't stabilized very well, but the angle itself was better, and the glare was definitely a little bit reduced.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they sit there and go, all right, we'll do this and the other, and they'll work on it. But it is a bit glary, and it is a bit...
You've seen what IndyCar does, right, with their helmet cam, where it's basically on top of the helmet?
Yes, they always try to get the driver's eye view, and obviously the F1 one isn't exactly the eye view, it's lower and it's to the right. I mean, it's an interesting camera, it's just how much you really use it. I mean, they tried to use it in battle. Was it?
Yeah, you can't use that one in a battle.
And they were trying to use, I can't remember which the two races, they're only a week apart, and they're both in very similar places, with similar lights. They tried to use it just didn't work, because you couldn't pick up what was going on. Yeah, interestingly, it worked as a replay, but once you knew what was happening, it was fine, but as a piece of live action.
I think one thing that motorsports in general has to... I think some have figured this out. I'm not sure if you watched any of the Nitro Rallycross last year, but drone cameras, they did some beautiful things with drones. And, they're so much more flexible and cheap compared to choppers, as Team Hoisingveld, your leader in TCR boxes, with a 6.5 minute advantage. But drones are so much more flexible, and you can, if a battery runs out, you just throw a new one up there. It's as simple as that. I think drones will very much help the future of broadcasting. I can't wait to see what we can do with them.
I think you need the bigger the area you're covering, the harder it is to do with the drone.
True.
The other problem is drones have a maximum operational speed of about 35-40 miles an hour,
which is great for rallycross.
Which is fine for rallycross, not so much F1. And there's always a worry about flying a drone over a live circuit in case it comes down. Now, I'm not saying any of those or all three of those can't be overcome. I think that's why a limited area like a nitro circuit, like a drift circuit, like anything that's quite small, you're absolutely right, they're fantastic. You get them, as they've managed to do, is to run them into, round and through corner complexes, rally cars. It looks fantastic. They can, they haven't got to run the whole distance, they can change the camera angle to pick up the cars. But you need a very talented operator to do that. There are a few of those. I think that I don't think they're going to revolutionise things just because it's hard to scale them, and the strength of the chopper can max out 130 miles an hour and fly around a massive track. But drones, obviously, as you point out, the absolute key point about drones, they're fantastic, less expensive.
Very much.
Point. Well, you bought one.
And that's why when NASCAR first introduced them, they actually had some pretty specific rules about, if it was an oval, for example, and they could run on the apron of the backstretch, but they weren't allowed over the main surface. So in case it did die, it fell in a place that's not such a big deal. The other benefit with rally cars is if a drone did fail and it was on the racing surface, a rally car is going to run itself over a drone without too much complications, we'll put it that way. It would be much more dramatic if it was a Formula One car.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Formula One had their own camera in the Deer back in 1996. Do you remember that? 1995, actually.
I was one. I know.
The onboard camera, I think it fell off Gerhard Berger's Ferrari and hit John O'Leary's Ferrari and made the car retire.
Oh, no.
It was, I may have the fries round the wrong way, but it was 1995. It was an Italian Grand Prix as well, which went down well. So yes, the camera fell off and took out the other car.
Clearly not the Ferrari International Assistance Body, that's for sure.
Not at that point. They were just building up to it.
Ah, yes, I see. So, well and truly, now day, it is 6 a.m., just about to hit 6 a.m. Temperature hasn't really built just yet. It's still 18 degrees Celsius down on the track. We'll only build from here, but it is a pretty cloudy day at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, so it's going to rise slowly with the pace of the race, with the tempo of the drivers. And in about 11.5 minutes time, Justin Prince, Taylor Burris will take over from Nick and myself. Nick, you say you're going to go have a nap. You don't have many hours, 6 or so, before you're back up to watch.
I'm taking a massive nap. It's 5 hours. It's good enough for me. One of the advantages of getting older, you see, you need less sleep.
Ah, that's true. Ooh, it's Daniel Boucher in that number 80.
Charge, guy.
Yeah, that's at the Kleiner
saw him
carousel.
recovering. Not sure what happened.
I get the feeling he's just gone too hot into that second mini carousel, and it's so easy to do. Let's see here. There is the Asher Racing 992 behind, but that's just, oh well, it's on the gravel before.
Ouch. Yeah, we've all done that. Not in. I haven't done that in this particular car. I've done that in the Radical. They're good cars on this.
Radical is so much fun. It's difficult to. I find it the most difficult, even compared to an IndyCar, to race around here.
I quite like racing around here. The only problem is they're not very strong. So if you do hit something, you've got a major problem.
You need to try an IndyCar around here. I think you'll enjoy it. Something you could never do in the real world.
Well, you never know. Yeah, they are looking to expand this.
I don't think this far. I think that's probably a step too far, even for Roger Penske. Here's the look on board with that TCR machine as it comes down in towards Tiergarten. Might peel off to the right to get some damage repairs, because it was a big old shunt with the front of that car. They might also be able to keep it out. Nope, and there we'll come straight down onto pit road. Although he is due for a pit stop. He's been out there for 10 laps, so we'll get an indication of if it's actually damage related. His tires are doing weird things with the
yes, they're having a bit of a kind of a Doctor Who warp factor, aren't they? Trying to be in two places at once. I think that may indicate that perhaps if it was running, obviously this car is designed on the new damage model, it's running the old damage model, and perhaps it's trying to, the old damage model, it's going, the tires should be through the side of the wheel rims, but we can't do it this way, the wheel arches.
Yeah,
so
I've seen some.
It looks absolutely, because we've just seen it hit the wall at 100 miles an hour. It looks pristine.
I've seen some weirdness with that newer damage model. I don't remember if it was the new damage model and got falling back to the old damage model, but there was a race at Spa that I did where I think 3 different TCR cars broke their rear suspensions dropping off the jack, and so when they went around the hairpin to rejoin the track, because we were using the GP pit lane, they spun the car around there, or they survived there but found out with a rather rude surprise what was going on as soon as they got down in towards Eau Rouge, and yeah, you can imagine what happened there.
I can imagine it was a disaster.
Pretty bad. Yes,
that was obviously an early error then, wasn't there? We could break the suspension.
Yeah, this was a couple of years ago now, a long time ago. This was when it was just an Audi. We got 4 TCR cars now to pick from.
TCR's coming out of your ears.
Could have some more. I mean, I mentioned that Alfa Romeo that's been running well in the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge. Obviously, Hyundai very willing to work. The most mouthful of a series name, the Hyundai and Global Festival Racing League. What an easy thing to shout during the middle of a race. But that's for 16 countries, I think it is, from around the world. 2 drivers per country, fighting for some prize money, but also a fully paid, expensive trip to see some WRC racing at Monte Carlo. That's a pretty nice prize.
That is a good prize.
Monte Carlo rally does look good. Good way to kick off the year as well.
Yeah, it's a bit cold, a bit snowy.
But
I remember a few years ago they said they were going to have live coverage of the Monte Carlo rally, and it was all very exciting. It hadn't been done before, so probably about 10-15 years ago. And it was on boards. They had on boards. I watched the first on board of the rally car go, wow, that's amazing. It was snowy times, but then you watched the second one go, it was quite dark and stuff. The second one go, that's quite good. And with the third one go, it's just the same. It was like, because they just got on boards and nothing.
Right.
It was like, it's just pointless. It just looks the same. It's just some bloke shouting in a slightly different language than before.
I do like, though, that you have the, when I grew up, I watched WRC, I watched Colin McRae on the 30-minute highlight reviews of the events. And now technology has come so far that not only can we broadcast around the world remotely, as that's the Quernbach Mahler Racing Aston Martin that ran a bit wide through the second half of the Nordschleife, but even something like WRC, which is, such a big region. We were talking about regions before in terms of racing itself, but they can have live uninterrupted coverage of basically every car in their field. I love the way that technology has changed that. And WRC Plus, if you're a rally fan, there's no better investment to be able to watch some of that action.
Yep, if you are a rally fan, I sympathise with you. No, there are obviously rally fans in the UK obviously have to stand in fields with thermos.
Don't tell that to Peter Mackay, because he will bite your head off.
Oh, it's fine. Peter and I have disagreed about just about everything at the moment, so it's not a problem at all. We enjoy our disagreements. Our major one is about Scott Dixon. Let's not go into that now.
What are we saying about Scott Dixon here?
Oh, he thinks he's a god, and I think he's all right.
I'll lean in the middle of you guys. I won't go.
I think he's. I think he's won a lot of things in a very poor championship, but that doesn't make him good nor bad. Just makes him difficult to assess.
I think that's probably the best way. IndyCar is getting better now, and I think we're getting a better representation of what his skills are.
And he's not winning it, but he is quite mature now, and he has done very well.
They did win a couple of years ago, and it was still pretty good.
Nah, anyway, it mostly just winds up Peter. You say,
if you want to wind up Peter, you've got to say the Corvette is by far the worst of the GTLM cars.
Oh, I'm happy to say that.
That will get him going. Oh, he will go for a while with that one.
He's a Corvette fan now, is he? I thought he was a Porsche fan.
He is a Porsche fan, but he's also a big proponent of the Corvettes.
Is he?
Yes.
Excellent to know. Oh,
I know. I'm setting you up for the final 4 hours.
That's fine. I know. I just go, my junior was telling me how much you think the Corvettes are really slow.
I wish I wasn't going to be asleep for that, because that's going to be fantastic. With 4.5 minutes to go until 10 hours to go, let's give you a bit of a rundown of your classes and how things are shaking up. Let's start, of course, with the fastest. Start with your GT3s, where it is still VRS Coanda. Bit of a moment a couple of hours ago for Tommy Osgaard, but he still survived. He's 4 minutes clear of Team BMW Bank, which sees Phil Denez behind the wheel. 10 seconds further back is your defending race winner, the BMW Redline 71. Mercedes AMG 4th and 5th with their customer teams. Williams leading the way with Urano right behind them. Pure Sims and the aptly named coming soon. Still to be determined where they're going to be coming to you, but Valkyrie Competition and the Walkenhorst Motorsports cars rounding out the field. Walkenhorst, the first of your retirements in a field that's basically being cut in half. 5-Star Motorsports and RAG with their Porsches retiring. RSO an early retirement, but after lap 1 we waved goodbye to BMW Team BS Competition. Nick, talk us through the 992s.
Well, leading away in the 992, you put me out there, because I was just scrolling down looking at something else. Leading out the 992 class is the 707. It's Valtteri Alkander from the Cova Dollar 707 team. They are leading by 35 seconds from Gianni Vecchio, whose Team Redline Cup Porsche 992 had some major repairs over the last few laps, so it's still kind of assessing whether it needs to take a 10-minute optional. At the moment, they're kind of airing against that. In the third place in the 992 car is Michael Janney from Apex Racing Academy 199. They are about 3 minutes further back from Team Redline and in second. Fourth place, it's Sergio Ignacio 2, the sequel to Sergio Ignacio. He's got his second account, another Sergio Ignacio, something else. For Zenith Esports 120, he's another 2.5, just 3 minutes actually off the third place now. There's about 3-minute gaps actually around here at the moment. And then saying that, 6 minutes back or 5.5 minutes back, it's Purison Esports 916. That is the 916 number. I don't know what anything to do with the glorious Ducati 916. I have no idea. But that's driven by Braden Werner. And I'm looking for other 992s. The sixth place, it's Martin Asher from Asher Racing. They are a couple of laps further back again. And then in sixth and in seventh, it's Flip Koenig from German Simracing.de. They are again about 5.5 minutes off sixth place. In eighth, it's Max Humbert from NHS Racing Team, with 2 minutes behind the seventh. So these are now something in the region of 3.5, 4 laps off the lead of the class. And I note there's one more 992 here. That's the 55 car. That's the RSR by butt kicker. Sean D. Campbell had a long time in the pits about an hour and a half ago, and they're another further lap behind. And those are all the 992s running. So it's now your turn for GT4.
Well, let's quickly run through these. Was a fun fight between Urano and Mahler about 3 hours ago, and indeed for the 10 or so before that, but it split up with that BMW running away. Nicholas Laubisch has pulled a good gap to Felix Kornbach in the 91 Aston Martin. Behind them, the T3 Motorsport by Maniti number 10 car sits 2 minutes 30 seconds back from second, and pulling away from Team RSO, another grouping of cars that we've seen stuck quite close together for large portions of this race. Then 40 seconds back to Simsa Esports' 347 and the delightfully numbered 007 SRC Movano Corsa Aston Martin. Delta Sport running in 7th, the 27 car, and still running is the Apex Tech Racing Aston Martin, but they're the last ones running. Most recent retirees, T3 Motorsports, Core, Fordzilla, and many others falling away. Quick rundown through the TCRs because we have to say goodbye to you and give it back over to RaceSpotTV. Leading is Team Hoisingveld, 5 minutes clear of the ProDrive Esport car behind. Wave goodbye to them. Just got to drive now and hold on for 10 more minutes. Marshmallow Racing, the best of the Audis, in third with the Majors Garage FSR team fourth. The Protocharge number 18 in fifth, and then the final of the running cars in the contention for the race winners T3 Motorsport. Sim3D pounding around 6 laps down. Everyone else is retired. Well, 10 hours to go. Nick Damon will be back with 4 alongside Peter Mackay in the RSL broadcast booth to take you through to the checkered flag. But for now, we hand it back over to our capable colleagues at RaceSpotTV. Justin Prince and Taylor Burris are standing by.
Thank you very much, Arjuna. Within 10 hours to go here at the Nurburgring for the 24 hours action, it's been an intriguing one to say the very least. It's talked about when it comes to the intensity levels in the previous stints. VRS Coanda Sim Sport looks to continue their domination, leading by more than 3 minutes, where Team BMW Bank, with the air classes continuing to bring storyline upon storyline, especially after about 30 minutes ago, the Team Redline Cup car picked up a meatball flag and had 1 minute of required damage repair. That sees him back in second behind the former pro driver and Valtteri Alander. Taylor, turn to you and welcome to the Nürburgring for 24-hour action powered by VCO as part of the VCO Grand Slam in its third running. It's been a very busy third running for some teams. We started off when the green flag flied with 55 drivers. That total is down to 32 as the daylight starts to peak on forward.
And it certainly is. It's now trying to determine who has survived the nightfall, who has even survived these past several hours here at the Nürburgring. Good evening, good morning, wherever you are in the world watching here today, as we see who will be able to survive these next 10 hours. Of course, the Coanda Simsport team, or VRS Coanda Simsport team with Tommy Ostergaard, has been absolutely putting on a dominant proportion here with the Porsche 911 GT3R as we ride on board with him right now. And it's amazing to see that. I mean, yes, we knew about the weight penalty that the teams of BMW drivers were receiving when we started off with this race, but still, no one has really been able to challenge the power of the Porsche here today at the Nürburgring. Of course, Porsche picked up the win in the season opener of the NLS as well in the real world not too long ago.
Absolutely. And keep in mind that's in reference to the BOP that was discussed in the early goings of this event, where the BMW this year for this event had a 15 kilogram weight penalty and had 0.5% of power reduction. There's also a weight penalty for the Aston Martin Vantage GT4. But this is the type of racetrack where it eats cars for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And Keep in mind, it is around breakfast time here with this racetrack. The circuit has always been expected to be a tricky one when it comes to being able to handle the turns and handle the curves, and it takes a lot of preparation and confidence, and as well as focus to make sure you don't end up in the Armco barrier. As some have put it, you need to stay 100% focused if you want to survive this racetrack for today.
Well, as we see, we're riding on board with Tommy Ostergaard as he works his way up through entering into the Nordschleife section of the circuit, and as he came out of the Sabine-Schmidt curve and now entering through the first half of this circuit, it's very critical to remain so focused, and it's very difficult in a 24-hour endurance race, especially if you've been in a car for multiple stints at a time. And thankfully for Tommy, due to the fact that he has such an enormous lead of almost 4 minutes compared to Phil Deans and the team BMW Bank Machine and that number 7, you can kind of take care of your equipment, take care of the car, and just focus on maintaining the gap. And due to the fact there is not many cars out on the track, just about half the field gone, you can really just bide your time, not have to worry about where to lap the cars that you're coming up on as they approach slower lap traffic later on throughout the race. But it's so critical, though, to just pick your times, pick your battles, pick when to make the pass, and pick when it's time to back off and just survive. And for some of these competitors, I think now is the time where a lot of them are now just going into survival mode to get to the finish of today's race.
For those just tuning in, whether on Radio Show Limited or whether on RaceSpotTV, within 10 hours to go of this 24-hour endurance race, to be able to keep up with live timing and scoring, make sure to make your way over to timing71.org/RaceSpot. Keep an eye on where your favorite teams and drivers are for today's running of the action. As well, for those watching along on VCO's Twitch feed, fans will be watching on today, 5 total for the broadcast, receiving 50 iRacing credits throughout the course of the race today. In the pit lane now is RSR by Butt Kicker, as they've made their way into the stall. The 55 currently a little ways back on the pylon, and they brought out the Nicolas Cage inspired driver of Sean Campbell. They've put Alex Jaringa behind the wheel of this car. They've taken a little bit of bumps and bangs, and that's to be expected, as talked about with Will Vincent a few hours ago. Taylor, this track, with how the cars need to be set up, it should be expected. You see some porpoising, so to speak, with your front bumpers.
Well, you will definitely see some porpoising for some of these cars throughout this circuit, with just how bumpy it is, how treacherous it is for these cars, especially when you're working through over the cresting of certain hills on this circuit. So critical to be able to be careful and where you set the car up and coming down when you reach a little bit of a certain elevation change here at this circuit, as we see Alex now exiting off of pit road with that number 55 RSR by Butt Kicker Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car, as it will now rejoin the track and continue on its way for his stint here tonight.
Strategy will be critical for some of the teams where by this point you're fully committed to said strategy. You have to think, Taylor, because a lot of the groups, especially teams like VRS Coanda SimSport and some of the other organizations like Williams Esports, they would have planned this out from the get-go to be able to set things up to make your swaps potentially here with Antti Kapanen behind the wheel now of the Mercedes-AMG Team Williams Esports car, for example. This all is planned out ahead of time to make sure you're ready to execute when it comes to the actual race in of itself. And that game plan, you have to be able to stick to it if you want to succeed. You can't just say, okay, we need to change the strategy on hour 10.
Yeah, it's so critical to determine. About months of preparation go into these races here in the virtual world, especially for these 24-hour races, whether it be Daytona, Spa, and of course here at the Nürburgring, of trying to determine who goes where, when they get into the car, and making the needed changes in case of certain incidents. I mean, we see that with that number 2 machine of the Mercedes-AMG team's Williams Esport, where they had some damage, they had to overcome some situations, they had to call a couple of audibles, but still stayed focused to the plan of how to go about with scheduling and planning to stay inside the top 5, and they're currently doing a phenomenal job with that and sitting in the 4th position. They're still about almost 6 minutes back from your race leaders of the VRS Coanda SimSport team, but still in contention. As we know, anything is possible here at the Nürburgring.
It can be a track where a lot of crazy things can happen, a lot of weird things can happen, a lot of fun things can happen, especially if you're very fast and in turn are able to handle the not so fun moments. Keep in mind there have been several teams throughout the day and throughout the night who have had a lot of bumping and banging. If you look towards, for example, the touring cars and their top drivers, early on in this race, the conversation for who was in the mix for the top three was much different. Team Hoytgenveld is now the class leader. Before, it was Majors Garage FSR who was dominating amongst the top two. Then attrition hit, and the lights turned on. Then the nighttime hit. Then second in class crashed. Then Impulse Racing crashed. Then several more crashed. Then you're down to just 7 cars running in the class, one of which is 7 laps off the cycle. Others are several laps down, even amongst those contenders. So that is a big change, to say the very least, in the span of about 8 hours.
It just shows why these competitors keep on racing, keep on putting the pedal down and trying to just survive this race, because you never know what can happen. You pointed out Team Hoytgenveld not up towards the front of the field during one point of this race, and now look at them having an absolute dominant run, holding off the ProDrive Esport team at TCR N24 of Robert Ferrari by about over 5 minutes over him. So he is comfortable in that race lead as he will continue to work his way through the circuit and hold on to his position and just try to let by some of the faster cars and just maintain track position over his competitor.
And for those wondering, there is a bit of a difference on pit cycle, but that is still a massive gap, because before the pit stop a couple laps ago and the difference in cycle, the separation was still about a minute or so. Despite Team Hoytgenveld at one point being around the fringes of the top 5, at least 30 plus seconds behind the class leaders. Right now it is Patrick Benji behind the wheel of the 16 machine, for reference. And quickly talking about, by this point too, teams such as this who have that clawback mentality. There have been several cases throughout the night where teams have had to claw their way back into conversations, such as in GT4 Urano Esports. If you remember back to the first 4 hours of this race, where both the RHG Esports cars were involved in trouble, Taylor, it was Urano Esports who was hit by the 88 car in that sequence. It took them 30 minutes to close back up the 10 plus seconds lost, and now Nicholas Labush, he's setting sail away from the Maui Racing team, who's been in second in that class and or leading since the early goings of this race, for comparison.
Yeah, it just shows the importance of trying to stay consistent even after some situations that may have happened during the race for you, to where you're able to claw your way back up. And that's what a lot of these competitors who are still in this race are trying to overcome. There we see Felix right now in that second place position in GT4 with the Aston Martin Vantage as he's working his way through the circuit. He's got a little bit of work to do in the class. He's currently looking at timing and scoring almost about a minute back from your race leader of Nicholas Laubisch in the Urano Esports team, but still making a strong run. In fact, last time around, it was just shy of a second off the pace compared to the Urano team. So looking forward to seeing what he can do as we continue to progress, because if you remember in a lot of recent years with the Nürburgring 24, whether it be in the virtual or the real world, it all comes down to those final laps later on in this race. So right now, this is just that time where everyone's trying to settle down and get back into that rhythm before they make that final press, because we could possibly see, before this is all said and done, when they're coming down in the final hours, we could see a battle for the race lead in any one of these classes.
Especially with the chances of attrition, traffic can give it and take it away. Some cases we've seen throughout this event, drivers who get stuck in one section lose up to 10 seconds alone because they can't pass by the different class traffic. But I want to touch upon the Aston Martin in particular, because this was a car rumored to be coming to the service for a while and took some time, made its way to the service as of recent, and a lot of drivers have taken a liking to it, with some of the top teams in this class running this machinery today.
Yeah, this Aston Martin GT4 is an absolute beautiful car to drive on the surface, no matter what circuit you race on here on the iRacing service. And it's just an absolute blast with just the feeling of the car, of how it goes through the corners, how it flows. It's got a strong flowing sensation when it comes through certain sections, especially when you hit the rhythm of a certain section of a circuit, depending on where you go, especially here at the Nürburgring, where you can have a lot of areas where the rhythm of the car really comes into play, where you can know how to hit those marks, hit it every single time. And when you hit that perfect lap once in a while, you absolutely feel it and enjoy every single moment, as we see him now exiting out of the Nordschleife and heading back onto the GP circuit, as he will head his way down into the hairpin to continue another lap here at Nürburgring.
Now remember, the hype built up when Nicky Team was talking about wanting to see this car on the service, and that was around the 2018-2019-ish window. It takes time, of course, for cars to make themselves forward and the scans to be done and the technology to be settled on down. You mentioned the beauty of this machinery, and a lot of the teams have been able to craft its way forward with said machinery with this Aston Martin. Amongst the top runners in the class, it's BMW, Aston Martin, BMW, Aston Martin, BMW, Aston Martin, BMW. Very patternistic, but the Aston Martins have been able to keep up in many cases with those BMWs when it comes to this racetrack.
They certainly have, and that's just the amazing thing that iRacing has been able to do with partnering with these manufacturers to get everything detailed in order to make these cars as similar as possible with their respective specs in this class of racing with the GT4s. I mean, we are able to see that not one of these cars has a definitive advantage over the other. It just also depends on your driving style, especially at a track such as the Nürburgring. We've seen the Aston Martin up towards the front of the field. We've seen the BMW up towards the front of the field at certain points during the race. It all depends on who is behind the wheel, and of course for Felix Quirmbach, he is definitely one who has been setting the pace for the Aston Martins in this race here today, and looking forward to seeing if he can overcome and steal this one away from the BMWs, who for the past several years that we run this GT or the N24 has been the mark of dominance when it comes to racing here for the N24.
The amount of moments that we've seen over the years too when it comes to this event, especially with the rise to the prominence with the Grand Slam, powered by VCO as well. Some crazy moments have happened in the past. For example, you have the drivers who end up going upside down in the early stages, being involved in the attrition, come back out, flip back on over. Others who have a major scrap for 7 and 8 hours straight. You never know when it comes to the tempo, what to expect when it comes to the Nordschleife. And it's so important to make sure you don't lose that focus on being able to contend. But also be aware, too, we mentioned a bit of the cleaner space. You eventually have to have quicker cars find a way around you. In the case of Zenit Esports, making it easy. As mentioned by Will Vincent earlier, in particular, the trend today has been pass on the left, try and have the lap cars to the right side of the racetrack like the motorway, since when you think about this track, too, and the fact that people can bring their rear-wheel cars from the pedestrian roadways onto here or from the Autobahn. That's a very, very true statement.
It certainly is, and that's just one of the amazing things of this hallowed ground here of the Nürburgring, of where you can be able to take any one of your street cars or race cars and go and try and see and test your mettle. Of course, we want you to do it safely if you have the chance to come out here on the circuit and show its respect, because this circuit, no matter what type of vehicle you take out here, it's going to tear you apart if you do not show it respect. And we've seen that multiple times throughout all of the splits here that are competing in the N24, especially here in the top split. I mean, we've even heard rumors of some splits that have less than even half a dozen cars at one point.
Again, emphasizes how tricky it is to get around this racetrack if you don't find a way to make sure you don't hit those rumble strips in particular. And let me put it in a narrow perspective when it comes to the rear road side of being able to, say, rent a car to be able to race at this racetrack. Shouldn't say race, to run on the Nordschleife part of the Nürburgring. You have to consider that, do you want to risk destroying a $200,000 valued car? Can you afford that? That's why you have to be nice and careful around this track.
Well, one driver who's certainly being nice and careful around this track is, of course, that Kova 707 machine of Valtteri Alander in the leading Porsche Cup class as he is working his way through the circuit. Look at it, flat out through here, holding on for dear life in that 707. But Alander is doing a beautiful job through this circuit as he's been able to maintain a position, currently holding a 40-second advantage over the Team Redline Cup machine of Gianni Vecchio, who sits in second in class. So quite a night for these drivers as they continue on.
Keep in mind, Kova really shot up in terms of relevance when it came to 2021 on the iRacing service. In particular, when Valtteri Alander, who ran in the Force Dynamics Dallara World Championship with the Dallara IR01, he was one of its top contenders when you think back to it. Always a mainstay amongst those in this type of car in terms of open wheel cars. Had a really strong chance to battle for the championship that campaign.
Speaking of some other strong competitors who compete in the world of other World Championship events, we see the VRS Coanda SimSport team coming in, and a Final Four competitor in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series is about to get behind the wheel of Mitchell de Jong, who will now take a chance to see what he can do around the Nürburgring. A bit of wheel spin right there as he is still up on the jacks. He can't go just yet for that VRS Coanda SimSport Porsche, but he has plenty of time. He still has almost 3 minutes between him and Phil Diniz in the Team BMW Bank machine, who sits second.
Plenty of cushion for Mitchell de Jong to be able to get behind the wheel of this machine. What's been a dominating night and a dominating race in general. De Jong has ran a majority of the night stint, 64 to 84 lap marks was where he was in the car. He now takes it back over for Sunrise. Now, for those listening for the first time for VCO Grand Slam, the third year of its run, the Nürburgring 24 Hours is the first of the 4 Grand Slams on the schedule. This year, Watkins Glen has its 6-hour race as part of the VCO Grand Slam. Petit Le Mans and then the Suzuka 10-hour endurance race are part of the chance for drivers to race for the bragging rights, but also will receive trophies, each class in top foot competition in this regard. And there's a lot of prestige when it comes to winning a special event, in particular when it comes now to the VCO Grand Slam, saying, I was able to start off my team's success by winning in the Grand Slam, or even take it a step further in the conversation to win multiple races a part of the Grand Slam, maybe.
And certainly right now, we're going to see if Coanda SimSport can be one of those teams that possibly can kick off the Grand Slam in style by winning here. We'll see what they can do, of course, at Watkins Glen. Of course, with that, it's going to be different styles of racing, as we will add prototype racing for 2 out of those 4 events. The other class, of course, at Suzuka will be a full-on GT3 spec race, and then with Petit Le Mans and Watkins Glen 6 hours will be prototypes and GT3 machinery racing in those events. So interested to see which driver will select which class of car for these teams as they get ready for those next few rounds. But like you pointed out, Justin, winning at any one of the special events is an absolute amazing feeling. I had the privilege of picking up my first career win in a special event this year alone in 2022 at the Rolex 24 or the Daytona 24 on iRacing back in January, and it's just an amazing feeling, an amazing accomplishment to be able to say you finally did it. I mean, to finish one of these events is a victory in itself, but to come out on top overall or in your class is an absolute amazing feeling to come home with, you know, especially with me with loving Daytona being located not too far from the Speedway. It certainly is an amazing feeling, and I'm pretty sure for some of these drivers who are not too far from the Nürburgring, they will feel absolutely amazed to bring home a home win for them as well.
By the way, Phil Dennis is in for Team BMW Bank. They complete their service. BMW Team Redline Red also coming into the pit stalls now. See if they elect to go for the driver change here on this respective stint. Looks like Team BMW Bank will not do so since Phil Dennis is the only driver for them in Sim. They brought Vacios Alastosius along with Bruno Spangler and Kate Kashube into the running. A majority of those drivers ran in their running last year for this event. So Benito has Luke Bennett watching along with them in case it looks like they will maintain those drivers. Keep in mind, when it comes to some of these drivers amongst the front runners, many of them were in the conversation last year with this event in 2021. BMW Team Redline won in 2021. Team BMW Bank, they finished second in this event, with Koshube amongst those returning from that respective camp. So some of the top runners backing up the performances from last year, others making very different waves compared to a year ago.
They certainly are, and they're certainly showcasing that speed of why they are some of the top teams on the iRacing service and why they deserve a shot to win here, possibly at the Nürburgring. Of course, they have a lot of work to do. They have to go and fight off against the BRS Coanda SimSport team, but as we see Enzo Benito now coming off of pit road, he will stay behind the wheel of that BMW M4 machine, which actually picked up a win today as well in the world of sports car racing.
I think there was a mistake, though, for Benito, because you may have noticed when it comes to the timing side in particular, his pit stop was 17 seconds longer. What did he do? He pulled a little bit ahead and then had to back up. Something happened in the pit stop sequence where he had to essentially pull forward and then back up to get some additional service, and that's cost them tons of time to Team BMW Bank.
It certainly has cost a ton of time to them, so they have a lot of work to do now. They currently, as of right now, have fallen quite a ways back to their competitor in second by about 30 seconds, make it 33 seconds now to Phil Denise in the Team BMW Bank. So Redline have a lot of work to do during this stint. Let's see if they're going to be able to overcome it before they come down for their next set of pit stops.
Looking to confirm the exact reasoning from that respective side after some of the trouble. But they continue to move on forward regardless. Service as well for one of Mercedes AMG back machines, the Racetrack sports car. And one thing I've wanted to say when it comes to the 90, this special event for them has gone completely different for Mercedes AMG Team Urano Esports. The past couple major special events on the service, they have had no luck, where it seems like they've been hit by everything but the hot dog cart from the infield. This race, while it still looks like it's raced at Martinsville Speedway, it's still in the top 5, their best showing in a special event in general in 2022.
Yeah, strong performance right now, even though that they have been beaten and banging a little bit like they were at a short track at any time. This team here, the Mercedes AMG Team Urano Esports, driven by Dylan Scrivens, who is still trying to see if he can gain up a little bit of ground. He is still on the hunt to catch up to the sister team with the Williams Esports of the Mercedes AMG team. So keep an eye, see if they can work up through the field. But these are the last two strong Mercedes in the GT3 class to be able to have a shot to go and challenge the Porsches or the BMWs up ahead.
Here's something that may have happened as well as the number 11. That's the German Simracing.de by ACV machine, who is in the pit lane now with substantial service. They had Philip Culling in the wings and behind the wheel and were running in the 8:22 time bracket. They've been in the pit lane for almost 5 minutes now. We'll see if we can figure out the exact situation for one of the Porsche Cup class drivers who have been running amongst the top 6 of that grouping prior to the trouble just a few minutes ago. Other than that, though, the attrition level has stabilized for now. Usually the attrition level picks up, though, when you reach some traffic. Take, for example, still follow along with the Mercedes AMG machinery. Enzo Benito is about to reach a gaggle of cars, at least a couple. He's passed by one in Team Hoytjenveld's 404, 16 in sim today. They have another one coming up the road, and we've seen it in many instances for the history of this event that if you time up the moves at the wrong time to get around the cars, you're saying hi to the barrier.
You certainly are. You have to be so careful there. He's now coming up to Max Humbert in the NSH Racing Team Porsche Cup car, as he is currently sitting 16th in overall, or 15th overall, 7th in the Porsche Cup class. So he has a little bit of time to just take his time, stow to the right of the racetrack, as we see Benito closing quickly to the back bumper of that Porsche. There he is, they're on screen. And as they work their way through, he's going to try to go to the left side and make a pass as quickly as possible without having any major incident here as we watch Benito close the ground up.
Here's there were no contacts or no hits when it came to the 11 on the racetrack, but he is still out of the race car. The driver who's behind that wheel Seems the GSR machine, for now at least, is off circuit for a significant amount of time until another driver can come to play. Meanwhile, you see the traffic for BMW Team Red Line Red. And this is Max Humbert indeed, who has to find a way to let by the BMW. Trying to find a way around is still Benito, just matching the speed, if anything, around the straightaway. And here's the tough thing when it comes to this difference of class. Near similar top speed towards the end of the straightaway is where the big advantage is. Got to squeak on by to the right side.
Weeks on by, and now it starts to let it eat here and continue on his way to see if he can make up some time on his competitors of Phil Denise, who's up there in second place. But a lot of great respectable driving now in this segment of the race. No one's really going to push the effort, trying to just single it out and just run your laps, focus on that. As we see Benito, who has just have a long historic career in both real world and virtual racing across all different platforms, but especially he has made his name known very well here on the iRacing platform as he went through the big carousel and works his way up to the top of the hill.
Trying to still find a way to close up the gap to get back to Dennis after his respective situation. That longer stop cost him about 20 seconds on track from 12 seconds back to 32.9 seconds or so back currently. And another 34 seconds to buffer to be able to hold on to the podium position for the time being. And it almost seems almost tranquil, the feeling you get when it gets to this point where you're racing for so long, depending on how many stints you've already ran, you may be fairly feeling the fatigue, to say the least, as a driver. But it's also the type of racetrack where, as Vincent emphasized earlier today, it's a great atmosphere in regards to the smells and the sights and sounds, and being able to camp around the racetrack in particular. And in some cases, be able to barbecue along the edges of the racetrack at the various parts of the circuit, or end up eating at the restaurant that's at this facility.
How about the multiple stands of restaurants around this facility? There's certainly, I know for a fact, watching some of the highlight videos of previous Nürburgring 24 events, that there's places where you can go and enjoy. There's a party atmosphere everywhere here at the Nürburgring for their 24-hour or even any of their other endurance events throughout the year. And it's just certainly amazing to see how this race has just been continuously growing and growing year after year. That has just showcased the amazing talent that these competitors have. I mean, we have the Daytona 24 here in the States, where we have the special 24s at the Daytona International Speedway. And that's always a non-stop party event, but it's all confined to one area, which you can gladly go to multiple different areas. But here, you have to really put an effort and plan out where you want to be at certain points during this race to get a true feel of the excitement here at the Nürburgring.
The intriguing thing when it comes to this facility, too, is it's got so much interest in that regard where you can literally watch a webcam of the racetrack at any specific time and look at the hot spots around the circuit. Look to see how it is in live action with panoramic camera views when it comes to the nighttime scenery compared to what you may see in the sim. Remember, the weather conditions being very, very cloudy to start off this event. Very overcast and out of the tradition we've seen in the history of this event on iRacing, where it was fairly sunny and fairly warm for the get-go. For this year's running, it's been very cold from the get-go to some of the lowest temperatures you may see on the iRacing service when it comes to track and air temp. And that's caused, in turn, the chase for records that this track in real world and as well in the virtual world is really known for in some cases.
Well, I mean, we've seen in the real world where it's even snowed during this event here during the Nürburgring 24. In fact, they had to cancel one of their NLS races this year because of snow happening at the circuit, to where they had to reschedule it till later on in the year for their round. So it's just absolutely amazing to see that. Hopefully, iRacing doesn't get any silly ideas of adding snow to the service, to where we could see that happening during the Nürburgring 24 or any other events. Come back and think about the 6 hours of Spa during the World Endurance Championship where it snowed on the circuit. So I can only imagine during a Spa 24 race, we would have some similar situation like that.
I wouldn't call snow being silly. I would call it
Slippery?
Well, that and the fact that it snows in the real world. You never say never. is the best way to put it when it comes to that. And this facility too, when you think about things, you can get married at the facility where there's conference rooms in various facilities to be able to tie the knot at the facility. You have various runs that are held here, such as the Strawman run coming up in a few days at the Real World facility. Classic auto racing. On top of the Real World 24 Hours of Nürburgring's qualifiers that are coming up at the start of May. And that's just some of the highlights, on top of the fact that this facility also just so happens to hold concerts now, too, and started its pre-sale for tickets for that just a few days ago.
Certainly has, and of course it has been known to hold some of the biggest sim racing expos throughout the years at this circuit here as well. So it just shows a lot of great things you can do at the Nürburgring other than just taking your personal car or renting a car or even going out and racing at this circuit. There's so much things. That's the amazing thing when it comes to motorsports venue now. They're starting to evolve and change into entertainment centers because that's what we like to do. We want to be entertained by a motor race, but there's also so many other things that can draw people's attention to come out and enjoy in the motor racing industry. And of course, like you said, concerts and so many other amazing things.
That does include the fact on top of the tourist drives, you can sign up for an actual academy that includes some off-road experiences around held by Nürburgring's track staff itself through its academy. So a lot of development when it comes to this facility. A lot of connections in the real world and the virtual world. One of the big precedents when it comes to that side. Pit stops are, by the way, underway for a few of the cars from the GT4s in particular. T3 Motorsport by Maniti Reds completed their service. Team RSO is in. Simsa Esports is making a driver change and putting Christopher Kindler behind the wheel right now, in fact. And several others have just finished their service. So a busy pit lane for these cars right now. And the intriguing thing to consider too is the strategy that may come up for some of these cars. Now, 56 seconds the norm for these cars currently in the stalls. Most of the drivers electing to keep it nice and simple when it comes to the strategy by this point, especially with the amount of driver swaps we're now seeing. With some of them, when you make the swap, you usually take the set of tires. Although that trend has been going towards trying to put drivers on older tires on a double stint. In some cases like Sebring this year.
Well, that's the important thing, and this is a great time to go ahead and double stint while these temperatures are so cool. I mean, we saw that through all the major multiple races that we currently had, such as the 12 hours of Sebring and the 24 at Daytona, where the night temperatures or nighttime temperatures and the early morning temperatures are the best time to utilize double stinting or even triple stinting your tires in order to save for faster pit stops and gaining time on your competitors. That way, when the temperature starts to build, you can go ahead and put your best drivers on the track with fresh set of tires and be able to go out there and try and get that next position ahead, that podium position, or even the win in your class to help be able to have a shot at this. Of course, all these drivers racing in this race here today are all very well strong competitive drivers. These are the top split. These are some of the best of the best in the business out here today. And they are certainly showcasing of why they are some of the best in the business as they work their way through, as we see that Team RSO of Manuel Wabil, who is currently behind the wheel of that 397 RSO Aston Martin, as he will now leave the GP circuit and make his way through the Vidal chicanes and head up to the Sabine Schmidt curve and enter onto the Nordschleife.
The thing is, too, this is the type of event where if you are a team specifically from Germany or a team looking to get your feet wet, this is the time to really get yourself forward. Apex Tech Racing comes to mind, for example, and it's a name I think we're both familiar with, where if you watch along with, say, the Major Series, some of their top drivers have been trying to get themselves sorted with all different types of cars in that series. Open wheel racing, stock car racing, on top of their preferences when it comes to prototypes. And this is amongst one of their first ever top split appearances in special event racing at the big broadcast stage. They've been able to survive all the trouble so far and have a chance to be top 8 in one of their first major performances. Top half of the field is a very proud accomplishment if you can make it for the next 9.5 hours for Apex Tech Racing.
Yeah, Jan Turnjak is currently behind the wheel of that number 15 Apex Tech Racing and doing a strong performance, running very competitive lap times compared to the rest of his competitors out on the circuit. We're about 2 seconds off the pace compared to his next competitor, which is the Delta Sport machine number 27 of Frederik Schwartz, who is currently behind the wheel of that number 27 BMW. But still, very strong run so far. He's looking to see what they can do, and you know, that's the amazing thing of why some of these major teams have multiple disciplines of drivers out on the field, from sports car and endurance racing, open wheel, stock car racing, even short track racing, off-road racing, and dirt racing. You know, if you want to have the chance to do that, you can on the iRacing service because of the so many different disciplines. Now, it's not very easy to be a dominant force in all forms of disciplines. Some of them will have their strongest suits in one or the other. But if you're able to try and master multiple disciplines, you will be up there with some of the greats on the iRacing service, such as maybe the Sturgis brothers, who were so dominant in multiple disciplines, from stock cars and open wheels and even sports car racing at a time during the early years of iRacing.
Worth noting when it comes to drivers such as Cherniak, someone with karting experience in Slovenia, with karting championship medals, FIA Central European Zone medals, Austrian kart medals, as well as the Sports Zone International Championship. Very talented group I think you have to keep an eye on for the future, especially with the performances in the Opera Endurance Series and prototypes as well earlier. Taking a look at some more of the red machines, this is Delta Sport. And Frederik Schwartz is currently trying to close on in with the cars in terms of traffic, but also find a way to get themselves to Sam Michaels and SRC Movado Corsa. Big difference in strategy amongst them. 3 laps. They have to find a way around the Pro Drive Esport team touring car in front of them as well before they settle on in, as well as Proto Charge Sim Sport for the time being.
Yeah, that's currently driven by Nicholas Schneider in the Proto Charge Sim Sport TCR machine of that Hyundai Veloster, which is one of the newest TCR cars, of course, on the iRacing service. I'm pretty sure we've all touched on this, but I gotta say, when we saw the Veloster added on to the service, Justin, I know me and you have talked about it before on several different occasions. This was the car that everyone was really looking forward to seeing as part of the TCR collection. That's just so absolutely a blast to drive on any circuit you take it to, and especially of how dominant it is, especially in IMSA competition.
I agree with you on that, Mark, and it's been beautiful to see that car, and I think in particular knowing the connections too with some of the drivers who are a big part in fact, the virtual side of the broadcast world. Howard Maxson, I don't think gets enough credit for the production work he does with RaceSpotTV, also does a lot of production work across the service in general, all while being a pole sitter at Daytona earlier this year, all while being a contender in Dubai in endurance racing, all while being a top driver, and he's around just under the age of 18 still. I remember the reaction when he was the producer at the time, before he got the big breaks at the top levels in the past year or so, how young he is, as we take a look at Kova in the pit lane.
And also to top that as well, Justin, all while being the defending Michelin Pilot Challenge TCR champion.
Exactly.
So, I mean, it's just great to see such young talent working their way through and how they got started. I remember actually seeing Tyler compete in the SCCA Hoosier Super Tour Series at Sebring with the Hyundai Veloster TCR car just for testing when he was racing with Copeland before he got the full-time factory ride that he is with Brian Herta, and just absolutely put a dominant performance in his class and just was absolutely a beautiful drive at Sebring. And now look at him being a championship competitor. He has definitely a lot of great things to happen to him here in the future, and his career is looking very bright. We can see him compete one day in the Daytona 24 and many other major endurance races.
Seen as Yanni Vecchio into the pit lane. Remember, this team has had some issues here and there when it comes to their car, having to get meatball flank repairs done the last service. 72 of Vecchio staying in the car for now, and we'll see if it ends up being the full 1 minute and 6 seconds. That's been the trend for most teams. 1 minute 6 should be off the jacks. There they go, off and away with a puff of smoke. So nice and clean off the pit lane, down into the first corner goes Yanni Vecchio. But back into the regards when it comes to the touring car and the Hyundai in particular. Remember him also being excited to see the car that he raced in the real world being in the virtual world as well. Was very open and wanting to see it there as far back as a few months ago as Vecchio has spun the car. The 72 has just spun it, run into the pit lane, and the opening corners and the Mercedes been into the arena. He spun it out and he's able to straighten it out, off and away.
Take a look at the replay right here and clips the curb, hops it around, loops it around. No major damage that he's picked up from that contact. He does have a severe damage to all around that number 72 Porsche 992 GT3 Cup car, but no damage from the contact of that spin.
That was on the exit of the Mercedes arena in a big slide. For the 72, even more time goes the wayside, and it continues to look more and more like a Kova day with how clean comparison a Lander's car has turned out to get last time before the stop. A couple seconds quicker on the circuit was the 707. That's the tough thing. Things can snowball. Things are definitely snowballing, unfortunately, if you're a fan of Redline.
Big time deal and situation for the Redline team as they're going to have to try and recover and still have plenty of time to recover, but it's going to be a long and uphill battle to climb because looking over the Team Redline Cup car right now, the 72, a lot of damage to the nose as well as to the side pods of that vehicle. Meanwhile, if you look at the Kova machine, it does have a little bit of banging, a little bit of fender damage on some parts of the machine, but not as nearly severely damaged compared to the 72 machine of Team Redline Cup, as they will try to see if they can overcome that right now. And speaking of which, the 707 machine is working his way around some of the faster lap cars in his class. The Asher Racing machine of Martin Asher just up in front of him.
Still keeping an eye on Team Redline Cup, and one thing that hasn't been talked too much about is people have been asking, why is there so many reds mentioned on the side? Of course, if you remember, Max Verstappen runs in some special events for Team Redline before, well, trying to defend a world championship in the real world. Now, has a little bit of support on the side, and the part of Verstappen.com being on the side of the machine along with the Red Bull logos to give his extra bit of confidence to that group. Remember, Verstappen was a part of the winning car for the GT3 class with Maximilian Benecke and Chris Lowham back in 2021 in the BMW Team Redline car.
Yeah, it was a great drive for Max Verstappen to be able to come home with a win here at the Nürburgring. Unfortunately, like you said, he will not be able to defend his title here at the Nürburgring this time around. And of course, there's other special events. I'm pretty sure that his schedule will allow him to return to any one of the VCO Grand Slam events to see if he can take home a win. But of course, he has more important things such as defending a Formula One World Championship as they're over at Australia.
Yeah.
That'll happen a little bit later on.
He's actually getting to the green flag in less than 90 minutes. So, unless you can find the virtual sim in Albert Park, that'd be a very challenging task.
Well, I do
especially
remember,
for someone like Verstappen.
Well, I do gotta say, I do remember hearing from some people that I believe the VRS Coanta team had a booth over there for one of the Formula One events. So maybe he could have just nudged one of those guys, say, "Hey, let me get behind the wheel." But I don't know if they would allow that because they want to keep their lead overall in the Coanta Sim sport.
Yeah, that would be intriguing to say the very least, that connection side of things. But that's actually a good point to think about too, is there are a lot of drivers across the globe who are now also making appearances at the real world racetracks. Well, and not just talking about the eNASCAR drivers in terms of every week-to-week basis. When it comes to the technical alliance and team side of things, Taylor, some of the teams have had their drivers come to the trade shows, such as the OCC Sports, their stock car division here, for example, a few months ago at an event around the Maryland area, I believe it was. You also have, for example, the team houses that may be close to the real-world racetrack locations, whether in Germany, whether in Australia in some cases. And those are becoming commonplace to be able to increase that presence and footprint at the real-world racetracks.
It certainly is, and if you think about it, this just draws the attention for people who don't really have the opportunity to go and race in the real world, whether they due to funding or maybe due to other situations, maybe timing and scheduling. They don't have the ability to set it up to where they can go and race on a weekend, on a weekly basis to compete. But it allows drivers to get the chance to get to know what it's like to compete virtually in any form of racing. And then you don't have to really stick to one style of racing. Like we said, here on iRacing, you can do that, of course, with sports car and endurance racing, like we're seeing here with the Nürburgring 24. Or if you're a fan of stock car racing, you can race in races such as the Daytona 500 or even some of the major short track events that we have on the service. But also just so many different styles and so many different things still to come that iRacing is so diligently working hard to give the viewers and fans a chance to try a wide variety of different things. And of course, the past couple of years, we've seen the amazing increase of people wanting to get involved with virtual racing, whether it be professional drivers forming teams to just people wanting to go out there and have fun on this service.
Yeah, it's actually pretty incredible seeing how many real-world drivers race in not just their own discipline, but in different disciplines to try it out in their free time, and it goes under the radar. For example, one driver who comes to mind is we see the Maui Racing Team car clip the grass, let by the traffic to the right side and coming soon. He end up passing on by. But in that regard, the thing to think about as they make their way down to the danger hole is for some of the drivers such as, say, William Byron, who races a lot on the service. He not only races a lot during the short track portion. Around this time of the year, in fact, he is usually a mainstay in NIS Fix, for example. I've seen him bump and run somebody for a race win once who bump and ran him about 100 laps earlier. Not going to give any spoilers of what happened in the real world race. Let you find that on your own. But he also races a lot in the sprint cars in the dirt world. And for some drivers, that may be their first experience that says, okay, why don't I try this in the real world and see if I can give it a shot.
And, with iRacing, with how the world of dirt racing, you pointed out that, it's pretty incredible to see the importance of that thing. I mean, we've seen it happen where iRacing's data with certain tracks has been able to help improve track racing at certain things. You think about the Chili Bowl that happened a couple of years ago, where they went to iRacing's data from a previous year in order to help get a better situation to help build a better racing circuit at the Chili Bowl a couple of years ago. And we see that continuously happening with updates that we recently saw with Bristol with the new dirt track. Of course, some updates happened recently, in fact, this week, to better improve the racing on the dirt track. So it's great to see what iRacing has been able to do, and I'm pretty sure here in the next few years or so, we could see some updates to the Nürburgring, because if you think about it, Justin, they just recently did a repave on some sections of the Nürburgring.
Yeah, that's an important thing to consider, is that those are a lot of differences. Well, the conversion of the runoff areas has been a trend where a lot of tracks have gone from having grass as their main runoff portions to paving over a lot of the sections and then having some sausage curves in the middle of some of the tight S's, let's say. And that's something that the major difference, I don't think it's going to be a necessary difference in terms of incident points, but it's going to be a necessary difference when it comes to that escapability if you have to take a corner wide and take that 1X to be able to avoid contact, let's say.
Yeah, you certainly have to, and we'll have to keep an eye to see who is going to be able to stay away from those curves, stay away from those grasses. But it's so critical of adding those important sections on a scan here, especially at a track such as the Nürburgring, to be able to know where and when the car feels and is placed when driving around the circuit. And it's so critical that iRacing includes that data to get the full-on best experience you can when driving around this circuit. I mean, we both driven on this circuit, whether it be in competition or just having fun around this circuit, the importance of seeing where the car feels if you hit a certain part of the track, whether it be the asphalt, curbs, or the grass. And it just shows the amount of detail they go into putting this work onto a circuit as large as the Nürburgring to be able to include and show the driver's feel to where if you make a mistake, okay, don't hit that curve right there, don't touch the grass right there, stay on the black tarmac as best as you can, and you can run a really good lap if you're just careful enough, but also fast enough.
Keep an eye now on the Zenit Esports machine as they make their way through Sector 2. Sergio VCO still trying to keep himself clean for the time being, fourth in the class. He's been amongst those keeping an eye on as well, trying to keep that car on said tarmac and on said pavement, where it's been a tricky portion with the damage they picked up on the right side. But since then, they've been able to get them rhythm back, I think you could say the very least. How much they've been able to close it on up. Some of these parts of the racetrack to be able to move themselves into this position. In terms of their starting spot, they started 25th overall. It's a plus 13 from the top of the green flag.
Yeah, they are certainly doing a phenomenal job right now trying to make up some ground on their competition as we keep an eye on them working up to one of the few Audi TCR machines as they work their way through. It's good to see we do have a little bit of mix in different manufacturers in that TCR class. We thought the Hyundai would be the one dominant, but there you see the 405 machine, the Marshmallow Racing of Jordan Bachmeier, who is behind the wheel, currently sits in third position. Got a little bit of ways, though, to catch up to the Pro Drive Esports Team TCR N24, driven by Mauro Del Moliner, who is about 36 seconds up the road.
Why don't you back on the Marshmallow a little bit? Marshmallow, as you may say in some parts, this is one of the German-focused teams in the field for today. And keep in mind, this organization, as a group, mainly focuses on races at the Nürburgring, whether it's through the esports events that are held by the circuit or whether it's through the various special events held independent of the official circuit. They've been looking very stellar. The experience is really showing when it comes to this racetrack. The intriguing thing is the driver, Jordan Bachmeier. It's a name that may be familiar for some who usually didn't run under this banner when he ran in the Big C's MX-5 Challenge, which is a Mazda MX-5 series held also on the independent circuit. He was usually one of its top contenders and one of its most dedicated practice drivers in terms of whenever there's a practice race, he usually is on the circuit. Guess where one of his best runs were? Tracks such as this.
It just shows that a lot of people put a lot of work and a lot of effort into it in order to come out on top with strong performances, and they have done a phenomenal job with that. And we see that time and time again with these competitors here, and it's just great to see them come out on top and be able to put that effort in order to have a shot of winning such events. Now, of course, Jordan has a little bit of work to do, but he still has a lot of time here as we've already run 110 laps overall, and we're closing in on the 9-hour-to-go mark.
And the intriguing thing with this partnership, too, is it's a driver based out of the Midwest region on iRacing. That, for reference, if you look towards his history, is around the state of Minnesota. And he's connected with drivers based in Germany. That's an intriguing pipeline to be able to connect yourself to on the sim world, in the sim world in particular. Keep in mind, he is someone that does have a little bit of karting experience in North America as recently as the start of the decade, as well as some trips to the Stockholm Karting Center.
Pretty interesting career that he's had so far since competing in this, so we'll see what he's able to do and pull off a strong performance here.
Very solid when it comes to the Marshmallow, showing they are not as soft as a Marshmallow when it comes to their pace, to say the least. Still trying to find a way to get to the 20 car. Approaching the top of the hour, let's take a run through your top contenders across the field for the 2022 edition of the iRacing Nürburgring 24 Hours, powered by VCO. In the race lead still, it's Mitchell DeYoung, leading by more than 3 minutes. For VRS and SimSport, number yes. The car that wants to be the number 8 is InSim the number 80, and as a result, they are number yes. Team BMW Bank is in second, looking to back up their podium run from last year. Bill Dennis is behind the wheel with about a 40-second cushion to Enzo Bonino in the BMW Team Redline Red car. Then it's a pair of Mercedes behind them. The Mercedes-AMG Team Williams Esports car is in fourth, while Mercedes-AMG Team Urano Esports is having their best special event run of the year in fifth position. One lap down in the class, meanwhile, after damage repair, is Pure Sims Esports in its 14 in Sim, the 116 car. Then coming soon is 2 laps down in 7th. Rounding up the top 8 overall is Valkyrie Competition by Pallier. They are in 8th position, a quiet day for the number 98. There's the top runners in the drivers running on circuit in the class. Then when it comes to the Porsche Cup class, Valtteri Lander continues to showcase why he is a name to think about when it comes to road course racing for the next half decade. He leads his grouping over a Team Redline Cup car who had a minute of required damage repair, then lost several seconds after a spin off the pit lane. VCO is currently second. Then Apex Racing Academy is showcasing their young talent in third. 199, they're 11th overall on the racetrack. Zenith Esports is 4th in class currently. They're about 2 minutes and 56 seconds back of the 199. Then Pure Sims Esports, they're 916 in the Porsche Cup class, rounds up the top 5. They are, however, a good 4 minutes back in the next position. Martin Asher at one point, the team owner, had a bit of a spin. His team has recovered since then with the help of Dennis, or his Fabry, to be top 5, top 6 overall, I should say. The NSH Racing team is currently in 7th. 8th spot is RSR by Butt Kicker after their significant repairs from a hit to the front end. 16th overall, they're the last car running in class. Then the GT4, see Urano Esports up in the class lead. They've had a lot of spins, a lot of bumps, a lot of bangs, but that team has showcased the speed from the get-go. They pulled away from Maui Racing team by a wide margin of 51 seconds. Felix Kornbach trying to find a way to chip in and chip away to the BMW. Then it is behind them T3 Motorsport by Miniti Red. That duality of that partnership has gone strong for this run. But Team RSO in 4th. Simsa Esports is currently 5th. They are currently 47 seconds back of Team RSO, who are about 2 minutes back of Team T3's car. SRC Movado Corsa having one of their better runs in an endurance race this year. They are currently in their Aston Martin amongst the top 6. Then it's Timo Rippian behind the wheel of the Delta Sport car, 8th in the BMW, or 7th should say, on track in the BMW. That round things out, along with Apex Tech Racing. Trying to move up in the overall chart to 24th overall and 8th in class in general. They round out the cars running in GT4. Then the touring cars. Currently seen Team Hoichenveld at the top of the pylon. They look to back up their victory a year ago. By doing so again, they're way ahead of Road Drive Esport team. Their car is nearly a few minutes behind. Marshmallow Racing is 3rd, with Jordan Bachmeier behind the wheel. And the track regulars currently trying to close up a 32-second gap or so. The next car ahead. Then the Majors Garage FSR machine, which led at one point, has Michael Polasek behind the wheel. They're in 4th. Then 5th in class. Significant portion behind us as well is Protocharge SimSport TCR. They're currently a lap back in general to the next car in their class. T3 Motorsport by Miniti Blue is currently in the 6th spot, with Sim 3D Sport Ghostbusters, the last car running. They are 7 laps back to the nearest car in their class. That's a quick rundown of all the drivers currently running. Again, 32 are still running. Check that 31 are still running on circuit. All while we have just passed 9 hours to go. Approaching the final 8 hours of this race, estimated distance for the top runner and Mitchell DeYoung is currently projected about 68 laps to go with this current trend, still 2 seconds quicker than the rest of the pack. And DeYoung is putting up times, mind you, in the ballpark of what his teammate Joshua Rogers was able to do to start off the race that set him on such the big foot. Their quickest lap, 7:56.977 by Joshua Rogers. Closest to him has been DeYoung's times.
Yeah, he just got done running a sub 8-minute lap. Not even any one of the GT3 cars in competition. As we take a look at an incident for one of the Pure Sim Esports drivers, that's Mauricio Cuero, who had a little bit of a bobble, looped around, hit the curb, and was able to continue on his way. But close call indeed for Mauricio Cuero in that Pure Sims Esports number 116 in the 6th position. But back to Mitchell, of course, in that Coanda machine. just was the only competitor to run a sub 8-minute lap here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and just does a dominant performance coming up over the hill and then just flat out right through this section of the course before he will break. It'll be quite a ways though before he has to get onto the binders to continue on his way here, but such a fast-paced course. I always had trouble just when he crests over the hill here and makes his way through this curve, that braking zone, and then the uphill battle is a tough section of the circuit to struggle with.
Especially when your tires get lifted fully off the ground with the jumps, the elevation changes. It can be a roller coaster at the Nürburgring, to say the very least. Again, for those listening in on Radio Show Limited, or whether those watching along on RaceSpotTV or through Twitch side for VCO Esports, but to go to live timing and scoring by going to timing71.org/RaceSpot to keep up with your favorite teams and drivers, keep track of how things are settling in for those respective drivers here today. To touch upon the story of Mitchell Dion, remember this is a driver who is just 24 years old, but his resume is that you would expect for someone much higher in terms of that mark, to be quite frank. Was born in Laguna Hills in Southern California, raced in ATVs in 2000, then go-karts, then went to off-road trucks by the time he was 11, competed in the X Games, competed at the top level in North America in rally cars, in rally cross, before its subsequent series troubles, and then went on to become an esports driver at the top rankings as well, where he's won a few world championships, in particular in the iRacing Rallycross World Championship in 2018, as well as been a contender in multiple disciplines at the World Championship level, at the endurance, at the road course racing level, and at stock cars, which, mind you, the stock car side wanted to come to play if it wasn't for 2020 being 2020, and him connecting with Keegan Leahy, who he battled for the championship with last year.
And of course, both of them driving for the famed 2311 racing team with Denny Hamlin, of course, and Michael Jordan. That team being such a strong competitor last season. Still on it looks to try to defend their team championship as well as their driver championship. Neither one of the 2311 drivers have yet to pick up a win, but give it time. I'm pretty sure we will see them back up towards the front of the field before it's all said and done. But take a look at this. Think of his stats that he currently has on iRacing. He started back in iRacing back in 2011. He has picked up 268 wins on the road, 95 wins on the oval side of iRacing, and then 64 wins on the dirt road, which is the off-road racing or rallycross racing. His average winning percentage on the road side, 53%. On the dirt road side, 79%. And 92%, he finishes in the top 5. So a driver who's just an absolute strong performance competitor, no matter what type of vehicle you put him in. And just some of his greatest accomplishments. He's won the season 12 Hours of Sebring before in the top split. The 24 Hours of Daytona, he finished second this year alone. And then, of course, he is a multiple-time champion in multiple divisions of motorsports racing across the iRacing service. So he is one of the major forces to be reckoned with when it comes to esports competition.
When you look even deeper, Brett's himself as an 11-time esports champion when you look at everything combined. An absolutely stellar resume, to say the very least. And it's going to be intriguing if he gets the chance to get in the real world. Oh, by the way, he's also a stunt driver, apparently. So there's that, too, where maybe one day you may see a commercial where he's the stunt driver for a certain car. Intriguing backstory I don't think many people realize until they look at LinkedIn.
It's certainly an amazing accomplishment of what he's been able to do throughout his career in motorsports in general. I mean, and that's an amazing thing with a lot of these competitors. I mean, take Enzo Benito as well, team for BMW Team Redline Red. I mean, he is also a multiple-time champion across many different disciplines of racing. In fact, he's picked up a total of 295 victories since joining the service back in 2011 and has competed at the highest form, even has been a part of the Race of Champions, which is one of the most top echelons, I would have to say, motorsports Olympic styles that we see for the past few years back, especially when the Race of Champions has included virtual racing, and he has gone head-to-head with some of the biggest names in motorsports, most notably, of course, Sebastian Vettel at, of course, the Mexico round that they had a couple of years ago.
Yeah, that's a very notable thing. And you mentioned that type of level as well. It was very notable. One of the drivers who made it from the virtual world to the real world ended up indeed having a strong run too against a former world champion in the snow, mind you, or about a few months ago. So there's a lot of progression forward where that focus and those connections are being made, as discussed a bit earlier. Whether that's on the broadcast side in particular as well as the real world side, it gives you the chance to have that extra visibility and exposure that you may not have compared to the real world side outright, to be quite blunt. Because for some, there were two different paths I've noticed that have flowed on out. Talked about this with Will Vincent a little bit, and he agreed on to an extent, where you either have someone who starts off on the sim side, helps them be able to get connections to start to lower levels of the real world side, and then build up from there. Or you have someone in the lower levels from the real world, jumps in the virtual world, builds connections there, and visibility to where when they're at the real world track, it helps open up opportunities since their name is out there.
It certainly is the case there, Justin, and it has opened the door for a lot of future stars of racing, but also, you have to be careful with how you set those things up and compete, and also be able to showcase your talent. And I think also the biggest thing that a lot of these major teams look for is how well you're able to not only be as a driver, but also how to be as far as with marketing, as well as with how to be able to handle when it comes to being in front of the public eye. Because when you're in this type of top level competition, especially in the top echelons of motorsports, you have to also be able to know how to work on the microphone, to be able to talk to the press, talk to people when being interviewed. And that's what a lot of these major teams also look for, besides also being a very talented driver.
Exactly. To be quite frank with some of that stuff, you have to be a perfect package in that regard to be able to move up the ranks and work yourself forward for those respective ranks and the runs to be able to move up said ranks. So far, no one with Enzo Benito, meanwhile, last time by 7:59 flat as mentioned. But he'd still be smooth. Keep in mind, he is on fresher tires compared to Team BMW Bank. As talked about, it was the double stint taken by Team BMW Bank, the fresh tire set. Albeit with a little bit of a slower stint and or potentially the double stint, but with that miscue a little while ago coming to play. Their pit stop window is expected to be approaching, though, for the next 2 to 3 laps, so in about half an hour. Welcome to Nürburgring.
Well, of course, Enzo Benito being smooth and the most, as we heard from Arjuna and Nick Damon earlier on, the most beautiful driver in the sim right now as he's trying to get himself going. As Benito is being muy bonita as he continues on his trek to win here.
I'm very curious how you judge that.
I don't either. I'm still kind of wondering. We'll have to talk to Arjuna and Nick about that when they come back on later, of how they determine Enzo to be the most beautiful driver in all of sim racing.
I'm not sure where to jump from that. Back to race cars.
Let's go back to his cars going around. We'll have fun there. And speaking of, he's going through the mini carousel right now before he heads down the long straightaway before going back on to the GP circuit.
Looking to keep it smooth indeed towards that respective section of the racetrack to Donninger-Ho, in fact. He does have one car coming up the road. Sam Michaels is that respective car. And to think about, too, the car they're about to pass on by and try and lap in SRC Movado Corsa. That respective trajectory for that group has been intriguing as well, because when you think back to SRC Movado Corsa, of course, when you think about their initial iterations as in terms of their team name and whatnot, that respective Aston Martin has more so the team connections to the Mazda MX-5s in particular. Drivers we mentioned, like Brandon Hawken, have driven and do drive for that respective team, as they just so happen to come into the pit lane, as we discussed them, and end up going behind a wall, I believe that was. Sam Michaels comes on in. But they have a very talented core of drivers that they've been able to develop. Brandon Hawken has been able to win at top stages, was a contender as well in the Red Bull Ring Masters about a few months ago, or the Canadian nearly came away with that victory in the national final. You also have drivers that are in that grouping too as of late that have been picked up, like Fraser Williamson. Tommaso Carla has showed great pace in the past. They have built up a very solid core in other disciplines outside of, say, the smaller cars or, say, the MX-5s to be able to go from mid to back grouping to contenders for a top 5.
It certainly is incredible to see some of these up-and-coming stars and what they've been able to accomplish in both real and virtual world, as we ride on with Sam Michaels in the 007 machine. Sorry, I could not help but do that for him, as the SRC Movano Corsa machine will be now back out onto the racing circuit. Had a little bit of damage to the nose of that Aston Martin Vantage GT4, as he will now pull out onto the racetrack. All clear scaling ahead for him. I don't think there's any competitors around him, as he will now enter into the hairpin. Now the next competitor that just is now Alex Joringa, who is the RSR by Butt Kicker Porsche GT3 Cup car that was following up behind him. He just now entered pit road. So Sam Michaels will now begin his next trek in his stint here at the Nürburgring.
Worth noting that this group found its niche, it seemed, when it came to prototype, in particular during the Sebring 12 earlier this year. Fraser Williamson, Alessio Fabriziano, he finished top 6. 9th place for Sam Michaels, driving with Dominique Gendermea. So that niche has been found as a result in turn as well with their runs at the in some of the Italian special events in that respective car. Been very clean, though, this respective run for them throughout the day so far. By the way, RSR by Butt Kicker also in for their scheduled service. So getting towards the discussions, too, when it comes to some of the other drivers in those developments, we mentioned Apex Racing Academy. I mentioned this, that they had an initial iteration that was around 2017, 2018-ish. Brought it back a couple of years ago, Taylor. That respective grouping having one of its best runs as an Academy car that comes to mind over the past year and a half since then, with Michael Jenny currently behind the wheel, who's been one of their mainstays, a part of the Academy car.
It is so incredible to see a lot of these major teams, such as Apex Racing, to have these small Academy teams or junior teams, because they're following the same pattern as what we would see as far as with some of the major manufacturers. I mean, we talk about manufacturers such as Porsche, BMW having, of course, their main factory teams and, of course, their junior teams to help make preparation. Of course, we even see that in open wheel and stock car racing across all many forms of the major motorsports, to where drivers can be groomed, polished, be able to work on a way to showcase their talents, to where one day they could have that factory ride or that main top tier team ride in the near future, because of how much work and effort they will put in and how much they were willing to train. And of course, with here in the sim racing world, it's no different. We have that, of course, like you said, with Apex Racing with their Academy. I know the Coenda team has also a similar situation with the VRS Virtual Racing School, and even we see that with others, with certain other teams working together to form small alliances, where one team is their major junior team, where it helps build up the next up-and-coming stars of sim racing, to where they can have the ranks to join some of the major teams to go and compete in world champion or major special events.
And looking towards the background, when you consider that too, when it comes to the driver in Johnny, he was the second driver added to their new iteration for the Academy team back then, and looked to try and develop and find his way to the ultimate promotion. He had been actively participating in the previous portions through Apex Racing Academy's weekly coaching sessions before he got the opportunity and the invite after his coaching attendance with Kevin Ellis Jr. and emphasizing his aspirations for the Contender Series for the Porsche Taycan Esports Super Cup. And those are the type of connections that can be so critical, where if you find somebody that understands your overall emphasis and excitement, enthusiasm, and goals in turn, to be able to move forward and have the right partnership to be able to move that ahead, that is absolutely critical, especially in the sim racing world. You don't find that connection and that right partnership, it's a very challenging circuit to try and move up.
It certainly is. And think about this. Michael Janney, speaking of him, continue his conversation. He started sim racing on iRacing back in 2020 and has done a lot of hard work since becoming a part of this type of racing. I mean, just back when he first started in, of course, 2020, he has raced in some of the major events and he competed. Best finish back in 2020 was the VLN, a 4-hour race. He finished in 3rd position with a Porsche 718. In 2021, he was able to work his way up through to compete some major events to bring home a couple of close overall wins, especially in some of the official championships in iRacing. And then this year, he's done a little bit of work, still has some great runs he needs to work on, but he competed in the BMW 120 series where he picked up a 19th and a 17th at Daytona. So still some room for improvement, but still, when working with a group such as Apex Racing, being a part of that academy group, you get the amazing benefits of learning from people like Kevin Ellis Jr., a multiple-time champion in a wide variety of sim racing series across the iRacing platform, to where you can be able to fine-tune your skills and one day be able to have what it takes to challenge for some of these major wins and world championships. And Michael Janney is currently doing that right now, sitting in 3rd position. He's got a little bit of work to do to catch up to the Team Redline Cup machine. He's about 3 minutes back, but he is there to capitalize if anyone makes a mistake. We saw that from Gianni, where he made a mistake coming off of pit road earlier on his last pit stop. That could be the difference maker for him.
You remember, when it comes to that backstory, you mentioned some of the routes that he has. Interesting enough, they also have in the mix Ben Four, who helped supervise a part of things when it comes to this car for this special event. He had the connections too from Fiercely Forward, because that's where his background originally came to be. Was a part of the Club Sports Series championship run for that side on the sports side before fully making the transition and understand in the opportunities and knowledge that's so critical to go from place to place. Having that understanding to know the opportunities there to move on ahead is also very important to make sure you have that bridge still maintained in the sim racing world, because you never know what can happen down the road. Especially as a driver, you may connect with one another again. You may partner down the line. You may have to work together in circumstances. And now that's so very critical for a driver who is a driver who's won it in many different major events, on top of before making that run to the Academy team. As we now take a look at Phil Dennis, he's into the pit lane. Lap 7 means pit stop time. Mitchell Dionne's already completed his service for the GT3s.
Now the question is, will he stay behind the wheel here of this BMW, or will someone else determine to get behind the wheel? Currently looking at everything going on, Phil Dennis will stay behind the wheel, but we still have to wait and see, because there is one particular special driver who has already been behind the wheel at one point during the race, but I know for certain he will be a force to be reckoned with if he is going to get back behind the wheel, and that is a certain Bruno Spengler, who knows a thing or two about getting around the hallowed grounds of the Nürburgring.
I believe Dennis indeed staying in the behind the wheel, but you mentioned Spengler in particular. He's been one of the intriguing drivers who was a part of those who came in through 2020, and one of those who has stayed in the sim racing world since then with a fairly significant presence. So a very quick driver, I think, when it comes to Spengler. He was dominant in the Invitational Series, to say the very least, with IMSA's side back in 2020. He's been very quick as well for Team BMW Bank in the special events. By the way, Chris Loham is the driver now, driving the BMW Team Redline Red car. They're taking a lengthier stop as a result of the driver change for their respective car. Right now, that is 3rd in class.
Yeah, Bruno has done a phenomenal job, as we see Chris Lullum come now out behind from the race car in that number 71 BMW Team Redline Red machine. As the big red machine will now rejoin the circuit. But back to the point about Bruno Spengler. He started racing in 2018, has done a couple of races throughout the year, but then picked it up really starting in 2020. And he has already racked up, after his 473 starts, 106 of those turned into race victory. 65% of those races he entered, he finished in the top 5.
Not bad for someone who has a lot of experience in the real world, in championship experience in endurance racing.
Oh, most definitely.
You can say the same almost, too, when it comes to Chris Lohan, because he was actually the FIA Vice World Karting Champion back in 2017. He is at the young age of 18, has experience in open wheel machinery on top of things in his trek into the virtual world.
He certainly has. I mean, some of his amazing performances he's been able to race. I mean, he's raced in IMSA. I mean, shoot, he is a DTM champion back in 2012. You mentioned, of course, the IMSA iRacing Pro Invitational Series he picked up in 2020. In fact, one of the last times he raced in the iRacing 24 Hours, he picked up a third-place finish in class in the same GT3 class we're talking about. So he has had a stellar career in motorsports competition. In fact, he also picked up a win in IMSA competition, especially back in 2020 when he ran with the M8 GTE machine.
That's a reference to Spangler for those wanting to keep track on RSL and RaceSpot. But you're right in terms of that experience. That is huge to be able to bring that in, because there's been many conversations I've heard as things tighten up, of course, in 2020 in those alliance sides and the real-world drivers built those connections in turn. A lot of the knowledge that's brought in is very helpful to the virtual world as well to be able to develop.
It certainly has been able to, and it just shows the amazing partnership that a lot of these professional drivers who come in to get involved with sim racing has been able to help build these relationships. We see that in the NASCAR community on this iRacing. We especially see that in the sports car racing community and even in the open wheel community. And I continue to see that growing year after year, where we see more and more drivers, both real and virtual, start to blend a little bit more together and have that same respect for each other, because both disciplines are very difficult as is. Yes, virtual racing is not maybe as dangerous as we see in the real world, but there is still a lot of work, time, and effort that these drivers here in the virtual world have to put in, exactly like we see in the real world.
For example, I know the trend before the start of the real world racing season this year was, where is Max Verstappen? Well, first of all, he's in the real world race car, I believe, right about now. Second, it got to the point where you end up building up that hype and wanting to bring that interest in as well, because people want to see some of the top competitors. It got to the point where, and this is where one of the tweet concepts came into play, or the context, I should say, comes in. It got to where people were asking about, where's Max Verstappen? There's a Discord, of course, for Team Redline, where they used to run racing leagues at one point, I believe, where that connection came in. Funnily enough, was the first Discord server I ever actually joined back in around 2017-ish. And I've been in the general side. Can someone forward a Max to let them know you're not in the car? Within an hour, he sends out a tweet that he's working out in the gym with his Team Redline shirt on. So there is that awareness, too, for the railroad drivers that know they bring that attention in whenever they're in the virtual car.
They certainly do, and it just shows that they are working so hard to be able to be ready for that next race. I mean, example, like you said, with Max Verstappen, he has to put in time and effort to make sure he trains in order to be ready, to be prepared for the hard discipline that racing, especially in Formula One, puts on the human body, especially with all those very tough G-forces that he has to face when competing at such a high and very powerful race cars, as we see especially with the new current generation of Formula One.
Yeah, that generation, it's been really intriguing to see the very big differences from the top levels of the podium compared to last generation already. When it comes to the top teams, it's almost flipped upside down in some cases, where teams who were for a couple years towards the bottom half of the top 10 in the points are now some of the favorites. And then you have the multiple time world champions like Lewis Hamilton, who's trying to battle just for 10th in points.
Trying to even get points sometimes, because if you remember the last round, he finished just in 10th position, getting that 1 point. So hopefully he can maybe have a better shot when we head to this round in Australia, which is getting ready to kick off here in a little bit of time in the real world. If you're on the East Coast, it'll probably be getting ready to kick off in about 45 minutes or so, maybe a little bit after 1 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. But as we
Oh, trouble! Chris Loham is in the wall. Loham has gone off the track and has clipped the Armco barrier. He's been able to keep it straight, though. A little bit of a graze. Loham with a big scare for Team Redline in their BMW.
That's what we call a hold your breath moment here, as he is continued on his way, but the car did get a major bobble when coming through the circuit. Trying to pick up on where he is at on the circuit right now.
I believe it was around Hedvig Schoen in approaching Whipperman, where the incident would have been just a few seconds ago with the clip of the grass and the clip of the Armco. So for Chris Loham, though, just by inches avoiding significant contact, because several times throughout this race, drivers have made that same mistake, boom, have gotten suspension damage. The BMW Team Redline red car has escaped it this time.
Hold on to your breath there, Chris. You still have a long way to go, as he knows he has to do this stint, bring the car home, and that's one of the challenges when you're racing in team endurance races, Justin. I mean, you have to be responsible for your stint to give that car as much of a clean as. Here we go. Take a look at this on board. A little bit of a bobble, just inches from the Armco. A little bit of a kiss right there. And is able to gather it back up and rejoin the circuit. But that's definitely a white knuckle moment for Chris Lullum.
He was already knowing he was in trouble by the time there was a quick flick from the left to the right. It did not flick over from the left to the right. He nearly snapped it loose in the first place.
Close call of crisis averted for Chris. He's going to now head down here and see if he can get another lap going. But with that, he lost valuable, precious time to his competitor, Philip Denise, who sits in that second position now. He's now lost a minute. And with that little bobble, that now brings in one of the Mercedes teams, AMG teams, Williams Esports, Avati Capino, who is now 10 seconds back and closing to Chris Lullum in that BMW. So we could possibly, before this is all said and done, Justin, before we possibly have to switch over to the next group of people for this next endurance round as they continue on here at the Nürburgring, that we could see a change for the podium position where 3 different manufacturers cover the top 3.
That'll be in about 30 minutes time. That switch over to Lewis McLeod and Cameron Roger for next 4 hours preceding or following after this respective grouping from hours 8 to about hour 4 to go. We're handing back over the RSL crew in general for the final 4 hours of this year's running of the iRacing Nürburgring powered by VCO first 24-hour endurance race. But the driver you're talking about is the number 2, the Mercedes-AMG Team Williams Esports car driven by Antti Koppinen, who is currently trying to close in. The gap is going down. They didn't make a driver swap, keep in mind, the last stop. However, the pace difference has been also important to think about, because last time we looked at them, they were a fair bit back around 20-30 seconds. Even then, the last time by, 8 minute 1 second 6:36. They are starting to reel in that time quickly.
Now, last time by, Chris Lullum did not set a time. There was no time given
Pit
to
stop,
him
yes.
because of that pit stop. So we'll see what his time going to be, but I can already tell you it's going to be a slow or lap time due to the fact that he's lost so much momentum right now. And looking through some of the field and seeing who's been able to make some big gains, it's going to be interesting to see who is going to be able to do that, because Antti Koppinen is definitely going to be one to watch. He's now stretched out to another second over that Mercedes AMG Team Williams Esports team, but the BMW is definitely trying to hold on for dear life during this stint.
Gone down to 10th since the start of your sentence to the end of that respective sentence. It's coming down indeed for them, and few more pit stops. Keep in mind, at the other end of the racetrack have just come into play. Pure Sims Esports and the 14 have come in. Coming soon has made a driver change for Guillaume Egloff. Those drivers jumping in and out of the respective cars, doing some jumping jacks, and in some cases, getting a chance to rest. In other cases, jumping back into the car after they finish their calisthenics. Meanwhile, Koppinen looking to bring the calisthenics for these springs in the suspension of this race car. The gap down to 9.9 seconds even now, this lap.
Gonna get exciting here for the podium finish, or podium position here. It's not the podium finish because we still got another 8.5 hours to go in this race. So podium position as they work their way through, carrying so much speed and momentum as they work their way through. I mean, looking over to see what Ati is able to do, he is carrying, looking over at the times and laps, 270 kilometers or 180 miles an hour before he has to get onto the binders and drop it down to about 60 miles an hour, just a little bit under that, as he works his way through now up to the top of the cresting of the hill. And this section right here, Justin, is so difficult because you're carrying so much speed uphill. The corner gets a little off camber and you have to break it down multiple times in order to make this tight hairpin up ahead.
So many drivers have had the races go very haywire as a result of said hairpin, especially when it comes to the banked portions of the racetrack. The two different parts of those carousels that have that banking, where if you hit the top lip, your car's likely spinning to the armco to the left side of the racetrack on the corner exit both times. It's such a big balance to find that. And keep in mind, this car already affected a little bit of the balance where you look at the damage on the car. We mentioned how battered and banged these cars are. One person watching earlier on mentioned the Mercedes AMGs looking like second-hand cars, but the damage, no offense to the manufacturer, of course, but there is damage as well to the spoiler in of itself.
Yeah, these Mercedes, though, have taken quite a bit of a beating, but they're still pressing on, and compared to a majority of the other manufacturers in the GT3 category, they are definitely going to be ones to watch. And of course, I would have to say this car definitely is one to be looked at to see possibly getting an Evo update here on the iRacing service. We see the Ferrari recently got an update on the iRacing service. Of course, the BMW M4, which is the brand new BMW, and then the Porsche 911 GT3R with some recent updates, of course, added onto the service. And the Mercedes and a couple of other GT3 cars that are on the iRacing platform, who have been on the platform for quite a many of years. It's, I think, about due time that we see this Mercedes, along with a couple of others, get a much improved update to where we could experience the true essence of this powerhouse team of Mercedes.
Very legendary manufacturer when it comes to the world of motorsports, indeed. Increasing their presence in particular when it comes to iRacing, when it comes to the open wheel side in the World Championship level, or rather I should say when it comes to Formula 1 open wheel machinery coming into play, when it comes to the last year's generation of open wheel car from World Championship action, and likely looking to be so, the 2022 edition. It's a big partnership and a big step ahead when it comes to Mercedes AMG and the understanding of that need to invest in the esports side that some of the manufacturers had taken the steps ahead in the preceding years.
It certainly has, and we'll have to see when that car will be released on the platform. They're saying sometime later on in 2022. When that is, will it be Season 3 or Season 4? That's yet to be announced, but I'm pretty sure it will be sooner rather than later to see that car added onto the iRacing service. I mean, the last iteration of the Mercedes Formula 1 car is an absolute beautiful car to drive. And same thing with this Mercedes AMG GT3 car. It's an absolute amazing car to drive. The power that is in that front engine car is absolutely beautiful. It's very easy to drive as long as you take care of it and respect the power that you're driving. Of course, this Mercedes has such a historic career racing in the Nürburgring 24-hour, but it's been a little bit since they picked up an overall win here at the Nürburgring. With back in 2016 was the last time they picked up the win, with Maro Engel, Bernd Schneider, as well as a couple of other very strong competitors as the Black Falcon Racing Team.
A long time ago, to say the very least, when it comes to that side. By the way, the GT4s, they're saying hello to their pit crews. Their pit crews are saying hello back to them, and are saying, here, have some fuel. In many of those cases, when it comes to RSO and T3 Motorsport, I'm an ET. So those cars are often into their stalls. I always wonder what the pit crews on the iRacing side do in the paddock inside those garage doors once they're done their service. Well, if it's like the watch parties you may see from the open wheel side in the real world, or whether they're doing iRacing things or whether they're trying to find ways to make the cones that always go flying around many of the tracks into hats.
Well, all I can say is, with at least the pit crew, at least on the oval side, yeah, you have your pit crew who is able to do your tire change, but these ones apparently have some invisibility powers because you never see them. Now, I mean, that doesn't mean soon one day we'll see that happening where we can see the live action pit stops on iRacing with sports car racing, but you know, most of the time when you come up to their pit stall, you mostly just see them standing around talking to each other, having a conversation, and I don't know if that's something you want to do for 24 hours, but apparently they feel like doing that as well, but they're just doing it behind the closed garage doors that you see here at the paddock on the Nürburgring pit straight.
Give them credit, though, when it comes to the oval side of the circuit, whether it's with IndyCar, whether it's with NASCAR. They'll be ready for any time you're in the pit stall. Even if you spin off the racetrack, bounce off 2 or 3 walls, then somehow manage to get into your pit stall, and then you get to take your service and your fresh tires and fuel. They're ready for everything.
Well, not only that, but if you even come spinning across into your pit box, you know, due to the fact of an incident, you know, with some tracks not having a pit wall on the front straightaway, yeah, you'd come spinning around, and even though you might have to unfortunately take a penalty, they'd be ready if you magically be able to spin right there into your pit box. They'll be ready for you.
But the main thing to consider when it comes to pit sign is, as a driver, you have to, in some cases, make those right calculations, as well as have the assistance of your team strategists and your crew chiefs in endurance races to make sure you pick the right calls, because that's that major thing too, is sometimes you're your own crew chief with Simracing.
Yes, that is true, but of course, you know, the most important thing is that we have to admit the hardest working man in all of sim racing has to be Barney the Flagman. I mean, he's standing out there for 24 straight hours in not just one, but multiple different splits. I mean, I don't know how iRacing was able to clone Barney the Flagman, but he is able to be anywhere, anytime, and as he's safe to say, he's always watching. So, Barney, you are truly the unsung hero of all things iRacing, having to brave long and cold nights up in that flag stand. So this one's for you, Barney.
Doesn't flinch whenever anything approaches his way, too. Always focused on the job and the task at hand. Same can said for Benny, the pace car driver. Kevin Traveris, you keep an eye on. For those watching the RaceSpot feed, he is currently in Sector 1. Just has been passed by some lapped car traffic in Chris Lohem as well. So right now, that BMW looking smooth, and the main thing too is various teams have talked about in the past the preferences to manufacturer to track. The BMW and the Aston Martin have been fairly equal in that regard in terms of the preferential treatment, rather in terms of selection, but also in terms of its overall performance this year. Your thoughts on the BMW when it comes to the GT4 class, which looks pretty sizable when you look in terms of the bodywork in of itself and how it looks in terms of rotation compared to its classmates?
Well, I mean, let's be honest, it's the big boy of GT4 racing, and it's the big boy of all forms of GT racing that we have on the iRacing platform, the BMW M4 or the M8 if you're utilizing the GTE class that's utilized in some races. But even though it's a big, bulky car, this car is a well-known and championship and race-winning deserving car. This car can be a little wonky at first when you're utilizing some of the default iRacing setups for maybe a lap or two, but once you start getting into a rhythm, you can be very consistent and lay down some strong and very consistent laps. I mean, yes, we see that right now. In fact, looking through the top 5 alone in the GT4 category, you have a BMW leading. Then you have an Aston in second, BMW again, Aston, BMW. So 3 BMWs inside the top 5, let alone also make it 4 BMWs inside the top 7. It just shows that these BMWs, even though they're the big boys, they know how to get around this circuit and have showcased the talent ever since these new M4 GT4 cars. I mean, we see some of the biggest names in motorsports race these cars, such as Bill Auberlen, and be able to win with these cars.
There's a lot of history indeed when it comes to the BMW brand, and as well, their massive support on the esports side as well, with the strides they've taken with the various different series where drivers compete in BMW machinery. Some of the biggest names in turn we've seen, especially over the past couple of years, are running in turn under the BMW team banners such as BMW Team Redline and some of the other groupings they're partnered with.
It certainly is great to see manufacturers give involvement. I mean, think about this, the BMW Sim Cup that they have, the BMW 120s that they have specifically to celebrate BMW. And it's phenomenal to see the manufacturer's allegiance to sim racing and them realizing the importance of having a partnership with the virtual world in order to allow people to drive these machineries. Because if you think about it, some of these people who get involved with sim racing may one day want to go real world racing, and they have tested so many different manufacturers and they realize, hey, I want to go and race for a BMW team or race with a BMW car. It opens the door for them to work with a BMW or whatever manufacturer they choose to race with. And that just shows because of how the similarities are. Yes, there's some small maybe differences possibly between sim racing and real world racing, but some slight differences that will help them choose which manufacturer that they want to work with in the future, whichever type of racing they choose to do, whether it be GT4 or GT3, especially those who want to be the gentleman drivers or want to one day be that factory driver.
Take a look at Olaise Steinbrennan in the Urano Esports machine, the 190, 17th overall, still in the class lead by a significant margin. 8 hours, 15 minutes or so to go in this respective run. Cheers running of the Nürburgring 24, powered by VCO. 58 seconds the gap that Urano Esports has on the racetrack. Nice and consistent in this regard. And I've always found it intriguing, too, when it comes to groupings such as Urano, because they're amongst those who have a big presence in this country, in Germany in particular. We're big supporters of raising funds for natural disasters in the country, around the facility, and around the region, earlier last year in particular. And it's been very fun to see their charge ahead. This is one of their best team performances, I think, in the past, since that uprising, to be in contention for a class victory like this.
It certainly is, and it's thanks to a wide mix of drivers who are behind the wheel of that 190 machine, currently driven by Ole Steinbrennan, who's behind the wheel, Daniel Alves Luciano, and Konstantin Scherzeth, Nicholas Laubisch, who was behind the wheel earlier on when we came on the air. They have all done incredible work to stay up towards the front of the field with that Urano Esports BMW M4, and have been able to showcase that talent. I mean, when they started off in this race here today, overall, they started 28th overall. They now run 17th in class. So they have definitely picked up the case and been able to work their way up through the field to be that leading car inside the top 20 and leading in the GT4 class. So they have done a lot of great work and still a long way to go, but they're sitting comfortably right now, which is what you want to be when leading in such a big race such as here at the Nürburgring 24.
You have to think there's a lot of smiles for those watching the performances from the whole core today. If you're the esports manager, Sebastian Bach, especially with this group that was founded in 2020, part of essentially the works team for Urano Group, who is, again, based out of Bad Kreuznach, Germany. It's absolutely incredible how this performance has played about when it comes to these respective cars, and the respective performances, and their growth as a whole. It's worth noting they mention as well, and I think it's worth mentioning absolutely for those tuning in, the respective counterpart for the GT3s and the Mercedes-AMG Team Urano Esports car, they even had to get some damage repairs done. The fact that they're in the conversation for a possible podium if they can get some attrition to go their way, Alexei Nazov, is also a huge regard to their uptick in performance, to where even when they've gotten into trouble, they've been able to make sure that it's to the point where they can still keep going and finish the race and be one of the 5 cars left on the lead lap in general.
Yeah, they're going to really push the effort to try to see if they can stay on that lead lap and be able to have that privilege to say, I stayed and kept up pace with the leaders, to not be put a lap down by their class leader or even overall, depending on where you are in the field. So they're going to try to see what they can do. Currently, like you said, there's about 7 cars in the GT4 class that are on the same lap. So we'll see how time progresses throughout the race for these 7 competitors in GT4. But it's going to be a long and strenuous battle right now as they continue to work their way through here at the Nürburgring.
Steve still on screen for those on the RaceSpotTV feed. Don Ryan still making his way around the hillside this time. Still the class leader in particular for the GT4s and getting ready to make his way around final portions of the racetrack for this respective lap. When I say that, I mean about 4 minutes from that respective run through Donninger Ho. Currently making their way through the sort of Sector 2 in particular, along the hillsides and getting themselves out of the circuit this time to Kesselchen toward Muttkurv this time. Let's take a look at the Pro Drive car, meanwhile. They're second in class still. Also having a very stellar run for their day today. They are still a very far ways back, yes. But this would be one of their best performances in a special event over the past year or so.
Yeah, currently they're in a beautiful spot. They currently, after looking over their starting performances, they started 47th and have gained multiple positions now, just at about 21 spots, sitting in that 26th position. And they are quite a ways back from the race leader. They hold about almost 6 minutes back from the race leader of Stefan Scheller in the Team Heusenfeld machine, but they have about a 27-second advantage over the Marshmallow Racing of Jordan Bachmeier, who is trying to see if he can close the gap in his Audi RS3 LMS GT or TCR machine. So we'll see if that's going to be happening. I do have to mention one other driver who's in the TCR category, the Majors Garage FSR 185 machine that's driven by Michael Polasek right now. Had to give a shout out to him out on the circuit, as he's not only a great TCR driver, but also a great GT driver and Porsche driver, as he's picked up multiple championships in the Porsche Car Club of America series, as that the Porsche Car Club of America here in the United States has been able to come up with their own sim racing division, and he has been one of the main staples competing in that championship across multiple different races, and that has provided some great drivers to come out of that series to even compete in some of the world championships. One driver who brings to mind is, of course, William Levesque, who was able to do one season where he won every single round one season during the PCA, which is phenomenal. But it's great to see him out there having a strong performance, sitting in the 4th position in TCR category.
And he's been getting stronger and stronger in the special events. I remember seeing him in full send racing at the start of last year, Taylor. And in the first stages, I think it was around Spa, the team struggled, but they've made big strides in the past year in particular, to where they found their niche, not just when it comes to sports cars, as you talked about, but also when it comes to touring cars. He runs a lot of these touring car races now. They're usually one of the top teams, in fact, in touring cars in the league scene, especially when it comes to the World Touring Car Series that made its debut as a series earlier this year. And I found it surprising he was ranked as one of the Pro-Am drivers. And my first thought is, when I was filling in for one of the broadcasts recently there, was I don't expect that to be forever, that he's under that banner in the 1E as part of Full Send Racing, knowing the background that he had. And guess what? He's one of its top drivers, and he has been in contention for top 10s in those respective races this season, albeit they're sprint races for those who watch along for that side on RaceSpotTV. And they're also very busy trying to dodge incidents, whether it's at the couple car incidents or whether it's the massive one that, say, Brands Hatch, that include drivers like Ashley Sutton and several railroad drivers collected.
Yeah, it's great to see him go up against some of the biggest names in the touring car competition and be able to have those strong performances, but we'll see what he's able to do as he progresses in that 4th spot. He has about a minute to catch up to that Marshmallow Racing machine for a chance at a podium, but still a long way to go as we're closing in on 8 hours left, as we keep an eye now on one of the other Mercedes. That's the Williams Esports machine. That's Ati Capano, who is now sitting up there still in 4th, He has now closed the gap to 6 seconds to Chris Lullum. So Chris is probably going to be a little bit careful now, because pretty soon when we get to a certain section of course, they'll probably be on the same screen.
I think that's going to be the intriguing part, is how that makeup is going to be for the driver swaps, because that will be a determinant of if it becomes a battle in 1 hour or if it becomes a battle, I think, in 3 hours, if not 6. Because it's again, Koppinen came in at lap 104. This is his second total stint in the race car. Their team strategy is usually going to keep the driver in for about 3 consecutive runs of stints in terms of stops before they make the swap to the next driver, especially when it comes to this portion of the race. That's going to be the very big thing, is can they position themselves by the time they have to swap the drivers out to be, by the time the counterpoint comes in, potentially for BMW Team Redline Red, they're in the mix for the battle with them again with different drivers. I think that's the long con you have to consider.
It certainly is, but we're going to have to wait and see what will happen between this as they now come out of this final curve before heading down the Dottinger Hutto. As they work their way down this straightaway here. And you see them, he's right, from one of the angles I see, he is right there, just a little speck up the road, but he has closed the gain. He's picked up another 3/10 last time we checked. And last time when they come across the line, we'll see what their times are as they cross the start-finish line after leaving the Nordschleife back onto the GP circuit. Chris Lullum is about to cross the line here momentarily as they head through Tiergarten.
Very clean track, keep in mind. They are within a couple turns now for the battle for the podium position. 6.3 seconds, about 6.4 for the braking zone. It is going down the more and more traffic's being reached with Chris Lullum. It's being hit more efficiently by the 2 machine in particular. It's been the major note. Take a look at some of the clouds above the racetrack. Still, the clouds are above the circuit, still very cool. The temperatures are starting to raise up a little bit for the 8 hour to go mark, albeit the clouds were very thick to start this race, especially heading towards sunset. Now that it's more towards partly quality than I would say mostly quality, to what the skybox would say.
All I could say is when we first got on here and we saw the dark clouds that came with this morning that was about to come across the track, I was thinking, uh-oh, is iRacing about to pull a sneaky one in where we would see rain? I don't think they would do that to these drivers, but you never know. But looking at the clouds and the weather conditions right now, it looks like it would rain any moment at any other race weekend at the real-life Nürburgring Nordschleife, or for any of the VLN or VLS and NLS races, or also one of the actual real-world Nürburgring 24s. But for now, and I mean that literally, for now, we are safe to say that it will remain dry for the remaining 8 hours of this race.
Notice something too when it comes to some of the differences strategy-wise. There is a bit of a swap that came into play a couple laps ago. At the end of the racetrack, they were amongst the 1 lap down grouping. Here Sims Esports, as well as Coming Soon, swap positions on the pylon. And they've since settled out to where Coming Soon is trying to find a way to get back up to the 14 machine. They are at risk, though, of being potentially lapped, so this is a bit of a factor to think about when it comes to that side. So we'll see how things play out there. It is worth noting they have that 8-minute differential. That may also be a big factor, depending on how things go on the repair side. So with that note, meanwhile, we're approaching the 8 hour to go mark. Let's take a rundown of the top runners so far. Virus Gwenda Simsport is still in the race lead. They have maintained about a 3-minute and 18-second gap for the rest of the pack. Mitchell DeYoung, he stayed calm, cool, and collected. Was checking in on the Gwenda Simsport and VRS feed. Very cool. Very minimal communication needed from that car with the dominating pace from the onset. Team BMW Bank is in second, looking for back-to-back seconds in this event. The drivers they're ahead of, BMW Team Raceline Red, were amongst the contenders last year with Lohan behind the wheel in third. The gap is 7 seconds between the podium spots, though, because Mercedes-AMG Team Williams Esports is wanting to switch that around. That is a battle to watch for in the preceding hours. Mercedes-AMG Team Urano Esports rounds up the top 5 on the circuit. Last car on the lead lap, 6 minutes back. Your Sims Esports is a 1-lap advantage over Coming Soon, for 6th and 7th, while Valkyrie Competition by Paulier is another lap down. They are the last car running when it comes to the GT3s. Then the next class to consider is the Porsche Cup cars, where it is Kova who continues to dominate. It's Yassi Urinen who is in the race lead. That is after Team Redline Cup a few hours ago had to take a mandatory pit repair stop. That, in turn, has put them on the back foot and then some on the pylon. After several mistakes since then, they are 1 minute and 5 seconds back of Kova. Then it's Apex Racing Academy with Ben 4 now behind the wheel. He's battling ahead of drivers like Zenith Esports, who's in 4th. Here Sims Esports in the 916 is in the 5th spot. Asher Racing, NSH Racing Team, RSR by Butt Kicker round out the top 8. Difference between those drivers in the final 3, about a lap and a half. Then the GT4s, Urano Esports is still on the path to domination in one of their biggest wins in organization history. They have a massive 57-second advantage over Niels Koch, who is in the Maui Racing Team, Ashton Martin. Then T3 Motorsport by Maniti Red has Kevin Travers behind the wheel. They are currently 3rd in class, another 2 seconds back. Followed by Team RSO in their traditional blue but very different looking blue car, 4th. Simpson Esports currently rounds out the top 5 with SRC Movano Corsa rounding out the drivers on the same lap cycle, 52 seconds back of Simza. Then it's Delta Sport, who is behind by another minute and 29 seconds behind the 007. Then it's Apex Tech Racing rounded at the top 8. They are 2 laps back, though, of the next closest competitor. In fact, 3 laps on the pylon now, with Jamie Conway driving the major series points leader for European region action. Then it is for the touring cars, Team Heukenveld, who looks for back-to-back wins in this event. They have a massive lead, and what I mean by that is more than 5 minutes up over Pro Drive Esport Team in their biggest run in organization history. Marshmallow Racing backs up their track prowess in 3rd currently, with one of the top driving teams early on, Majors Garage FSR, having things implode in the middle stages. Their 185 car is in 4th. Proto Charge Sim Sport is in 5th. T3 Motorsport by Maniti Blue is in 6th. And the last car running overall in 7th in class is Sim 3D Sport Ghostbusters. Amongst the big DNFs, the Wizards team, Impulse Racing's cars, Team Fordzilla, Carbon Sim Sport, both R8G Esports cars, the Inertia and Vendaval car amongst those who have been a part of the Big Bang list in DNFs. You also conclude the BMW Team BS competition car, but drivers who were amongst the top contenders last year. That's a quick rundown of the field, approaching the 8-minute to go mark, or 8-hour to go mark. You're in this one on RaceSpotTV, as well as on radio show Le Mans. Now, as we get ready to transition over, Taylor, your final thoughts before we hand things over to the next crew for the next stage of the broadcast.
Well, I gotta say thank you to RaceSpot along with the Radio Show Limited for having me be able to come on to do my first ever 24-hour broadcast. And I gotta say, watching the competition here at the Nurburgring is always full of excitement. And I look forward to future races and working with the rest of the VCO. And I have to say, working with you, Justin, it's always an absolute pleasure to work with. But with that, it's time to say goodbye and good night and get some sleep.
The drivers, though, or rather the commentators, who will be jumping on in, though, will be Lewis McLean and Cameron Roger. Let's get their opinions before we hand on fully. Lewis, a lot of experience when it comes to the virtual side of things. It's been a very stellar edition of the 24 Hours of Nürburgring this year, powered by VCO.
I mean, it's always a good fun one. This, it does tend to get spread out as is expected, but it's all about watching those time gaps and seeing the pressure coming in, going down. It's tough stuff out there. We know the challenge of the circuit. It's not just your competitors; it's the track itself.
And for you, Cameron Roger, you're somebody who is not only a driver, but you also have experience running organizations. What's your perspective of things in the broadcast side, knowing how some of the groups have had stellar performances, but many more, they've had to battle from spins, wrecks, mandatory damage repairs, and in some cases have retaken the class lead despite that?
Yeah, not the easiest race or easiest track really to overcome those issues. But as you see with the way that this race works out, the gaps generally sort of open up a little bit. So it gives you the opportunity to come back from that. You just have to make sure that you are keeping consistent, because you always know with a 24-hour race in general, keeping it out of the barriers, keeping it on the track is always going to be the best option. And yeah, so far it's been a great race. I'm sure we're going to have a wonderful final third of the race here.
With that, I'll hand the keys fully over to Lewis and Cam. For the next 4 hours, they'll be taking you to hour 20 of today's action for the 2022 edition of the iRacing Nürburgring 24 Hours, powered by VCO, as part of the VCO Grand Slam for 2022. Lewis, hand things over to you here on RSL as well as on RaceSpot.
Cheers, Justin, and cheers to Taylor. Definitely deserve a little bit of rest as we'll take over, unfortunately for all of you, for the next 4 hours. These poor people, Cam, have to deal with our rubbish for a bit. But it's fine. It's a good fun one, this. I do like myself a bit of the Nordschleife, though don't tell Arjuna.
Yeah, it's a bit of a 50-50 track with some people. There's a lot of people I know who love it, a lot of people I know who hate it, but it always brings out an amazing turnout each year, and also in the real life variant of the race as well. It's absolutely packed. Yeah, can't beat it, and I personally do love it as well.
Yeah, it's like I say, it's a tricky one. We're kind of chatting over the night with Zach Sweeney about this track, about the loves, the hates, the difficulties, and it's kind of one of those things. I love driving it, absolutely love driving it. I am terrified of racing it. It is one that I typically avoid from a racing point of view, purely based on the fact of she damn scary, because you make one tiny mistake and you are off, good sir, and I'm not good enough to handle that level of racing, if I'm perfectly honest.
That is, yeah, that's certainly true. I've done a couple of the races here. Only one of them ever have I actually finished. It is so difficult to get towards the end, and you want to be pushing the limits around this track, and it invites you at certain corners to really do that. There's certain corners that the way it just opens up, or maybe the bit of camber in the road, you really feel like you can take the speed, but then you're taking so much risk with these huge curves, the fence not too far as well. It's pretty crazy how things can turn around very quickly when you just make those mistakes by centimeters.
What we're looking at here, by the way, is the NSH, oh my goodness, racing team car that's just closing down on Kova. Kova obviously being your race leader in the Cup car. Not that I'm trying to go against Team Redline here, but I am glad Kova's leading at the moment, because that was a team that I voted for at the start of the race. And I'm biased towards myself, which I can't let Arjuna be right on all of these. You know what I mean?
He is right sometimes, but yeah, you definitely got to keep
I think
up
he's
with.
Right on GT4.
But you got to have your own opinion in that regard, and generally you can get it right. But it is a difficult one to predict, because, well, because of how long the race is, but also just because the ease of incidents around this track.
Yeah, like I say, it's so easy to fall off by yourself. You kind of got to, during the race, you've got to give yourself more of a margin. You can't kind of push it to the same limit that you would in qualifying, or I mean, by this point in the race, you're pretty much one with the track, considering we are 16 hours into this race. So they should be well with it by now. Although that said, going up and down the field, I genuinely do not see many cars without some damage on. Some have been into the barrier slightly, some have been into other cars. It's kind of one of the tracks where you're kind of like expecting at least a little bit of contact, a wall brushed here or a slight off track there. To be honest, for some cases, considering how high the curbs are, the odd track abuse.
You definitely want to push the limits though, in certain corners, especially coming through the sort of last part of the lap once you get up to her acting and come all the way down the hill. all those curbs, you really need to use them if you want to get the lap time, but they can really spit you out and put you off. So you got to take the risk, because it is really about risk versus reward, especially in some of these positions where maybe there's a minute or multiple minutes between positions. Is it really worth putting it in the barrier for the sake of 1 or 2 tenths in that corner?
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, at this point in the race, probably not. But you never know. There was obviously the battle that's down. It was a battle when I was commentating about 6 hours ago. It's why I'm kind of surprised it's as far apart as it is at the moment. That being the lead battle in the GT4s, which is between Urano and Marla. They're now separated by around a minute. Now, when I joined the broadcast, they were separated by 1/10 of a second. They were sat within a second of each other for probably pretty much the entirety of the 2-hour stint that we did earlier. There is Niels Koch in the Marla racing car. They were switching for the race lead. Marla did lead a fair amount of it, whilst Urano was sort of sat there, basically waiting for something to happen. And clearly now they've taken to it, and in the GT4 category, Urano are leading by a minute, not a second.
And I'm sure they're going to be enjoying that one. It's not the sometimes it's not actually the easiest when the gaps have spread out just a little bit, because it sort of takes the pressure off your driving just that little bit, because you think, if I go a bit wide in that corner, go a bit wide in that corner, if I don't quite push there. But we've seen multiple times when drivers then start to back off, then that is actually where more mistakes can start to creep in. And because you're not really focusing 100%, you're starting to think of other things, you're not taking your full concentration on the racing.
Yeah, like you need someone or something rather, helping you focus on what you're doing, especially around here, because as much as the track will help you focus, it's not quite the same as another car, as the BMW Team Red Line and Red gets down the inside as we run around Galgenkopf and onto the Duttingen Hoa, which hopefully, yeah, is right. Okay, whew. I was doubting myself there. Good to see, by the way, the Aston Martin GT4. Obviously, it's new for this iteration of the Nürburgring 24-hour. Do like myself a good Aston Martin GT4. Although GT4 is, I said it earlier and I'll say it again, it's a harder category than people think. It is a tricky car to drive. I'd almost say it's actually harder than a GT3 car to drive. GT4 is obviously less grip, less power obviously, but I always kind of feel it's actually easier to break traction in a GT4.
Yeah, they're just a bit less sort of sophisticated in that regard, and you've got to be taking it that little bit more carefully, because that's one reason I think why the GT3s are so widely used, in real life motorsport, but also across sim racing, because they are naturally just slightly, quotation marks, easier to drive than some other categories, especially like, I know you like your sort of front wheel drive touring cars, but for me, especially that category, TCR, I find that very difficult to drive, and I'm sure other people do as well. Each category's got its own sort of quirks, but I would say definitely the GT3s are the most sort of planted and stable. Obviously, the way that you can use the assist in those cars is very helpful as well. So it just makes it that little bit easier. Whereas, as you say, on the GT4 side of things, you've got to really sort of do a lot more to get the same benefit or the same lap time out of it.
I can't believe you just outed me as a touring car driver straight up on broadcast. That's horrifying.
Are you not?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah,
you're absolutely right. I am definitely a touring car driver, and it's why I was almost tempted to do one of these races, because the thing is, obviously there is a touring car, that's the TCR category, although considering that some of the issues that have been seen from some of the TCR cars throughout this race, particularly them losing the rear end coming down into the hairpin, going around, I was going to say around the back end of the circuit, i.e. the Nordschleife. There's a few, it's Metzgerfeld that was causing quite a few problems for them as you start going back a little bit and down to Kallenhard a few corners before miss. They're tricky cars to drive. All of them are tricky cars to drive because it's a tricky circuit, right? It's almost a redundant point. But it's kind of one of those tracks where it's kind of like the car combination of this track and the TCR car. bearing in mind, like you say, I'm a touring car driver myself, I would be a little bit concerned. It's it's far beyond my my ability level, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I did have the opportunity about 4 years ago of driving the track in real life, obviously, just on the tourist side of things, but it definitely made me realise just why it's so tricky, obviously in the sim as well. Some of the it's one of those corners that hasn't really been, like, I guess, modernised, if that's the right word to use. Just in certain corners where, in the modern day side of things, you'd have a massive runoff on the outside, or you just have sort of a load more room, or you'd be able to see around the apex, things like this. That's all gone away, and the elevation change as well is just absolutely huge, and is one of those things doesn't do it justice on camera, and it's a really great opportunity if you do get to do that, to experience just what it's like, because it's, as you're just saying, it's probably like there's no easy corner for in general, but also it's probably, even if you take 5 corners of that and put it on other tracks, it would probably still be like the hardest sequence of corners in the world to put them together, because it just keeps on going and keeps on getting harder.
Yeah, I mean, the only time that I've been driven around here, I didn't drive it myself, by Nicholas Hillebrand in a Mazda 3, which was good fun, but not speedy, especially when going uphill. But the one corner, I was like, I kind of want you to take a little bit of risk. I want you to throw it in. Obviously, he knows how to drive a car, so it's all good. It was going through Sveitenkreuz and into Arenberg. Literally, as we got to it, someone had crashed, so we had to back off, because I was like, all the marshals would come out and put codes down the speed limits and stuff, and it's like, right, okay, cool. So didn't get to do the one fun bit. As Mitchell de Jong comes into the pit lane for VRS Coanda Simsport. They are in command today, obviously leading from pole position. Josh Rogers a bit earlier in the day, yesterday, grabbed that pole position, and they have led ever since, very much in control of this race. There is, though, I don't know how your eyes are, Cam, but to me, good sir, this is not a new thing. I did notice it last night as well. There's a bit of damage on the front, there's a bit of damage on the rear, there's a bit of damage on the rear wing, there's a bit of damage on the side. This car's leading by quite a bit, but it has been in the wars.
Definitely, yeah. You can see some sort of wrinkling and sort of bending at certain points of the car. So they have sort of been having a bit of contact here. Also on the rear there, on the right side, I think a bit of damage. So they're not going to be at 100% full pace. However, on the last lap, there was less than 1/10 of a second between them and the Team BMW Bank car. So, after all these things happening with how long the track is as well, they're still pretty even in pace for that first and second position. And even just looking back a little bit behind there, the car behind them as well with the BMW Team Redline Red, also on a similar pace, only about a second lap or so faster, which in the grand scheme of things around here isn't too much. So they are actually pretty evenly paced despite the gaps that you see.
I think it's probably about time, whilst we're looking at our race leader in the GT3 category, to try and throw our junior under the bus a little bit again, because again, before the race, this was 16 hours ago, me and our junior, the pre-show, we made predictions for what we were expecting to happen, for who we thought was going to win, and to be fair, bit too early, but I'm feeling good about my predictions right now, because I distinctly remember in GT3, God, this is such an egotistical thing to say. I'm going with it anyway. I'll just commit to it, it's fine. VRS Coanda Simsport, I picked that. I think our junior picked, he said it could be Team Redline or any of the BMWs, which was just sort of like, that's a cop-out, cool. But I was like, I'm pretty sure VRS Coanda Simsport, I mean, just look at the squad. They are... Yes, maybe part of it is putting all of your eggs in one basket, fair enough, but also, yeah, this is Coanda, Mitchell de Jong, Tommy Usgaard, Mac Back and Josh Rogers. What a lineup. Yeah, and the pole, and yeah, very, very strong team. I wasn't sure about my cup prediction, but I did pick Kova, who qualified second in class, and they're now leading. They weren't for quite a while. Team Redline Cup were leading for a large majority of it, and I'd kind of suspect that is not over in that category. However, Kova's car does look pretty clean, so I think that's a fair one. Unfortunately, my pick in the GT4 category is out, and I'm pretty sure Arjuna picked Urano, which does irritate me a little bit. I picked Core Simracing, who did retire a fair while ago in the race, but Urano at the moment, I kind of feel like I want to move over to my prediction to Marla, maybe, just so at least I can go against. But right now, Urano leading by a fair margin. And then in the TCR category, I did actually pick Team Hoisingfeld, who, of course, lead the category at the moment. They won it last year. And I must say, I did always like their livery on the Audi. It's the same livery, but I do really like it on that Veloster. I think that looks fantastic.
Yeah, that car in general, that chassis style, especially those headlights, really nice style. But yeah, that's a great livery to whoever painted, had the opportunity to paint that one using the. And that's actually one thing on these GT style cars. I obviously, if you don't know, so come more from the open wheel side of things, and the bodywork design is obviously. You have a lot less surface area to work with paint schemes. But this, where you have the whole side of the car there to use, the roof and the side, there's a lot of space there to fill, and I think they've done that pretty nicely, as you say.
Well, especially with the materials and stuff, you've got that sort of dulled chrome. They never really worked out what the best way of classifying it as, but either way, it is a slightly like I said, a dulled chrome, slightly shiny but without like reflect. It honestly, for me, when you get your materials in check like that, and it's only on that bit, the rest of it's either like a matte or just a vinyl. Like, those are the bits where I'm looking at it being like, okay, now that you've done that, I can see that being on an actual race car. I mean, some people, when they do their liveries and stuff, they also put the logos on a slightly different type of shine, right? Because then it makes them kind of stand out and makes it look like you have put a sticker on the car as you get on real cars. It's those kind of small details that some livery designers put on that you're just kind of sat there thinking, yes, now this feels like a race car to me.
Absolutely, and I think that's one reason why sim racing is sort of going in the right direction in that regard, is because especially if you get some teams who sort of cross over from using their real life livery in sim racing as well, if they can make it look exactly like it is on the same car on the same types of tracks with similar lighting for the shots and everything like that, that's just going to push them more towards that if they can sort of be represented directly in that situation. Also, from the other way around, there is a couple of sort of sim racing livery designers that I know of, and they're actually getting now work in the real life things, making liveries for real life race teams, which is just great to see that there's a crossover between that, because you can make it look pretty much identical in both areas.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Coda Factory had done quite a few liveries, both real world and the sim. But obviously someone that we know, Nico Barkley, last year, obviously a livery designer elsewhere in sim racing, but does an awful lot of livery design and such. And last year he designed a British GT car, which did look very fetching. Although I did say, as soon as I saw it, I was like, that's a sim racing livery. And I can't really put my finger on why, but there is a difference between a sim racing livery and a real world livery. I think it might be because the sim racing liveries tend to go a bit more wacko, but then even that's not one for one, because let's be honest, we've all seen some pretty mad real world liveries. So yeah.
Well, yeah, we have. Although a lot of the time in the I guess in the real world side of things, the main thing that they're trying to show off is the sponsors and that sort of thing, and then obviously have a bit of color or something to be noticed on the broadcast. Whereas in sim racing, I think the design point of view, as you're alluding to, is a lot more free to the imagination, because there's a lot more restraints. People are just making the liveries for fun. They want to have the car look a bit cool and wacky, and there's often a few less sponsors to be whacked on the side of it as well. But yeah, I do agree with what you mean. Sometimes just with the way, I guess, it's certain shapes or certain designs where it goes a bit crazy, that yeah, you can definitely tell if it's like a sim racing level.
Well, we're rising up to Flugplatz now, where they'll keep this absolutely pinned until they get round into the braking zone at Arenberg. They are flat all the way around. I wonder if there is going to be much of a fight here as Ate Kalpanen in that Mercedes AMG Team Williams Esports is closing in on the BMW Team Red Line Red car. Defensive line coming into Schwedenkreuz, and that might be less of a defensive line, more of a I'm actually trying to let you go. It's exactly what it was. No intent to fight there from Chris Lullen, was trying to get out of the way rather than defend, and instead Ate Kalpanen followed in the slipstream. Wasn't particularly a difficult move. Obviously the BMW Team Redline car is just jumping out of the way. You can see it's got a fair amount of damage on that car. I don't think that's unwise to jump out of the way. Like you say, you're weighing up a lot more here as to whether you can keep someone behind than any other racetrack on the planet.
Yes, it is because of the nature. Actually, if you have two very similar speed cars, the only place you can make a proper really nice overtake is down the Dottinger Herd, down the back straight, or maybe into turn 1 on the GP track as well. When you get into these corners, it is a bit difficult, so sometimes it might be a little bit almost dangerous to sort of get out of the way sometimes, because no one's really expecting it through this part of the track. Even though it is so long now, all the way to the end of the Nordschleife, you are sort of expecting just to sit behind that car, unless maybe you get a bit lucky in some traffic.
Well, here we have got a little bit of traffic in the form of the Marla car, the second place running GT4. I don't think Chris Lullen's going to try and force the issue on Ate Kalpanen. If they are battling for position, but so follow my logic here. But if they were properly battling, if they were fighting tooth and nail, then this would be probably a bit of a deciding feature within this battle. But right now they're able to get around the outside of the Ate Kalpanen, not really worry about it too much, and begin this enormous climb. It is a long one. This is the point when you realise, regardless of the car you have, it has no power, because it is a long climb. Once you've gone through the Lauda curve there, once you've gone through Bergwerk, you're rising all the way up. To be honest, you're rising all the way up to Hohe Acht, but you're back on the brakes into the Spiegel curve, and so you're basically pinned for, I don't know how long it is. I'd probably say it's not far off about a minute, to be honest.
Yeah, it's probably like 3 kilometers or something like that. It's a long way all the way through this run. But the crazy thing is, this part, you hardly see it, but it's so like uphill through this section. That's why the cars get to a point where they're not really accelerating anymore, because and they're not getting towards their top speed. It is so uphill through here, which is sort of quite good, because when you get to the Muck over there, you can really stay committed, because you go maybe sort of 10, 20 k's slower than what you would be if it was downhill before coming into this. Really, this from here to the end of the lap really is my favourite part of the track. Just these corners that are going to come your way, just so amazing. Starting with obviously the amazing carousel. You don't get anything like that nowadays in the sort of the modern day corners, and then it just starts where you go left, right, through all the kinks so fast, but you've got to be so committed as well.
Yeah, we were very lucky to be sent a lap from Ryan Barneveld a bit earlier on in the broadcast, but when we were doing our intro, of course, from BS Competition, and watching the just absolute level of commitment around here. Every apex hit beautifully, and every curb smashed that can be smashed, all the ones avoided that can be avoided, through Vipperman you can kind of attack them, but once you start coming down to this section into the ice curve and that lot, you can use the one on the left but not the one on the right. You've got to watch out for it. Then you come up towards, of course, Brunchen or YouTube corner, where you can run in a GT3 quite far up and onto that curve on the left. Having that as knowledge, a lot of drivers don't tend to know it. I don't know how to describe it. It's like it's a feeling. You just know, like when driving around, you can't remember that, oh yeah, I can actually hit the curb on the right hand side going down to the Flansgarden because at this speed in this car. It's like, no, when you're driving, it's just sort of second nature. It's like, I know that I can touch that one, I know that I can touch that one, I know I have to avoid that one though.
Yeah, you just get that feeling when you come up to these corners where you know the car that you're driving, you know the situation. You can see just on these sides, the curbs, they're really steep angle at quite a few of these corners, and your brain just tells you, if I touch that, I'm going into the barrier, because it's going to really unsettle the car. It's really the flat curbs that you're looking out for, but it's easier said than done, of course, when you're trying to spot these tiny apexes. It's generally around sort of blind apexes around this corner as well, before you work your way out all the way onto this back straight, and this is really the best point for the overtaking because you can get the slipstream the whole way down, and it's something like 3.7 kilometers all the way down to the Tiergarten as well. So it's such a long run. You stay flat out, getting the slipstream. And can Chris Lullen make a bit of an overtake here, or is he just going to lift after a bit of bump drafting actually? And I think he just about is, as we come all the way down towards the Tiergarten. He's just going to sit there and just try and maybe save the tiniest bit of fuel in that slipstream.
Yeah, we kind of heard a little bit of a lift even before getting to the rear end of that Williams esports car. So I think that's expected, obviously, after the earlier letting through of Ate Kauppinen, that Chris Lullen wasn't really going to fight that one. I mean, because if you were going to fight it, then surely you would have tried holding on at Schwedenkreuz, but I think that's not necessarily the worst thing in the world. And like you say, now not only does Chris Lullen have a bit of a target in the sense of the car directly ahead, also has, like you say, a bit of a fuel save. I'm not quite sure as to how close they are to saving a lap around here, but I will say it doesn't even necessarily matter if you can save a lap or can't. If you can save a few litres, that is less stationary time. So you're shrinking the pit stop anyway, so your time is gained. The last lap time from Ate Kauppinen was an 8:02.1, and I was going to tell you what Kei Kashiba's time was in the Team BMW bank. I don't have it; it was blanked. That was nice, top tier.
Yeah.
Sorry,
the point of the fuel is actually quite an interesting factor, because especially around here, because of how long the track is, to save a whole lap of fuel is just crazy, like the amounts of saving to do compared to another car. But if you can save, as you say, maybe 3 litres or so, maybe 5 litres, then you're going to be stopped for quite a bit less time in that pit stop, and that could always be good if you are this close in a battle. Obviously, when it gets to a point where there's multiple seconds involved, it might not be so important as long as you're keeping that track position. But when it's this close, it could be at least something to think about, because you're never going to underfuel the car. But if you can effectively take less fuel, then that is going to work out in your favour.
Yeah, or like I say, even if you just keep brimming the tank and then, like I say, waiting for that final stop, that's kind of where the difference is really made. We'll get a really good view on board through the opening couple of sectors, I guess, really, because there are quite a few of them around here at the Nordschleife. On board with Chris Lullen, you can see him just using the curbs that he knows how to use. Like I say, you just get a feeling of it, especially when you've done like a lot of laps around here. And let's be honest, quite a lot of these drivers have done a lot of laps. I was saying to Zach Sweeney earlier, I've not raced many laps around here. I genuinely think my amount of raced laps around the Nordschleife is probably under 20, and that's not a joke. Whereas my actual driven laps, probably 1 or 2 more. I wouldn't say I'm pushing 1,000. I'm certainly nowhere near that, but it's a good couple hundred.
The thing in terms of lap count is obviously it's so long. I mean, you do a stint, it's about 10 laps in the GT3 cars, so double stint, 20 laps, that's it. And sometimes on the shorter tracks you're doing double that just in 1 stint. So yeah, it's pretty crazy how it works out. How it works out in that regard, because then if you sort of look at the lap count for the total amount of the 24, it's barely over 100 really. So compare, when you're talking of practicing, for the amount of laps that you don't actually learn the corners very much. So you really have to take it in and get used to things very quickly. Although I'd say, surprisingly, I think in some ways this track can be slightly easier to learn in some ways. Because I don't know how to explain it, but maybe just because you sort of have to take it so slow. I don't know, something like that. But I remember back on the old PlayStation back in the day, I managed to sort of remember the track in about 10 laps when I first started practicing it.
Man, I respect that, but I do get what you mean. Obviously, you tend to drive well within yourself, but
yeah,
it's very interesting, like this circuit, to try and actually learn it from scratch. I mean, to be fair, most people get around to like basically the carousel, or most people are really good at the first like 3 sectors, like down towards Arenberg, and then after that point it's kind of like they're really bad because
you've crashed.
It's like crash, reset. So you've done like the first sector 1,000 times. However, then once you get to like Hoa Act, you've been up here 7 times, which is not a good ratio. I wonder, Cam, do you know what circuit you've driven the most in sim racing?
Oh, that is.
I'll go
I don't know. I
think mine's Silverstone.
Really?
Modern Silverstone. Yeah, I think so.
I don't know, because I've been playing racing games of a sort for about 20 years. Well, not quite that long, maybe 17 years or something, 15 years. So I've driven a lot of different games, but I don't know. I did used to do a lot of Montreal back in the day as well. That was an amazing track back on the old F1 games. So yeah, certainly that's probably one of them, and also Melbourne as well. But in terms of more modern day stuff, I'm not sure, because there's just so many competitions and so many things to drive now. It's quite difficult to focus on one track.
This is why I think it's Silverstone for me, because I'm pretty sure that every league that I've ever raced in is like, oh, we're going to Silverstone. And I'm like, oh,
everyone.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't dislike Silverstone. I do actually quite enjoy Silverstone, but every time it's kind of like, oh, please, can I race somewhere else? It goes back to the whole thing of, I know that you've seen this before. I bring it up all the time because I think it's hilarious, but also kind of a bit irritating at points. Is that, at least from a commentary perspective, and it is the same from a driver perspective, but from our point of view, there have been like the odd week where I'm commentating on like 9 different races or whatever, like over completely different championships and stuff on completely different platforms, and they're all at Spa. And I'm just like, oh, come on. I love Spa, but it's not very special when you're literally commentating on it every day.
Well, I actually had that yesterday. I was doing a race. It was on the GP Nürburgring.
Yes, you were.
But,
6 hours.
Yeah, 6 hours in Nürburgring on the GP track, and then obviously had a bit of a sleep. But then comes straight onto the Nordschleife as well. So yeah, certainly can happen. But yeah, it's good to see that all these top level tracks are having these high level competitions, because especially this one. This is really one of my more favourite races of the year. Obviously, there's other tracks like Sebring is a really special one as well, but there's just something about this track because it's so unique compared to quite a lot of the other ones. There's absolutely nothing like it in the world, and just the challenge of it, it just stands out in your memory.
Well, this is the first of the 2022 VCO Grand Slams, of course, taking over some of the iRacing special events, and as they're run. I think I'm all for it, because again, trophies and stuff on the line. We're not really talking about that. What I was going to talk about was of the 4 that we have in 2022. So it was 4 in 2021. We got the Nürburgring 24. Shock. Weird that we're obviously the one that we're looking at right now. The Watkins Glen 6 hour, which is on the 19th of June. Then we take a massive break from the VCO Grand Slams, various other events and such. Happens a bit more bump drafting here from Chris Lallum on the rear end of Atte Kauppinen. Then on the 9th of October, the iRacing Petit Le Mans, and then on the 13th of November, it's the Suzuka 10 hour. A great list of those. I think. A good 4 tracks: Nürburgring, Watkins Glen, Road Atlanta, and Suzuka. Not to throw him under the bus again, but Zach Sweeney didn't know what Road Atlanta was, which did hurt.
What?
Yeah, no, I said that. So I said exactly the same thing. So I said that we now have to enter the iRacing Petit Le Mans because that's unacceptable to not know what Road Atlanta is. But of those 4, what would you race?
Oh, as I said, this one is very special, but Petit Le Mans is also a massive favourite of mine. Road Atlanta is such an amazing track. I can't believe Zach Sweeney didn't know that. To be fair,
he is. Thruxton was, mate.
He is young and he is learning all of the tracks as he goes. But that is certainly Road Atlanta is just it's one of those tracks that's so unique, just with the way that it's set up, and especially that sort of sector 1 all the way down up towards turn 6. An amazing sequence of corners, so difficult for the multi-class type of racing, and you have to really practice that track to get it nailed. It's not one that you can just come in and learn. It may only be sort of 4 kilometers long, but those corners are so difficult to link up as well. And obviously the massive back straight, which actually counts as 2 corners, which is quite funny as well.
odd. I'll say that. I mean, don't get me wrong. Let's not start talking about corner numbers at Road Atlantic because I'll start not liking it. Yeah, don't.
We'll get to that one when we get there later in the year.
Yeah. No, it's no. See, now you got me on that topic of corner. That's why I like.
This one's good. It's got names.
Because everything's named. There isn't. Well, here's the thing. There is, as we found when we were doing a certain other series around here on a different platform that didn't go very well because we went back. When we were doing that race, we tried looking up the official number for corner numbers on the Nordschleife, or on this layout as well, obviously, which you can kind of work out yourself to a certain degree. But go and find an actual official number of corners on the Nordschleife, because the thing is it is a changing number. Some places will say 170, some places will say as high as about 190, other places I've seen as low as 70, and I'm like, what are you defining as a corner if it's 70 around here?
I think no one's bothered to count.
No one's counted.
Because, when you say, oh yeah, how many corners is it? Everyone says, oh yeah, 180. Because at least that's what means, sort of, loads of people I know just say, you just sort of assume it's around 180. Yeah, you don't really think about that too much. As just seeing, I think, yeah, Chris London once again just backing off a little bit there as we come to not a corner that you want to be crashing in, straight across. But yeah, for the corner numbers, I think it's one of those things as well. If you had corner numbers here, it'd be so weird to be like, oh, and he's crashed at corner 123.
Yeah, right.
It wouldn't quite work.
Well, I'm actually telling that to your race engineers. You're like, oh yeah, there's a bit of dirt on the track at 147. They're like, wait, what?
Yeah.
Which one's 147? Is that YouTube corner? No, is that a couple? It's Flant's card. Right. Okay. It's like, it's like no. That sort of pause. You just need to know. It's not like I say when there's 20 corners, you can afford to be like there's someone guffed it at 17. Whereas around here, it's like no. You need the names, and I'm all for it. Apart from one thing, is that naturally, because it's in Germany, they're all German names, which is absolutely fine. Apart from the fact that from our point of view, it's basically every race we do around here, particularly here with the 24, is that it's a 4-hour stint of just butchering German.
Yeah, I do have quite a lot of German teammates of mine.
You do?
But over the last year and a half, I've learned no German to say the truth. But when you get to this track, it is quite funny. But a lot of the corners, I'd say, aren't too difficult once you sort of are made aware of how to say it. There's a bit of traffic there, just making life that little bit harder. But the one that Arjuna made a little list. For the commentators, just to give a little heads up of how to say some of the corners. But when it got to the foxhole, it was just like, just say foxhole.
Just say
don't
foxhole.
Don't embarrass yourself.
Foxhole. Yeah. No. But then again, he doesn't say Schwedenkreuz, right? I don't think I do either. But I did a track map, 3D track map around here back in 2018. I put a lot of work into it. I had every corner named down and everything, and I then did my lap where I recorded my voice, doing like the flyover the circuit, being like, oh, we come around here, we come around here, we come around here, and it was great. I sent it off to the person, and he said, can you send me a version without audio? I was just like, well, that's brutal, that is. That's essentially like your corner names are bad. But it's kind of one of those ones where we're quite distant to the circuit, being in the UK, so it's not too bad. When you're actually at the Nordschleife, you cannot make mistakes in it, because they do not like it when you go, well, to be honest, I don't like it when you go foxhole. They're like, no, it's foxhole.
Yeah, it's I think obviously because there's just I guess it's the German language, just obviously the certain pronunciations of certain words, and there's quite a lot of them around here, like the her sound, for instance, is used a few times, and also then when they sort of put the words together, so it's a little bit harder to read. But yeah, once you get used to it, it isn't so bad. And obviously the old YouTube corner is certainly a lot easier for some people to say compared to a few of the other corners.
Yeah, see, I'm not, because obviously in Fuchshöhe, then I don't speak German, so we're going to play a little bit of detective here. But Fuchshöhe, obviously in that it means foxhole. But when you compare it to like, I guess it is the same for them doing a Höhe, which Höhe but not Höhe. Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't speak German again. But when you go to like Höhe Act and Quiddelbach Höhe and obviously Nürburgring Höhe, Höhe means, as far as I'm aware, it means hill, because Höhe Act is the highest point on the track. There are a few corners after the carousel. That's the highest point on the circuit. That's why it's called Höhe Act. It's like the high point. I don't know. Again, not a linguistic expert here, I'm afraid. Oh, no, let's get off this topic now. We're going to get into so much trouble. We'll have messages from Florida in the morning being like, mate, you need to stop trying. It's not a good look for you. We'll just focus on the battles, mate.
Yeah, sometimes the good old say it so fast that they can't really hear what you're saying. It's probably the best option as we come around onto the Dottinger once again from Galgenkopf, and it looks like Chris Lullen once again is going to be getting a nice bit of slipstream, and I do wonder how long he's going to play this game. He obviously doesn't feel like he's being held up, but it does look like a little bit of the old bump drafting is going his way as we come down underneath the Bilstein Bridge. And it looks like he's just pretty comfortable to sit there, which is quite an interesting point. So he obviously feels like he's got pace in hand, but there's no reason to risk an overtake at this moment.
I don't necessarily blame, because at the moment, on the previous lap, which was a good 8 minutes ago, they did an 8-minute 00.5. Then, okay, they go Attic Alpinen's coming into the pit lane, so never mind. We'll see what Chris Lullen does across the line this time by. Probably use quite a lot of strip stream to get to a decent time, but nope, it was an 8:028, so never mind. My point was going to be that they were closing down on a Team BMW bank car that is presently running in second spot, but as Attic Alpinen comes into the pit lane for potentially just a bit of fuel, a bit of tyres, we'll have to wait and see on that one. Tyres is actually an interesting one, because it's not actually that high of a tyre wear circuit, this one. So Tamuto takes over, so I'm going to assume there is a tyre swap, because you don't want someone else's scummy old tyres. I've been through that a few times, but yeah, I'd say you can get away with double stinting at least once around here.
Yeah, there's I'd say it's probably because there's a lot of straights on the, obviously there's a lot of corners, but there's quite a lot of flat out sections that get you quite a lot of kilometers. So you have to look at it as if almost like corners per kilometer kind of thing on this track, because you literally have, I would say, maybe 10 kilometers of it. Even though it's so long, maybe 10 kilometers is just those flat out sections, obviously down the back straight, then the straight section up to the curve that we're talking about, then also the Kugelbacher Höhe, then up towards Schreding Cross as well. So those sort of sections of track, they're just long flat out sections where you're just doing so many kilometers without a corner that well, you have time for the tires to cool down a bit, and just in general you're not wearing them. So yeah, I do agree with you in the fact that you can obviously go through the tyres a little bit nicer, but it's not yeah, it's obviously you are wearing the tyres a bit through the sort of latter parts of the track, but because of those flatter sections it should be okay.
But I do feel you bring, because obviously with how some of the corners are, you kind of wear them fairly equally to the front. Of course you are going to typically wear the front left around here a fair amount more, being a clockwise circuit, but you are kind of jumping between quite a lot of corners all the time, like, you know, from lefts to rights and stuff, like particularly through the opening section. You're not just constantly turning left. It's not like say like the final sector of Barcelona if you were running the fast penultimate corner, because when you're running that you're essentially just turning right for three pretty high speed corners. It's about 600 meters of essentially consistently turning right, and your front left doesn't like it. You just burn it out, and then what do you do straight afterwards? You go through turn 1, which is a left-hander, and turn 3, which is a long left-hander, and then turn 4, which is another left-hander. Your front left around there doesn't really like it. Whereas around here, like you say, a lot of the corners that we're attacking aren't even really that aggressive on the tyres either. It's why we do typically see doubles. I'd say probably overnight. We weren't there, so well, I was a little bit, but it was only for 2 hours. I'd say over the night you could probably get away with the odd triple stint, to be perfectly honest. But right now, not so much. I think it's probably best just to stick with the odd double.
Absolutely, don't want to be sort of going too far in that regard, where you do have the gaps to do so. The only time you really want to sort of worry about pushing it towards that third stint is where you need to save that 30 odd seconds for the tyre stop. But if you're not in a position where that's too vital, then obviously you want to have the newer tyres and just feeling a bit more confident, because as we mentioned with this track, you need that confidence. You need to know what's going on with the car, as it could all end up in the wall so easily. And I mean, you can just see on the front of that Williams car as well, they've obviously been in the walls quite a bit. So yeah, they just want to make sure that they're in a position where they can start to push, not necessarily push the car, but just feel like the car is underneath.
Well, the lead continues to grow, though, for VRS Coanda Simsport, who I'm pretty sure are on the second stint of their tyre, so clearly there's plenty of speed in it with the number 80. There is Mitchell de Jong right now, and the lap time's 7:58.4 over the last one, which was a bit quicker than those behind. Chris Lullen did that 8:02.8. Kei Kashuba did the 8:02.0, so around 3.5 to 4 seconds a lap quicker over the previous one, and you kind of saw there, not a million miles away from the fastest lap of that car, which I think is pretty impressive. Don't get me wrong, it wasn't like in the ballpark of threatening, but Josh Rogers earlier in the race on lap 62, it was around about the time that I was on, actually about 7 hours ago, it was a 7:56.9. So Mitch de Jong's lap time only really, at least on the previous one, only really about a second off that, considering that this is, I don't want to say it for complete certainty, but I'm about 95% sure this is the second, might even be his third stint on these tyres.
Yeah, the pace difference can also look bigger in some regards, because obviously this track's around 5 times longer, let's say, than your normal track, maybe 4 times longer than some of the slightly longer tracks. So if you are a second off the pace here, some would say maybe that's about a quarter of a second at other tracks. Obviously it doesn't work out exactly like that, but that's the sort of thing that you have to think of as well. But yeah, those couple of seconds are certainly looking like they're in the favour of that Coanda car at the moment. So just stretching their lead as it stands with those that pace on the last lap.
The only person that can beat Coanda today is Coanda. It's kind of one of those days where it's, you know, if something were to happen, and this is kind of a bit brutal on the other teams and such, but this is just how Coanda are today at the moment, is that if another team wins that isn't Coanda, it's probably more so because Coanda would have lost it rather than them winning it. You know, like it's obviously kind of that thing obviously quite a bit in the recent recent years of motorsport. There is that thing of the difference between winning and then losing, and how that dynamic would work. Right now, though, my point from that is that they are so in control that the only way that they wouldn't win from this spot, and they will know this as well, considering they've won a few races in their tenure in sim racing, is that they'll know that the only way that they're not going to win this race is if they drop it. And so that's kind of like the critical thing to remember for them.
Absolutely, and I was in a similar situation. I did a race here last year, 21, with my team around this track, and there wasn't the biggest field in general, but also it wasn't that competitive. And what we did, there was 5 of us, and we put the 3 fastest teammates in, all doing basically double stints before I got in. So it was a good 6 hours in the race by the time I got in the car. And by that point, we already had about a 6-minute lead. and it's a difficult situation actually when you jump into the car like that sometimes. I mean, obviously when you talk about Coanda, I mean, they know what they're doing, they're confident, but for me, jumping in, actually leading the race for once and then being such in control almost puts more pressure on in that situation to keep that lead. And if it starts coming down a bit, you start getting a bit worried about that. But yeah, they do know that it is them, as you say, that would lose this race, and therefore they just need to be making sure that they're doing just nice solid laps. Having said that, the pace is still looking pretty good, so they are going for a normal speed, but maybe just in some corners just backing off just that little 0.5% just to keep it in line.
Lorenzo's telling me that the tyres do wear a fair amount, so maybe they have switched them on the stop. I didn't quite notice. I don't know. I was pretty sure they weren't stationary for long enough on the last stop to do it, but maybe they were. But yeah, again, don't fully remember. I didn't recall seeing it up on the jacks, but clearly, I think regardless, what they're doing as a job right now is pretty handy. They're well in control. By the way, speaking of things of being in control of things that you can do sat at home, if you're sat there on the YouTube stream, you can head over to twitch.tv/VCO eSport. You'll be shocked to see that it's the exact same stream that you're presently watching on YouTube, but still, follow my logic. If you type in hashtag VCO Grand Slam into the Twitch chat, you'll be put into a draw for 50 iRacing credits. That's hashtag VCO Grand Slam. To basically start off the season here of our VCO Grand Slams on iRacing. So fair enough on that one. A bit of fun.
Well, exactly, and maybe help you get I don't know, the next car or track that you need to get your membership even to get yourself racing. And that is the one cool thing about obviously the iRacing platform, is that it doesn't matter where you start, what you've got. You'll be able to find yourself a race, and just like with this 24-hour, there'll be plenty of other races and splits going on, and then just in general there's loads of other different categories of racing as well to get yourself involved with. So yeah, it's a good place to start.
Honestly, it really is, especially with these endurance races. They're always a good one to jump in. I think, by the way, it's probably a good time to hear from Mamo Sidhu, who is from Team RSO. And it's always good to catch up with. We always like to catch up with some of our competitors and stuff, but also those that are running teams, those that are sort of managing drivers and stuff, and keeping an eye on the race. Tell us how are things going for the RSO squad right now.
Hi, good morning. First of all, well, yeah, I mean, we had two cars in the race. One was basically out after lap 1, so I didn't talk to the GT3 guys, so I'll have to say that we will most probably talk about it after the race. I'm helping out with the 397, which is our GT4 entry. Was heavily struck just before the race because Niels Lorenz, who should normally team up with Manuel and Niels, had some hardware issues. He wasn't able to drive. We were really trying to get him another seat at some others simulator, but it didn't work out ultimately, and so Manuel and Niels are doing the whole race with two drivers, so that's obviously quite a challenge. I have to say I'm really impressed with 17 hours in. They're running in P3 now, like just now when we got past Manetti, so let's see how it goes towards the end, but it's really an impressive drive by the two of them, and I'm obviously also waking up early to help them. But yeah, apart from that, I think it's quite enjoyable and nice to be back on Nordschleife.
How much strategy work are you doing behind the scenes to sort of make sure that everything's running fairly smoothly? Because I'd assume right now that things should kind of be locked in and the drivers should kind of be comfortable with what they're doing. Do you kind of still coach them a little bit as to when they need to pit and stuff so they don't forget and don't run out of fuel? Never done that before.
Yeah, I think they anyway only listened to that interview after the race, so I can openly say that in my opinion, it's more about motivating them and showing them that we have their back as a team right now. So, I mean, in a GT4 car, I haven't driven it myself, but from what I see now during the race, there is not much playroom in terms of strategy, because you're basically change the tires. Fuel saving doesn't matter so much on such a long track. So yeah, basically everybody's running the same strategy, so there's not so much we can do compared to other years or the Mazda class before. Yeah, so right now it's rather like really talking, trying trying to manage a little bit like what's going on the radio is basically my main job in the past hours, I would say. So yeah, listening a little bit to what they do. I mean, they are kind of talking to each other most of the time, but when they kind of start talking about something else or asking questions that are irrelevant for their race, I'll hang in and just I try to get the focus back, because that's, I think, the most problematic thing if you're awake 17 hours and racing all the time.
Yeah, like you say, doing it in a two-driver lineup is pretty impressive. Most teams out there seem to be running 4s and 5s. We know that Team RSO have a good track record around here. I mean, you brought the Mazda MX-5 class, one there in that 3 times, one here in the GT4s last year. It's a circuit which seemingly the team is very comfortable at.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, we never planned that. But yeah, 4 class wins is definitely something, and there have been many podiums, and not to count all the VLN and DNLS races and stuff like that. So yeah, I think it's maybe for the non-Germans it's not so understandable, because it's a really difficult track and lots of corners, and it gives, but most of the time it takes. But if you are growing up in Germany and you're somehow into motorsport, the fascination for that track like grows very early when you're a kid. So it's kind of, I don't know, I consider myself being a victim in some sort. I mean, how can you not love that track? And then obviously this is maybe the track where I don't know, the challenge is the biggest, so it comes with that fascination. And then maybe also what adds a little bit to it, also teams like Heusingfeld, for example, or Simracing, they've showed very strong races here in the past. I think one reason might also be that those teams, including us, we're kind of in a niche of sim racing, at least speaking for our team. So we're like in the 30s. We're not the very youngest team, so we have a lot of experience, but not so much time anymore to practice and stuff like that. So I think we can benefit most on that specific track from our experience. So this might be one of the reasons why we end up being on top here. And I think also the GT4 class now is a very good example. Niels and Manuel from the beginning weren't aiming to go for anything near a win in terms of pace. Also, I mean, they know they have to race 12 hours, both of them, and dictate the pace. So still we're now on P3. So, you know, like just keeping it on track and just clean, and the success comes kind of on its own. I don't want to downplay it, especially in the Mazdas. We also had lots of good strategy calls. But yeah, Nürburgring is maybe the different special event in the year. It's not all about pace. Don't tell it to Guanda.
Obviously, you're coming under a fair amount of pressure as a squad right now, so we will let you roll back the team. Thank you for the insight.
Thanks for having me, and enjoy the rest of the race.
Cheers. Right, back to Team RSO, Manuel Sadao, who's just jumped in with us. Cam, they're under a lot of pressure though at the moment. They're the closing gap of the T3 Motorsports by Maniti Red.
Absolutely, and it's one of those points that Mama was just saying. You've got to keep your drivers, motivated, keep them going, and especially when you get to this point in the race, you kind of start to be like, oh yeah, you know, there's only a few hours left, but it's still 7 hours to go. There's still a lot of things that can happen in that time frame. So yeah, just got to be making sure you are focusing on the job in hand, and at the moment obviously just things getting a little bit closer on their end, and yeah, hopefully they can keep that pace up and hold into that position.
For anyone watching, by the way, on YouTube, I was kind of surprised that we're at this point in the race, because obviously you can see us closing in. We should be heading over to part 4 of our stream, obviously splitting them across on YouTube into 4 parts in the very near future. I'm sure Hugo will tell us a bit more about that as it comes in. But we are an hour down on our stint. We've still got 3 more, unfortunately, Cam. They've got to put up with us for quite a bit longer. But the thing is, around, we'll go back to the point of the racing. Around the Nordschleife, you know when you've got someone closing in, and you can kind of see them closing in like half a second here, a second there, half a second here, a second there. Around here, like even that closing, that is pressure in and of itself, right? It's not just the fact of having someone sat on your rear, it's just seeing that gap disappearing. There's nothing you can do about it. And you would say, obviously there is, because you could drive faster, but then you're introducing more risk and more chance to crash, so it's kind of like you've got to still drive within yourself.
And you're generally sort of not necessarily on the limit, but you're at a comfortable speed already with what you're doing. Is then to have that pressure, as you say, to go a little bit faster is always a bit of a difficult situation to be put into.